Vancouver. I'm counting on you to have your phones in hand. Welcome our athletes. Very simple. Be ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your full lights on, let's meet the players for the bronze medal game in wheelchair basketball. Starting with Team Unconquered, number 1, Harley Neely. Number 4, Justin Chase. Number 5, Carlos Vallero. Number 9, Luis Cervantes. Number 10, Robert Dominguez. Number 11, Justin Beasley. Number 12, Ilya Hajduk. Number 16, Arthur Ryan. Team Unconquered.
Mesdames, Messieurs, l'équipe 1nViCtu.
Let's meet the team from New Zealand. Number 1, Connor McClellan. Number 2, Daphne Pringle. Number 3, Quinton Monk. Number 4, Buffy Little. Number 7, Ed Wright. Number 8, Chris Lowesto. Number 10, Kelly Summits. Number 12, Lance Blackman. Number 13, Dawn Adshed. medal game, Sherry Raskar and Alex Nye celebrating his 30th birthday today. Alex. Starting lineups for tonight's game for Team Unconquered. Number 1, Needley. Number 4, Chase. Number 5, Valero. Number 10, Dominguez. Number 16, Milan. Starting lineup for Team New Zealand. Number 1, McClellan. Number 2, Ringle. Number 3, Monk. Number 7, Dor Wright. Number 13, Adshev. It's time for the bronze medal game in wheelchair basketball at Vancouver Whistler '2S Games. Let's play ball!
Bon match, mesdames et messieurs, pour ce match pour la médaille de bronze. l'avance de l'équipe 6-0.
Great start for Team Unconquered. Timeout call New Zealand.
Un match intéressant avec l'équipe invaincue qui prend 4 couleurs et devant par la marque de 6-0. L'action par l'équipe de la Nouvelle-Zélande qui relance. Le gol de la passe. Et voilà.
What's up, Carlos?
La Nouvelle-Zélande qui n'a pas encore de points, mais qui travaille très très fort. Level pass.
Good chase from Kevin Simmons.
La Nouvelle-Zélande toujours en quête d'un premier point de distance. Cette première demi se match pour la médaille de bronze.
Puts it up. Still losing the ball. Into the game for Arthur Meyer.
Il bloque, il lance, il revient très actif dans ce match.
So Marquez surveying the scene behind the screen. Just short.
Il est battu d'abord au libéré.
Stay here, Harley. Left man.
Timeout has been called by Unconquered.
Dans l'arrêt demandé par l'équipe invaincue. 10-4, c'est eux qui mènent ce soir dans ce match pour la médaille de bronze.
Big bucket for Robert Dominguez.
Un joueur qui attaque. Le joueur défensif par Dominguez. And on pass.
He's the only ball. 1.5 minutes to go. Opening up. 6-300.
Over the pass. Sonics.
There was a foul on the play.
Faute sur le jeu de Bianco Panier de Condra.
He's going to get there in this little Weston. Out of bounds. Final seconds, opening half. Let's hear it for both teams in this bronze medal of Concord and New Zealand.
Le 1nViCtu 12-6 dans ce match de médaille de bronze pour la Nouvelle-Zélande. Belle soirée de nos équipes.
It's your chance to shine, Invictus Games fans. Let's see those moose antlers over your head. Look at the screen. You're there. You're on TV.
Come on, Mr. Moose. Yeah!
Yeah, you got it.
And it's your turn now. Come on. There you go.
We've got a moose on the loose. Yeah, let's see those antlers. that was fun. Here we go, second half. Bronze medal game. New Zealand to inbound against Unconquered. 12-6. Unconquered leads.
L'équipe invaincue qui mène par le score de 12-6. Match pour la médaille de bronze. Dans le Nouvelle-Zélande, tout le monde se bat pour le ballon. Ballon par l'équipe américaine, tape la passe derrière.
Out of bounds, New Zealand ball.
qui s'installe davantage au pointage.
For a couple passes to the line, we keep playing. As long as you get us on, nothing changes. Yeah. Keep shooting. Keep back in.
This is the power of sport to inspire others, support rehabilitation, and generate a wider understanding of wounded, injured, and sick service personnel and veterans. Thank you for being part of the Invictus Games Vancouver Whistler 2025.
seconds. I need more
It counts, and he'll go to the line to shoot one.
Il le mérite tellement. Joueur important sur l'équipe de la Nouvelle-Zélande.
Great work by Connor McClellan.
McClellan est en feu ce soir. Changement de blanc du côté de l'équipe 1nViCtu.
Was on 1nViCtu.
Nouvelle-Zélande qui tente d'attaquer. Pour lancer.
Final seconds.
a spectacular scene and something that's going to be incredible for us to watch. The Luge World Championships were just held at the Whistler Sliding Center, and as we understand, the course is in track record. Now, Ollie, what that means is the track has never been this fast. So for competitors who are wanting to get the full experience of what this event skeleton is, it's going to be fast. It's going to be fun. The temperatures are absolutely spectacular for this event. It's open at -8 degrees there. It's cool outside, but full experience of this Whistler Sliding Center.
Yes, very suitable to be well and truly wrapped up warm, and to have some visors and sunglasses too, because it is a bright day. As a result, we will expect part of the course to be shielded due to the necessity of safeguarding these Invictus Games competitors. So there may be some impact in terms of what we can see, so that what they can see is at its strongest. And that is where our focus will be. These are the individuals who will be competing in the skeleton event at the Invictus Games of 2025, the Vancouver Whistler Games. And congratulations to all of them on entering this. We anticipate around 100 to take to the course today, and we anticipate that the remaining 100 or so will take to the course tomorrow. So we won't know by the end of the day today exactly who it is that has won their respective category. And as I mentioned, we have ISK 1 through to ISK 5. So 5 different medal events taking place at these Vancouver Whistler Invictus Games. It is a beautiful place. This is, you know it well, you know this part of the world well, it's your part of the world, and oh, we're overjoyed by the sights. Yeah,
I mean, the images are spectacular. It's poised to be an absolutely beautiful day. You mentioned the 5 different ISK levels that we have. ISK 1, 3 competitors under the weight category of 60 kilograms. ISK 2, 26 competitors between 60 and 70 kilograms. ISK 3, 50 competitors between 71 and 80. 63 competitors for ISK 4 between 81 and 90. And ISK 5, 50 competitors.
And clusters, adding curves and bends, very much a novelty at the time. They eventually joined up with British visitors to the nearby San Moritz Kulm Hotel, who were tobogganing in the streets before the hotel's owner built an ice track known as the Cresta Run, the iconic Cresta Run. Very much built in the interests of public safety. And it's always interesting to reflect upon sports like skeleton, like wheelchair basketball, which took place yesterday at the Games, that actually have their origins in those who were in service to their country. Wheelchair basketball, very much part of the programme of rehabilitation for those who were injured in service of their country. And this sport, as we mentioned, owing its origins to armed forces personnel looking to entertain themselves, and now armed forces personnel will entertain us on the sliding track.
Yeah, it's interesting, Ollie, you know, being here at these games and going to speak to some of the competitors and the coaching staffs and all of that. There aren't many people that aren't in this event. 200 competitors. I mean, every person wanted to try and wanted to be here, and this is obviously the first Invictus game with Winter Adaptive Sports, so everyone wanted to give it a go, and especially on this skeleton track, which should be absolutely a sight to see.
And some of these competitors have never experienced this sport before. Most have never experienced this sport before. So huge congratulations to all of them on the courage in actually embarking upon it on this world-famous course. And this is the gentleman who's going to get us underway.
You're looking good. Go number 1.
Frederick de Keyser of Belgium. Great to start this competition, the first ever skeleton competition at the Invictus Games, with an Invictus Games medalist, a discus medalist at The Hague in 2022. Well, from the discus, we now have much to discuss as we begin at the skeleton. And we congratulate Mr. de Keyser, who, the year after he won his Invictus Games medal, welcomed his daughter Mia into the world. He says that he is proud to be a part of these games and ready for an awesome adventure. Well, the awesome adventure begins. The skeleton competition is about to start for the first time ever at the 2025 Invictus Games. It is the maple leaf start that the competitors will begin at. That will take them around into Shiva to curve 11, large right-hand turn. They'll then make their way through curves 12, 13, 14 and 15. Then curve 16, that's when they've got this really tight bend coming around towards the finish line where they must avoid heading into the right-hand wall, and in doing so, get a really strong finish.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. He's going to finish right now in about just around 40 seconds. A great opening run for Mr. De Keyser. But the thing about the last turn, that Thunderbird corner, is you can get enough speed to be getting at about 100 kilometers an hour. We can't see it there because it is so nice and sunny outside, so they do have the course covered with the tarps just for safety concerns so the ice doesn't melt. But what a run.
So that's ISK 5, Frederick De Keyser. We're now going to move to his teammate and stay with ISK 5. Johan Dessart of Belgium is next to go. He says that the Invictus Games has helped him accept his disability. He said, even if we are disabled, we can continue doing sport and feel well and regain the top of our form. Well, here he goes, competing in the skeleton at the Invictus Games. And looking very controlled thus far.
Yes, it's very controlled. So here, as you can see, that's Thunderbird where it's covered. As you can see, the sun was there, so they did cover the track. But here, as you come into a finish line, a really good time.
That's the challenge coming out of Thunderbird, isn't it? That you have to try to avoid going right into that right-hand wall, which will take away your speed. But very well done. We'll give you an update on times as soon as we can. Lots of competitors to get through at these games, but the two gentlemen from Belgium, they really have set the standard, actually. Chance to look back at this work from Johan Dessart.
I think the biggest thing is being able to keep your body straight, not getting too high on the edges to be able to go too high, so it slows your momentum down. But making that turn all the way through Thunderbird corner and getting to your maximum speed was obviously something really good from Johan Dessart.
Colin Boudreau of the host nation, Canada, a retired finance clerk from the Navy, from New Brunswick, but based in Prince Edward Island.
I'm at the end of my line.
His lifelong lesson, he said, is mindfulness and living in the present. Good luck to him as he now begins his run in the skeleton competition.
You know, for some of these competitors being able to go down here, it will be their first time going down this track. They'll have seen it, they can look it up on the internet, and they can talk to fellow competitors, but you're only going to get a sense of doing it once. And, you know, for some of them, it's all about strategy. It's all about trying to keep that body nice and tight so you don't get too high on those corners. And it seems like the Canadian is doing a pretty good job here.
This is an extraordinary standard that we're watching. And he's really taken that last curve nicely, hasn't he, Colin Boudreau? Excellent. The first three really delivering high quality work on the track at the Whistler Sliding Centre. This is an iconic course, and what it must mean to particularly Canadian earth to get to take to that.
Yeah, I mean, so many different events happen here at the Whistler Sliding Center. Construction started in 2005. Their first runs opened in 2008. Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games, obviously, in 2010. The Luge World Championships were held at this venue in 2013. In 2019, bobsleigh and skeleton, and they just had the 2025 Luge World Championships this past week here before the Invictus Games.
Let's go.
Representing Canada is laboratory technician Kim Hardy, serving in the Army from Sherbrooke.
Amazing. Super good, nice and pointed.
She said that after some difficulties in service, she isolated herself, lost interest in the things that she once enjoyed, lost the team spirit, the cohesion that her wonderful time in hockey brought her. And it's participation in the Invictus Games that is, for her, the rediscovery of the spirit of camaraderie and the unity that brought her to the Army in the first place. Well, the whole of the Invictus Games is with her. The support is with her now as she embarks.
So many wonderful team events in this, but for competitors that wanted to come and you know, show to themselves of what they can do and what they are capable of doing, this is an event for that, right? It's fear, it takes courage, it takes a lot of practice, it takes a lot of skill, and you know, the bravery of these competitors to be able to go down, and she is moving through the turns here.
Nice directing drive as she goes into 16. This exit's going to be...
It's another very positive time. Now, this was the first competitor in the ISK2 category.
The 60 to 70 kilogram category. 26 competitors going in that category there, Ollie.
And as I say, it's too early to really start thinking about who it is that's going to be on the podium. And really, that's not the point here. The point is the great celebration of the fortitude of these competitors in tackling this world-renowned course. We're dealing with one of the most famous venues for sliding in the world. Dorian Ziemer of Germany, ISK3 competitor, says they want to become part of this community, to experience the spirit, to give something back to their children, especially their wife. Tired of always hearing what they couldn't do. Sports has shown them what they can do and what they can achieve.
Yeah, and this isn't a traditional skeleton push to sprint start for the event, Ollie. All the starts are controlled by the officials, who make sure the sled is secure at the top, gives a little bit of instruction to the competitors before they give them a little push to start it.
Skeleton's all about getting the right line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maximising your efficiency of travel on that course.
Yeah, especially coming through the last turn into Thunderbird. It's almost as if you want to stay low and to the right so you don't go too high up. But you see some competitors going to the left and they're able to come down and try and squeeze your way through that final uphill climb to the finish line.
And it's lovely that we have both the cowbells and that iconic white cross to remind us of the Swiss origins of tobogganing, of luge, of skeleton. It wouldn't be a day on the sliding track without the cowbells.
Or an outdoor event. Actually, you know what? For the most part, a lot of these events, you're going to see it in here, especially a good Canadian culture to have those cowbells going.
Salvatore Tuminia of Italy, ISK4 competitor, says that participating in competitions helps him face everyday life. He's trying with his daily commitment to make his family and sports group proud. Well, they'll be proud as anything now as he gets underway. Just one run for all of these competitors.
Yeah, I wonder, it's going to be interesting to see as we go on if the competitors are able to watch the person in front of them going, whether they have different techniques of how they hold their bodies, right? And obviously the end of the goal is try and go as fast as you can down this 842-meter elevation hill that they're going around, and he's flying through that corner there at Thunderbird. He should be able to make a pretty good time here.
Yeah, that was a fine effort, wasn't it, from Salvatore Tuminia? It's interesting what you say, Earth, about being aware or not aware of the competitor that's going before you, because some people like to actually see what is coming, and others like to really shut themselves away and only think about their job. It really varies, doesn't it?
It does, and I think also for this event, because many of the competitors haven't seen it at all. So you do want to be able to look and see what exactly is happening as soon as you start, but you also need to get yourself ready to go and do it right after.
Just in case you were uncertain as to which nation this gentleman is representing with pride. It is Antonio Pellino, who decided to get back into the world of sport through rowing and swimming first and foremost. So many of the competitors at these games started their rehabilitation journey with indoor rowing, and that will be taking place on the last day of the games. We'll also have swimming later on in the games.
Yeah, I'm positive. Yeah. Okay, there.
Fascinating individual, Antonio Pellino. Very skilled Caribbean dancer.
Yep, perfect.
Loves to travel.
We'll see if he can move here on the track, Ollie. Well, I think the one thing that is very important, and as we watch this, we need to know is the officials, giving the instruction, taking the time to do this, making sure the competitors feel at ease and at comfortable before doing this event.
Vai! Vai, Lanzio, vai!
Final checks and preparations in progress.
Vai, vai! Vai, 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 vai!
With passion and verve, Antonio Pellino in the ISK5 begins.
He's making sure everyone knows he's coming down this hill.
And actually controlling it really nicely, smooth, clean display.
He's keeping it tight. He is flying through this final corner. He went up a little bit, as you can see there, and he's going to come around here in a little blind spot as we won't be able to see it. Oh, he's straight down the middle. Great run.
It's another very impressive performance. I think it's safe to say the quality of what we're actually seeing here from these competitors is quite something.
Well, that, and again, I'm going to go back to what we've talked about and what we will talk about. This is the first Invictus Games with winter adaptive sports. So a lot of these competitors have never seen this event, have never seen this hill, have never seen this venue. And now they're going down it with ease, with courage, with bravery, and putting up, you know, really good times.
And we'll bring you some clarification on the times later on in the competition, but it's not the most important thing. Salvatore Peroni, the final competitor from Italy in this cluster of athletes. Practiced sports since childhood, a special interest in horse riding, very accomplished equestrian, and then began competitive athletics after joining the Italian Armed Forces. This is an ISK2 run.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this, Ollie, is you don't get your own speed coming out of the gate, right? You're kind of having to generate that yourselves. Now, it takes a little bit of strategy. It's going to take some thinking before you go down here to try and, you know, get that fast time. But all the competitors have to have the exact same way that they're able to start these games. It's about, once you get on the course, how fast you're able to take yourself to finish.
Salvatore Peroni about to conclude, and actually perhaps a better line than we've seen from a lot of the competitors there from Peroni coming around to finish. Didn't seem to be too destabilized from that Thunderbird curve.
Yeah, you come out of it, and if your body is kind of tilted, your head goes towards the left, and that's not what you want if you're doing this. You're going to try and it's very hard, easy for us to say, but very hard to do when you're out there. But try and straighten your body out and not get too high on that final turn.
Important to state that this is only part of the Olympic Winter Games course. So they're starting around about the curve number 11 mark.
Yeah, the full elevation for the Olympics, I believe, is just over 1,000 meters. Or 1,200, sorry.
Arkadiusz Stoczynski of Poland, served in the army, based in the lovely city of Łódź, a soldier of the Military Centre for Medical Education in that esteemed city, and has been attending officer training at the Military Academy of Land Forces in Wrocław since mid-January. As this has been his big dream for years, participation in the Invictus Games. Well, here he goes.
Yeah, easy to get through the first turn there, and then now is when you start to pick up your speed, right? Come down to the second turn, and right into the corner. Looked like it was a great angle that going in. Let's see how it comes out. Oh yeah, perfect. That was a great run.
Very nicely delivered by Struzinski in the ISK4 classification. Lovely support for all of these competitors, and wonderful conditions, clear blue skies for the spectators. It must be a joy to actually get this close to the track.
Yeah, the host country and the two host cities, Vancouver and Whistler, have been showing off this week with, you know, the way that the weather's been and how it's looked, and it's made for, you know, the vibe of this event to be even higher. I mean, look how happy he is with that great run there.
Okay, so move up a little bit for me.
Danuț Nicola of Romania, Major Danuț Nicola,
This way. Yeah.
27-year army career. This is his second Invictus Games. He won a silver medal in the team archery competition at Sydney in 2018. This is one of the unique and wonderful things about the Games, the mixture of summer and winter sports.
Daniel, move this way.
Great work from the officials, just making sure that all is correct.
And then relax here. And then elbow.
Right, I mean, it's the equipment they use, right? It's a small, the sled's thinner, it's heavier than a luge sled, so the rider gets more control. And you're able to have that, and as they get their body, you know, right in the middle of the sled there, hands underneath tucked in, be able to control yourself using just your body.
Yes, there's some speculation, isn't there, that actually the sports skeleton may have been named for the rather bony appearance of the apparatus itself. Very distinct design. And we're looking here at Major Danuț Nicola. From a military family, his grandfather served. His father had a 30-year career.
Yeah, name of the game is speed, and he did pick up some through that Thunderbird hole.
We're seeing actually some very consistent times around the 32, 33, 34 mark from the vast majority of the competitors. And I just remind all of you that we're a long way away from knowing the destination of the medals, because there still is a second day of skeleton competition to take place. So the ISK1 event, for example, will only begin with around competitor number 95 on the start list. So that's 95 of 200. So we are in the embryonic stages of this Odyssey.
Yeah, and again, not exactly about winning in this event. It's about getting the competitors to go and have a feel for this event. Winter Adaptive Sports for the first time in the Invictus Games, just going out, being able to get to the top of that hill, being able to go. And really, for this event, skeleton, like I've said before, and like we've talked about, not a lot of people have seen it. Not a lot of people know what it's about. So until you go down and do it and experience it, it's one of these things that a lot of these competitors said that they wanted to go and have that experience doing.
And after it's all done, they can look at that. Exquisite.
It is a beautiful day up there.
So we have the skeleton competition in progress. 5 medal events. The ISK2 thus far sees Kim Hardy as the strongest, 32.93 seconds. Very good performance ahead of Salvatore Perrone, the Italian. Leading in the ISK3, Dorian Zima, 32.83 seconds. In the ISK4, it's Arkadiusz Struzinski, 33.06. Not too far behind was Salvatore Tuminia. In the ISK5, Frederick De Keyser, 32.86. So we're looking, therefore, at around about 33 seconds or just shy of that to go into a leading position. We'll keep those times in mind as we move on.
Yeah, and as we talk about it, Frederick De Keyser was the first competitor to go down and put up a speed up that before any competitor. So good for him to be able to go down and do that at a time of 32.86 seconds to get down this course.
Can you imagine being somebody who's an Invictus Games medalist in both the discus in athletics field events and the skeleton. And that would put you in a very unique group of people across the world.
I don't think that there are many that can say that.
It might be a club of one.
Yeah, it might be. But you know what? A lot of these competitors here are one of one, right? You know, the experiences that they've had, the stories that they want to share, everything that they've been through that gets them here, whether it was in Invictus Games the year before or even being able to come here to Vancouver and Whistler for these games puts them in their own unique category.
We just remind ourselves that we are at the Whistler Sliding Centre, operating on the unceded shared territory of the Squamish Nation and the Lil'wat Nation. And it is a beautiful part of the world. It is day 2 of the 2025 Invictus Games. And the simplicity of skeleton is that it's the fastest to get to the end that wins it. And that's the only bit that's simple.
Well, the name of the game is speed, right? It is that. And it's for this one, it's controlled speed. It's how you're able to, you know, put your body in a position that you can go down and maximize the most amount of speed that you can get, whether that's a different angle or a different turn or go about things a certain way. So I'm sure that competitors watching this are looking and seeing, okay, maybe if I do something a little bit different entering that Thunderbird corner, or maybe my first turn has to be different. So it's going to be really interesting to see as we go on. As you've definitely reminded, we've got a long way to go.
The second group of competitors in the skeleton are about to take to the track at the Whistler Sliding Centre, and we'll begin with the representation from Australia. We'll then see some Canadians, some Romanians, and it will be fascinating to see who it is across those ISK 2, 3, 4 and 5 categories that can push up towards the leading times, and we'll remind you of those leading times as we get underway. No action so far in ISK 1, that will come later on in our coverage, and it will be Major Elizabeth Daly who is going to get this second flight started. Alternatively, we could just look at that all day because it is a charming sight. It's one of the loveliest experiences, actually, of being in this part of the world is the elegance and power of the natural landscape, the beauty of the trees here. Some of the largest trees in the world that you'll ever see in this part of the planet. Imposing and stirring.
It's quite remarkable, the architecture of this course and the way that it was built and construction and configured. And obviously, you know, at an Olympic level and a World Cup level, it is a very difficult course. So we've said it off the beginning, you know, the track is in track record right now, which means it is the fastest it has been. So competitors are getting the full experience here in the first day of the Winter Adaptive Sports at the Invictus Games.
And there it is, the track at the Whistler Sliding Centre. The competitors will begin at the Maple Leaf start, which is towards the end of the full length of the course. It's around about the curve 11 beginning. And as I mentioned earlier on at the very start of our coverage of this entire day of competition, the Maple Leaf is such an iconic emblem of Canada, first used in 1834. Its first military use was 1860 for the 100th Prince of Wales Royal Canadian Regiment of Foot, used on their badge. First time Canadian competitors wore the Maple Leaf in international sport was at the Olympic Games in 1908. And of course is known worldwide for its use on the beautiful flag of this fine sporting nation. Very bright day, and that's why the blinds are down over part of the course.
Yeah, part over Thunderbird for sure. The sun just directly hitting it to make sure that the ice, you know, stays protected and it doesn't start to melt. So obviously, some very good safety protocols are being held intact.
As I mentioned, they start at the large right-hand curve 11. Then they move through what's called the Gold Rush Trail, 12 through to 15, and then we get to curve 16, Thunderbird, and that's where we've got that shielded section for the competitors. And Thunderbird, a curve that's an honour to the First Nations traditional stories on whose traditional territory the track is situated.
Yeah, no, it's a way, like you see the blinds there and the tarps covering it to make sure that this course is safe. But, you know, getting as fast as you can through that is basically the goal. I mean, the sled approaches and blitzes through the curve at maximum speed, right, sweeps around 180 degrees, so almost a full turn where you're doing it in there as you come around. You know, it's the sound of a Thunderbird, and then, you know, it's equated to, like you just mentioned, you know, the host First Nations and the flapping of its huge wings, right, and all of that. So it's an interesting area and an interesting design, part of this course. Interesting part about that corner as well, Ollie, maximum speed and G-forces are experienced here. What that means is athletes can feel up to, depending on how fast they're going, 5 times their body weight when they enter that curve.
5 Gs of pressure, fascinating. So Maple Leaf start, curve 11, then through the Gold Rush Trail, 12, 13, 14 and 15. Curve 12 is the Hulk is 50-50 because they say there's a 50-50 chance of successfully navigating that one. Coined by Steve Holcomb, the gold medal winning US 4-man bobsled pilot in 2010. The 13, 14 and 15 takes you then to C16, curve 16, Thunderbird, and then to the finish line. And that's what they'll all be contemplating.
Definitely no skeleton.
Major Elizabeth Daly said that there are 2 principal aims. One is to stay on the skeleton and the other is to rock her Ned Flanders style lycra suit. Her words, mission accomplished.
There you go.
Oh, she nailed it with the goggles.
She just used the Ned Flanders line. Yeah. It's like I'm wearing nothing at all.
Yeah, what do you want? We can go up there if you want. No? Or...
Good to see some classic Simpsons references.
Oh, it's great.
You can see the track.
Major Daly first enlisted as a reservist soldier, then commissioned into the Royal Australian Army Medical Corps, twice deployed overseas. Major Daly actually wrote the COVID-19 training packages for all of the Australian Defence Force and has been the officer commanding at the Health Specialist Wing at the ADF School of Health. So just to go from something frivolous, the Ned Flanders Simpsons references, to something of deep meaning, Major Daly's act of service to her own country, just in that one exercise alone, immeasurable, enormous.
And you hear stories like that from all sorts of athletes and from representing every country that are here at the Invictus Games. She represented Army in rugby union and downhill ski racing as well.
Yes, certainly no stranger to winter sports, Major Daly. Also a very good gymnast for 8 years as a child, and one imagines if you can stay on a balance beam, you have a fighting chance of staying on this track. She says, Elizabeth Daly, that sport has always been her way to feel good, that on some of her very worst days has achieved a personal best and doesn't really know how it happened, but somehow it did. And I think there are a lot of people who can empathise with that in sport, that sometimes the hardest bit is actually making yourself go and do it when you don't feel like doing it, and then it actually is the thing that lifts you.
Absolutely, and I think that this event itself is a little bit of that, right? And I think when you look at that, being able to, we just saw her climb those stairs, get up there. I mean, this is an intimidating event. You were, for lack of better words, flying down on a toboggan on a sheet of ice and reaching speeds of up to 80 to 100 kilometers an hour. And for some of the competitors that have never done this before, it will be an eye-opening experience.
Sometimes it doesn't do well to think about it too much, does it?
Don't think, just do.
Yes. Great to have your company wherever in the world you call home, whoever you're supporting, and however long you've been watching the great spectacle that is the Invictus Games. This is the 2025 edition, Vancouver Whistler, the Whistler Sliding Centre. And the first time that we've ever enjoyed winter sports at the Invictus Games. The skeleton taking its origins from the activities of English soldiers in the 1880s who decided to construct a toboggan track between Davos and Klosters, added some curves and bends in for fun, And we've certainly got some curves and bends here. All of that ultimately led to the creation of the world famous Cresta Run. And that actually was where the Olympic Winter Games sliding events were held in 1928 and 1948 in St. Moritz. Well, it's no joking matter. We are close to getting underway. This second flight is soon to begin. And there it is, the finish point. And that's just coming out of curve number 16. Important to stress that they obviously are going uphill as they move to the finish to aid in slowing down.
That's the thing. So the final turn, as you see there, you almost be wanting to reach your maximum speed maybe 15 to 20 meters before that, so you can come around that corner, because you do start to ascend uphill, so you can slowly, so it does slow you down to finish.
I think it's worth everyone just staring as the athletes actually come across the line at the center of the screen, which is giving you some indication of how tight that Thunderbird curve is. You can see it there, the finish is just roughly in the center of your screen. The Thunderbird curve, as you say, about 180 degrees you've got to turn around at real pace.
Focus.
You ready?
Representing Australia, Major Elizabeth Daly, who said that her aim is to rock the Ned Flanders style lycra suit.
Okay, we need 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute to start.
From Newcastle in New South Wales, and has done extraordinarily important work for the Australian Army Medical Corps. Wrote the COVID-19 training packages for the entire Australian Armed Forces. Has been officer commanding at the Health Specialist Wing at the ADF School of Health. Supremely important work at one of the most supremely difficult times the world has seen. Sport has always been Major Daly's way of feeling good about herself. Very fine rugby union player, downhill ski racer, gymnast as a child.
2 torn ACLs. You come back from that as well.
I want you to just make sure that we're not cranking.
Yeah, she's been working hard, hasn't she, Major Daly, to regain strength and movement after those injuries.
Straighter through there, okay? It's going to make it a little bit better variety. Got it?
Yep.
Okay,
Her
nice
two
and
best
relaxed.
friends, Lisa and Ellen, here to support.
Okay, have fun, Elizabeth!
Good luck to Major Elizabeth Daly of the Australian Army.
And away she goes. Head down there through the first turn.
Doing really well.
Yeah, doing really well. Keeping the body tight, straight. And this is it. This is where you want to be at your absolute fastest right here.
But still keeping the sled perfectly under control.
Coming round through Thunderbird and heading towards the finish. Major Elizabeth Daly said there were 2 aims here: to not fall off the skeleton and to rock the Ned Flanders style lycra suit. Tick, tick, job done, Major Daly.
Yeah, absolutely, and in style. And in style with the goggles and the gloves and everything. That was a great run. Great way to come down that. Through the final turn was the most important, like we've talked about. And be able to get all the speed.
So much fun.
Up over the wall.
Just to remind all of you, 32.83 seconds is the fastest so far in the ISK 3 competition. This is Sean Grimmond of Australia, 36, from Sydney originally, but now based in lovely Adelaide. Was an airborne electronics analyst in the Royal Australian Air Force, served for the best part of 20 years. Partner Helena is here in Vancouver. Brother Tom, still serving, will be watching from home. This is a very fine sportsman. Sean Grimmond was a rugby union, soccer and cricket player as a child, a qualified referee who made it to national level as well.
He's in ISK 5, the 91 to 100 kilogram category.
is 32.86 seconds, the fastest that we've seen so far in ISK5. We'll bring you an update on the times at the end of this second flight.
So here it is, right? You mentioned the final turning, going through that gold rush to get in here into Thunderbird. So let's see how he comes out of this turn. Oh yeah, very straight.
Yeah, minimal contact with the side of the course there. Two of the Australians have finished their runs. Major Elizabeth Daly and Sean Grimmond. We have a look back at the run here of 36-year-old Sean Grimmond.
Fine run, 33.67 seconds officially.
To make sure our elbows are nice and tight.
Sue Osborne of Australia, 49, from Shell Harbour in New South Wales, but lives now in Queensland. Was part of the parachute surgical team, working as a medic in places like East Timor and the Solomon Islands. Was deployed twice to Afghanistan. The sport has only recently come back into Sue Osborne's life after joining the adaptive sports program.
Well, she's making her way down with some pretty good speed here. Yeah, in through that final turn, Thunderbird, here we go. She turns around.
That is one of the best clean passages through to the finish that we've actually seen from anyone. Dorian Zima, 32.83 seconds, the fastest currently in the ISK3, and that's Sue Osborne's category. We'll bring you an update on Sue Osborne's time as soon as we have it.
It's fun. The last two competitors, you could hear them saying, that was so much fun, that was so cool. I think that's the echo of everyone, especially when doing this event.
Luke Manhire from Australia.
Really relax those shoulders.
This is ISK5, 44-year-old from Adelaide. Joined the army as a rifleman in 2011, deployed to Afghanistan in 2012. Says sport has played a huge role in improving his mental health. He was over the moon with joy, in his words, to be given the opportunity to compete here. He has 4 lads between the age of 3 and 23. Wants to show them no matter what life throws your way, you can pick yourself up and keep moving forward. Well, he's moving forward now.
Yeah, Manny Manhire being able to go down here, and you notice the officials saying keep your shoulders relaxed. You know, it helps with your whole body, and it helps with, you know, just making sure that you're able to control yourself when you do. You don't want to tense up, especially when going through these turns, and you want to keep yourself as safe as possible.
Bit of a clunky exit from 15, but it turned it into a friend.
This is ISK5. So coming in around about the 35-second mark, it is Frederick de Keyser on 32.86 who's leading ISK5. That was the first competitor.
You mentioned that, and we've seen there's a, you know, Antonio Paulino had a 32.91, but other than that, you know, it is slowing down a little bit. But for Frederick de Keyser to go down and do it in just over 30 seconds for the first run of the day, you know, maybe the ice was at its freshest then and it's since changed a little bit, but even then, a great run, and all these competitors are putting up some very, very good times finishing this.
There's a camera on me.
Brittany Hendry of Canada, retired resource management support clerk from the Royal Canadian Air Force.
I don't know if the world can hear me talking.
Yes, they can.
Canada.
ISK2 competitor.
Well, the world can hear you, Brittany, and now the world's about to see you try and go down this run and see if you can, you know, get as much speed as you can possible, making it your way down the mountain here.
Including her son Winston, and she says that is what she's most grateful for in her life. He attracts and reflects light even on the cloudiest days. No clouds in the sky today.
Oh, beautiful sentiment there. She comes down through Thunderbird here.
Safe entrance to 16.
Yeah, very safe entrance there. Turning around and clear exit point as well.
That's probably going to go into second place in ISK2 behind her teammate Kim Hardy.
That's awesome. I ping pong
brilliant from Brittany Hendry.
Nice.
Hi, I'm here to be your hands.
One of the most fun things about this event, I think, is the maybe little apprehension from the start. The competitor goes through the run and the sheer jubilation and how happy they are competing and being able to finish it and get through. And they talk about how happy they are.
Oh, definitely I was relaxed. But I never ping-ponged. I ping-pong every time.
So she mentioned ping pong means going back and forth between the ice, you know, like as a ping pong table would, back and forth there.
Really sink into that upper body and keep going.
Marie-Ève Pelletier of Canada.
Perfect.
14 years of service as a military police officer, now retired. Actually cited the axiom of the games ahead of this. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Of extra special meaning here for the Canadians being on this iconic track.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure a lot of them know exactly where this is and what it's about in Whistler, in Vancouver, and you know the Olympics and the history of this sport in this country. Well, lots of beautiful entrance through there and into Thunderbird and around the corner here. Let's see the finish. Oh, wow. Great stuff there.
Just around about the 34.5 mark by the looks of things. We'll wait for confirmation of that. Likely to still be Kim Hardy in the lead in the ISK2 category. She watched the broadcast, Marie-Ève Pelletier of Dusseldorf, the previous games, and wanted to apply as a result of it. Felt she needed a challenge to shift her life towards healthier habits.
Amazing. Woo! A lot of rush.
She mentioned a lot of rush being able to go down there. And yeah, those 30 seconds is definitely an adrenaline rush.
Relax.
Gabriel Hanganu of Romania. Senior Sergeant Gabriel Hanganu,
This is perfect.
22-year-old
Like
Army
this.
veteran.
Nice and relaxed, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Go, Gabriel!
Both of Gabriel Hanganu's parents had long and distinguished careers in the military. That's what inspired him to join.
And again, got to give the officials a lot of credit here. They're making the competitor feel at ease, right? Relax, you know, head down. And I think the official's job is also making safety is the #1 priority for these athletes to be able to come down and go and reach their maximum potential in these events. So as long as you're relaxed, you know, keeping your head down, shoulders straight, you'll be able to go through this run with ease.
You're watching here ISK 5, one of 5 medal events in the skeleton at these games. Senior Sergeant Hanganu is hugely proud that his son has followed the family tradition and is a student at the Air Force Academy in Brasov, near Bucharest. Brasov was actually the first place in Romania where the national anthem was sung. Now it is the site of the Air Force Academy.
Yeah, and you saw him, you know, kind of lift up at the end there. I know it's obviously tough and very unnatural if you've never done this before, but the important thing for a lot of these athletes to do is to remember to
really relax. Melton.
Fiorel Amzarescu of Romania, platoon leader and corporal serving in the armed forces. The desire to be there for his young son has given him determination.
Yeah, relax and melt in. Those are the 2 words that you hear the officials saying a lot before the competitors are off down the mountain here.
It is Frederick de Keyser who still leads over Antonio Pellino. Gabriel Hanganu of Romania has just gone into 3rd place. What will his teammate Viorel Amzarescu do?
He was making it through Thunderbird there. It looked like he was a little wobbly coming out. Yeah. So you keep your head down, and you keep relaxed and keeping your shoulders down, you won't get the ping-ponging, as we've heard here, too much.
Well, I hope you're enjoying watching this as much as the competitors are enjoying being part of it. The skeleton for the first time ever at the Invictus Games. Vancouver Whistler. Let's look back at 1nViCtu.
Yeah, legs were a little up to start, and then straightened out the body after a bit, but here at the end, I think lifted his head up a little bit late, and that kind of causes the wind to go and move the body in different directions.
Whoa. Amazing. I'm scared.
You're scared?
Yeah.
No, you did good. Good job. Here, you can take this right off your head.
Daddy!
There you go.
I pushed you on our feet!
All right, I'm gonna get that.
Lovely. What an atmosphere. What a venue. What a spectacle for the first time ever at the Invictus Games, the sport of skeleton. So this is how things currently stand in the ISK2 single run. Kim Hardy, 32.93, the fastest time. Just the one run that all of these competitors will get to do in the ISK3 skeleton event. It's Dorian Zima, 32.83, leading the way. Elizabeth Daly, who we just saw there, going into second place, starting off this run. Arkadiusz Sudzinski of Poland is the strongest in the ISK4, 33.06. And the ISK5, Viorel Amzarescu, who we've just seen, has gone into the gold medal position, 32.78. Said that he was scared, but it was amazing. Well, that's an amazing time, and it's a scary time for everyone else now to try to do better than.
Oh, conquered his fear, right? And that's kind of what these games are about, being able to do that and go and, you know, get to places and make yourself feel uncomfortable in putting yourself in a position to do something like this here at the first ever Winter Adaptive Invictus Games. An absolutely beautiful day here in Whistler. It has been beautiful for the last week as competitors have been welcomed from all over the world to Vancouver and Whistler for the 2025 Invictus Games. You're looking at the Whistler Sliding Center. Thunderbird corner, that's the final turn the competitors will take before the finish line. It's been an amazing day so far. Great weather, great atmosphere. The support that athletes have gotten from families, from friends, from members of the media covering this event, from the population of people that go and watch these events has been absolutely remarkable. And we're just getting started, right? And only a couple days into the competition here, and it's going to be amazing. Welcoming now Blythe Lawrence with us. Welcome.
Hello, it is a pleasure to be here, and this is such an exciting event. You put it so well, Irv, earlier when you talked about the jubilation that the competitors seem to exude as they come off the course. It's very different from how some of them look as they prepare to get started, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing is, you know, you mentioned the athlete that just finished said I was scared, and now being able to go and do this event and, you know, conquer your fear, and now sitting in a gold medal position, they didn't think it was happening. Our next flight coming up here will be taking place shortly. Eun-jae Hwang from Korea is going to be going first in ISK4. That's the category for 81 to 90 kilogram athletes.
And we haven't seen too many ISK4 competitors yet, just two. The first place being occupied currently by Arkadiusz Studzinski of Poland, 33.06 seconds, his time.
Just a beautiful day. It really is. I mean, this venue, you look at it all the way from the top, the Olympic level. I mean, the athletes here are starting from the Maple Leaf start point, which is further down. But even so, a terrific scene, a terrific backdrop for these Invictus Games.
And it really gives a good sense, doesn't it, of just how massive this course is and just how much speed you can generate. Because look at it, the athletes here, they have 842 meters of elevation to go through. The Olympic course, even longer than that.
Speed, name of the game, right? And it's a beautiful sunny day. That's why you see the tarps over the Thunderbird corner in the final turn to make sure that the ice doesn't melt, make sure you're keeping all the competitors safe. That's that finish line. You see the little uphill incline as it helps slow the competitors down when they are finishing this race. You know, Blythe, you and I are both from these parts in Vancouver and Whistler, and obviously, you know, where you grew up and you've been on the mountains. So the backdrop of this and these events, and for competitors from all over the world being able to come and experience this and see this for the first time. There's competitors here that haven't seen snow in 15 years. There's competitors here that have never even seen a winter games like this. So for them to come in here, how special must it be for them?
It's been such a discovery, and we've heard it again and again from athletes who do not live in parts of the world that are mountainous or that have snow. And they have had the opportunity, thanks to training for these Invictus Games, to experience the mountains, the culture of winter sports for the first time. And by and large, everyone has just adored it. It really is a special thing to be able to not only go down a course on a skeleton in the prone position, but then finish and be surrounded by these amazing landscapes, the evergreens that are just covered in snow, the conifer trees that are iconic to the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, absolutely. If we weren't looking at pictures, you painted one of the most beautiful pictures I think I've ever seen in my head if I just closed my eyes and listened to you there, Blythe. It was remarkable. But again, that's what the story of these games is, the inner beauty of everything, right? The inner beauty of these athletes being able to come here, get out of their comfort zone and go and show that they're able to do this. And we're now here, obviously, at the Whistler Sliding Center, getting ready for more of these athletes to be able to compete here down in Skeleton.
This is an event that plays so well into the ethos of the Invictus Games. You said it so well yourself earlier. This is about, for many people, facing their fears, to get down this course, but also in a grander sense, in their lives, in their journeys, in their struggles. This is a little microcosm, perhaps, of what many people here are going through.
No, absolutely. Beautiful day, beautiful conditions. It couldn't be more perfect, if I'm being honest, right? The air temperature is -5, ice temperature -8, great conditions. The only problem, if there is one, is that it's too sunny, but who's worried about that, right? It's a beautiful day there in Whistler. You'd rather have that than the rain that we're used to here in Vancouver, and, you know, it is going to make for, you know, quite the scene here for the next couple hours.
And if you are a skier, a snowboarder, a winter sports person, you know that there are certain days when the sky is just blue and everything is crystal clear and the sun comes out shining like a diamond and you just cannot wait to be on the mountain. This is one of those days.
Well, we're looking right now and we see the Thunderbird corner. The blinds are down. It is a beautiful picture, perfect day up in Whistler, also in Vancouver as well. That's that final turn before the competitors come across the finish line in this skeleton event. That's the turn where you want to be getting your absolute most speed as you head down to finish and try and get the best time as you possibly can. It's kind of interesting because, I'm sorry, Blythe, it is kind of interesting because you're coming down and, you know, you can kind of feel the outside air on you when you're there, but now with these blinds down, it's like you're going into a tunnel almost.
And that must have quite a different effect when you go from light to dark very quickly, especially when you are picking up the speeds that we have been talking about. It could have somewhat of a jarring effect, but maybe not. Every competitor seems to react to this a bit differently, but the thing that unites them all, actually, that we've seen is the joy in finishing this run.
Yeah, and I think that that's why it's important to, you know, give the officials a lot of credit here. You know, they're telling the competitors to relax. You keep your head down so you're not putting your head up and getting too excited or overwhelmed with where you are or how fast you're going. And I think that that is a number one thing that a lot of these athletes are going to be reminded constantly as we continue the day.
From a sports psychology point of view as well, it's always better to be relaxed. When you feel good, you can often perform surpassing yourself.
100%. There is Hwang Eun-jae from the Republic of Korea. He's going to be able to go up there and make his way down the mountain. He experienced the 2024 Disabled Veteran Sports Competition, said it allowed him to sweat alongside a few other veterans. It was also then that he learned about the Invictus Games, and a strong desire arose to demonstrate that Korean soldiers are as resilient as any in the world, competing in the ISK4 category, 81 to 90 kilograms. Eun-jae Hwang.
Not yet.
And again, it's important that, you know, these athletes and competitors pay attention to the officials. I know that everyone's excited and they want to get going, and they have obviously a lot of adrenaline going, but safety is the number one concern, and you can tell that he's absolutely eager to get down the mountain.
He looks pumped.
I'm from Korea, and yesterday we have win in curling. Gold medal!
Curling!
Twice gold medal!
Yeah.
It's me!
Oh. Maybe 3 times.
Yes, maybe.
Maybe 3 times.
What position you play? I'm just watching. Oh, okay. But Korean! Yeah.
So happy as an observer to his fellow country men and women going and competing and winning the gold medal in curling.
It was an absolutely brilliant start for the Republic of Korea to these Invictus Games. They were spectacular all throughout the pool play in wheelchair curling, and in the final as well. They won, they eked out the victory, really hung on in a match that will be remembered for years to come.
He is trying to add to that medal list. Let's see if he can put up a very good score here competing in the ISK4 category. Eun-jae Hwang, Republic of Korea.
He said yesterday it was my teammates. Today, maybe it will be me. Of course, the medals won't be given out until tomorrow. There are 100 or so competitors competing today in skeleton and another 100 tomorrow. So all of these results are provisional, but they do give us a sense of where things stand and will at the end of the day. He goes cleanly into and through the Thunderbird turn, and that's a very nice line at the finish.
It's an absolutely nice line, probably right around 34 seconds, maybe a little bit under that, but great run. Be able to go and you see it. I think these images of these competitors finishing and the jubilation and how happy they are to be able to go and do this, it just speaks to the excitement of the games.
And this was such a confident run from start to finish. You saw his exuberance, of course, as he was getting into the starting position, and then afterwards.
Thank you, waiting. I'm from Korea.
Next up, we have Hang-gi Kim.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
He He's someone who credits the National Disabled Veterans Sports Competition, just like his teammate Hwang Eun-jae, for giving him confidence in every sport. And he says that here he is committed to giving his best effort for both the Republic of Korea and the National Disabled Sports Veterans Commission.
He's doing a very good job coming down through these turns. And here's where you want to pick up your most speed. See, he put his legs down a little bit there to be able to get through Thunderbird, to go in and come around. Let's see how he comes out of that turn. Yeah, great. Another very, very solid run. I think my favorite part now is to see the competitors at the finish and how happy they are to be able to, one, be done, but two, just show how exciting it is for some of them to be able to go and do this.
You can just imagine the adrenaline rush, can't you? And being a bit nervous potentially at the top of the course and then going through and doing it and having it go very well.
Woogun Park being able to go down now. He lost a leg and several fingers due to a landmine explosion on a mission in 2021. So overcoming was largely thanks to his family. He had a lot of unwavering support, encouragement, strength from, he says, from his wife and children were his greatest source of courage. A lot of courage to be able to go up and make his way down the mountain here as well.
He follows two of his teammates, and he has the distinction of being the first active duty service member selected to represent the Republic of Korea at the Invictus Games. Congratulations to him.
Says competing in this event as an athlete gives me confidence I can do this, and I'm excited to show my children a proud side of their father. Well, he's definitely making them proud on this run. He is flying down this mountain, putting up some great speeds as he's coming through that final turn. That is Thunderbird Corner, and here across the finish line with the great speed. Oh, little turny at the end, may have lifted his head just a little bit, kind of changed the trajectory of where his body was going, but in the end, an absolutely great run and be able to get up and down that mountain.
It was so smooth, particularly through the Gold Rush Trail portion of the course. You're right, at the end, just a few bumps here and there as he came across the line. We'll see where that places him.
Natalie Lewis from the UK, competing in the ISK3 category, 71 to 80 kilograms. She says, lives with ADHD. She says, I want people to know it's okay to be different. I want people to know it's okay to struggle, and her family is here supporting her at these games in Canada.
Note the body position. One of the things that competitors have to do in skeleton is they really have to lift their lower legs and keep them above the ice. It really tests the abdominal muscles.
It's a lot of core. Definitely is a lot of core, right? Just putting up some pretty good speed there. And a lot of this event is making sure that your whole body is relaxed, right? The sled, the equipment that you use, there isn't much of it. So to be able to direct your body and control your body to go down a mountain and reach speeds of nearly 80 to 100 kilometers an hour is very special, and she did a great job of that.
Fitting for a flight sergeant in the Royal Air Force.
I want you to really relax through here.
Mac McLaren, also representing the United Kingdom. He's the wheelchair rugby captain. Joined the Army in 1998, served in Bosnia, Iraq.
Yeah. Oh, who's that? The jock.
The Irishman here.
Ah, bueno.
It's sort of like curling, but it's human curling, so you just understand that.
Nice and relaxed, okay?
So you hear the officials saying, make sure you keep yourselves relaxed, chest down, shoulders down, head down.
And there's a duality to it, isn't there? Because while you want the shoulders and the neck and the head relaxed at the same time, you are working your core, pressing through those abdominal muscles.
Absolutely.
You got this, Mac. You ready? Fire up, you got this.
And off Mac goes down the mountain.
He's competing in the ISK5 category. The current time to beat, 32.78 seconds. That's set by G&m3S of Romania, the last competitor in Flight 2. And again, it's another very smooth-looking run.
It really is.
Well paced. And into the Thunderbird turn, and down through the finish, and straight as an arrow.
Yeah. And he had that great entrance into Thunderbird corner. So I think what the competitors are trying to do now is you come at it from above and work your way down through the turn so you can get your most speed. Here's how happy he is.
Can I go again? Come on, Mike! Huh?
On the left side is where you want to get exit.
That is fucking awesome.
You're fine.
Forgive the lapse into the vernacular there, but can you blame him, really?
No, you can't. He's excited. He's happy to be here. You heard him say, "Can I do it again?"
An experience truly unlike any other. This is the exhilaration of sport, the exhilaration of the Invictus Games.
Once in their life. Woo!
You hear it from all the competitors. I said the best part of this event may not even be doing the event, but it's actually the end when you see how happy these competitors are just finishing it and going out. And, you heard his excitement there. And also just imagine, Blythe, like, you've got people cheering you. You've got the Cowboys. There's so much adrenaline. You're coming down a mountain nearly 75, 80, 90 miles or kilometers an hour.
Mac McLaurin actually tried out for the Invictus Games 3 times. He was potentially amongst those who would be selected for Sydney, The Hague in 2020, Dusseldorf in 2023. He was never selected, but he did not let that stop him. He said that each no has spurred him on to achieve other things. And he feels that here, everything I've been fighting for, he said, all these years has finally come to fruition. I want to tell everyone who has had doubts or had that no to just keep fighting. No is not never, and I'm proof of that.
Well, and you heard him just say, "I came, I saw, I conquered," right? And he had the "I am," in the back of his head with the haircut and obviously the hairspray and whatnot. But that's exactly what these events are, right? Courage, determination, showing a willingness to get out of your comfort zone. We did a story a few days ago with an American wheelchair volleyball player, and she said that, athlete or human first, athlete second. And I think that's should be something that we all look at when we watch these games, is that these competitors, they've been through so much in their lives, and now they're going and being able to do things and compete at a very high level for a lot of them, and doing things that they've never done before. And especially being the first edition, having winter adaptive sports in the Invictus Games.
That's so well said, Irv. This is about so much more than just sport.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see kind of where things go here a little bit. And as the day goes on and we get through the days of competition here, we have to remind everybody that medals aren't going to be awarded on this day of competition because there are so many competitors that want to take part in this event. About 200, I think. And when you look at it and you saw the start list of how many people doing this event, you knew that everyone was excited for it. Everyone wanted to do it. And obviously you heard Mac McLaurin say, everyone's got to try that at least once in their lives. And, well, he did it, and he put up a pretty good time doing it.
Are you feeling inspired yourself?
I am. I don't know if I'm going to do the skeleton, though, but I would be very excited to watch, at least go and see it in person live, because it is a wonderful event.
And as these competitors go down the track, they are hearing the cheers and the applause of not just their own teammates or their own family members, but really the whole Invictus family that has come to Whistler to witness these winter sports events and has just been thrilled to be here. There's a brilliant atmosphere.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at it, people calling the gold medal game of the wheelchair curling. That was obviously an incredible thing to watch. And, wheelchair basketball, the final. It was great. Team Israel coming and being able to do what they did and beat Team USA in convincing fashion. And, you mentioned the spirit of the events. Team Unconquered, winning a bronze medal in wheelchair basketball as well, right? You know, players from different countries, competitors from different countries, you know, maybe not being able to go in and compete for their country in a certain event, still know there is a place for them in these events.
There are different nations here, there are different teams here, but really, everyone is Team Invictus.
Yep.
It is a family, it is a community.
Oh, it's a common goal, right? Everyone is here for a reason, and yes, the games are probably secondary to a lot of these people who just wanted to show that, you know, everything that they've been through their entire lives, through all of their service, through injuries that they may have, to things that they may be going through, that, you know, it's okay to go out and be able to perform. And sometimes you're doing it for yourself, sometimes you're doing it for your family, your friends, and there's so many different sources of inspiration for these competitors, their coaches, their families, and all of that. But watching them, and I think the best thing is watching them finish and being able to go. It doesn't matter about the time, nobody cares, but going through an event, especially like this, because it is so short, a single person event, to go down a mountain full of ice and compete and finish the race, I think is an extraordinary thing to watch.
And just the nature of ice itself, because it is so slippery. And if you are a skier, if you are a snowboarder, you perhaps have been frightened by ice at some point. It is very much a different sensation being on ice than being on snow, and it's so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing is, you know, a lot of people may not realize that most of these competitors will have never seen this exact track. This will be their first time going down it. This will be their first time even seeing it. And for some of them, may not even have seen snow in quite some time, may not have even had winter conditions in quite some time. So when you see the jubilation, you see the enjoyment, you see the relief of making it down the mountain and going about that, it really is inspiring to watch.
And later on, in one of the upcoming flights, we will have a man from New Zealand who has not been around snow in 35 years. And so it's an extraordinary story of an extraordinary man that we will be seeing a bit later on. But it's just the pull of the mountains of Whistler, of the Invictus Games, that propels people to do things that for them are different and challenging, and it just, the stories are incredible.
Yeah, this is the backdrop. I mean, it's beautiful. This is the Whistler Sliding Center up in Whistler, British Columbia. Beautiful day. It's been a beautiful few days up in Whistler for these events. That right there where you see the tarps covering the sheet of ice, that is Thunderbird Corner. That is the final corner that competitors will go through before they cross the finish line. It is one of the corners that you can reach the maximum speed and G-forces, their experience there, as athletes might be able to feel up to 5 times their body weight when they enter that corner. So the strategy of it is, you got to go at it maybe from the top down, or if you're going to do whatever you want to do to try and get your most speed. But that, if you're going at it, if you're a coach telling an athlete, or if you're someone, that is the point where you want to try and be at your fastest to put a good time. But like I've said, watching these events and being around these events and talking to some of these individuals with these Invictus Games here, it isn't about winning and losing. It's about getting up and going and doing it. Kim Hardy still leading the ISK2 single run with a time of 32.93 seconds. Canadian there. Now the ISK3 single run is Dorian Ziemer of Germany, 32.83 seconds. As you see, some members of Team Ukraine waking their way. ISK4, the single live run, Poland leading with a time of just over 33 seconds. And the thing that impressed me most, to be honest, is the first run of the day was Frederic de Keyser, who has since been replaced by Vioriel Amorescu from Romania, of 32.78 seconds. Frederic de Keyser, the first run of the day, and for quite some time in the ISK5 category, he was leading.
It's very interesting. The first person to go down the track in ISK 5, and then in the second flight, the last person to go down the track, putting up the first and second best times.
Yeah. It's almost like Porel was watching and knew what he had to do in order to get that time. But again, like I've said before, it is about getting up on the top of the mountain. It's about getting through the event. It's about overcoming whatever you had to do and wherever you needed to go to get here where you are today and being able to go out and compete in this event. And a lot of these athletes and a lot of these people that you talk to, it is just that. It's about working up the courage to come and do this, working up, to get to a point where this isn't an easy event. Right, this is a lot different from, say, a wheelchair curling or a wheelchair basketball or an event. This is an event that does require, it's not for the faint of heart.
Physically demanding and also physically exhilarating, and perhaps emotionally exhilarating as well.
You can tell
based on what we've seen as the athletes come down through the finish line.
No, absolutely. Competitors will be starting from the Maple Leaf starting points, a little bit shorter than the Olympic-sized track that is here at the Whistler Sliding Center. It starts at Shiver, which is the first kind of curve. It's named after that uneasy feeling you might get when you're a little bit cold. And down and in through the Gold Rush Trail, a couple of curves there where, athletes are going to try and make their way through. It's a nod at the BC Gold Rush. And right there you see Thunderbird. That is the final corner that you're going to be able to take before crossing that finish line. As we take a look at what's been going on so far,
Awesome!
I ping pong last time.
Ready to the left when you're ready.
Yes, I'm blind.
Just beautiful images that we've been seeing so far throughout the day here at the Whistler Sliding Center for Skeleton, taking place at the Invictus Games. The first...
We came, we saw, we conquered!
Let's take a look at the current standings here in Whistler at the Sliding Center. For the 2025 Invictus Games Skeleton, Kim Hardy, the Canadian, leading the way in the ISK2 division with a time of 32.93 seconds. Dorian Ziemer of Germany, ISK3, 32.83, just ahead of Elizabeth Daly and Sue Osborne. And the ISK5, 50 competitors in that one, 91 to 100 kilogram. Voriel Amorescu leading the way with 32.78. And Frederick de Keyser was the first competitor to go down the mountain, is in the silver medal position. Lots of medals to be handed out. None of them will be handed out on this day, as we have to go through many different competitors to get all the way through. But excitement, I think, Blythe, is the number one thing when you look at this event in its totality.
Oh, completely. And this event in particular has really incited the interest and enthusiasm of so many of these competitors, and that's why there are 200. That is almost half of the competitors total here in Vancouver Whistler that are just, oh, they've been so excited to take part.
Beautiful shots, aerial shots of the Whistler Sliding Center. Talked about the evergreen trees and the backdrop that is the Invictus Games 2025.
Whistler, a place that is known for the exceptional skiing and snowboarding trails, but it's much more than that. It is truly a hub for winter sports in North America. And this, we don't maybe see it as much as we see pictures often in travel brochures and things like that, but it's a huge attraction, and the public is allowed to try skeleton themselves.
Yep, World Cups here at the Whistler Sliding Center have been held annually since 2009. This venue just held the Luge World Championships. So we talk about the ice being in perfect condition. Well, it is in perfect condition. It's at its absolute fastest. In 2019, there was bobsleigh in the Skeleton World Championships. In 2013, the Luge World Championships, and obviously in 2010, the Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games. ISK2, you see there, Kim Hardy leading the way for Canada. Dorian Ziemer in the ISK3 in gold medal position, followed by two members of the Australian Invictus team. Poland leading the way with a time of 33.6 seconds. Republic of Korea. Only a couple have taken place here for the ISK4. There's 63 competitors, so we will get to many of them throughout the next couple of days. And finally, the ISK5. There's 50 competitors in that division, 91 to 100 kilograms. And Amorescu, with a time of 32.78, is in a gold medal position.
The categorizations here, the ISK1 through ISK5, based only on weight, because body mass is the most significant factor in determining speed.
So right here, this shot, there's a shaded part there on the top of your screen that comes around into that corner. Now that is Thunderbird Corner. You see it is covered by those tarps there. That's because the sun, the way the sun is hitting the playing surface or the ice surface, it's to keep the competitors safe. It's to keep the ice from melting. And that's an important piece of information that we need to provide, and to make sure that everyone is felt safe as they go about this competition.
It's an extra sensory experience, really, as they move down the course. They're in the light, then they're in the dark, and then as they come out towards the finish line, once more, they're back in the sunshine. And speaking of just the senses being engaged in this, obviously there's the feeling of going down a sheet of ice on your stomach, but there are also sounds and sensations. And in fact, the curve that we're looking at, the Thunderbird, as an honor to the First Nations on whose land this really is based, they call the sounds that you hear as you enter the curve, the sound of the Thunderbird, the flapping of its wings, the wind whipping through its hair, the sounds really of the spirits of the land.
It's almost a tunnel right now as well, right? You get into that and the sounds echo, right? Because it is kind of closed off. You don't have the open air as you would normally, but we've talked about it, and, you know, credit to the officials for this, for keeping the competitors safe. You'll hear them talking to a lot of the competitors before they go down the mountain. You know, keep relaxed, keep your head down, shoulders down. And that's what a lot of these competitors will be feeling just before they embark on this journey.
And the competitors who are more relaxed on their sleds are likeliest to maximize their speed over the course. You might think that tensing up would help when it comes to speed, but it really doesn't. It's quite the opposite.
Absolutely. And I think that that's an important thing for the competitor to remember. You're trying to in the end, you're trying to finish the race, but you're also, in the back of your mind, you want to put together a good time to hope that you can medal in this event. And I think that, you know, a lot of human nature is to try and compete. Your competitive juices are flowing. You want to be able to go and put a good time. So a lot of these competitors are listening to any sort of encouragement that they do get. But another wrinkle in this as well is this is the first time that a lot of these competitors and athletes will be going down this track or have even seen it. So very interesting, a very unique event, a very special event, and glad that we're able to bring this to you.
And it's so interesting, that facet of it, because often you get some practice time, and this is a true one and done.
Yeah. Well, that's and I think that that's one of the things that makes this event the most unique. You get one chance to go down the mountain one time to put up your best speed at once. So for the athlete, yeah, there's maybe a little bit of added pressure, but I think getting up there to the top of that hill, looking down, getting on that sled, and going down the hill, albeit head first, is still a win in itself.
Some of the contenders that we are seeing here just arrived in Whistler from Vancouver this morning or maybe last night, so they haven't had a lot of a time to adapt and acclimatize, not just to the course, but to being in the mountains, being in just a new setting. So it's all quite new.
Yeah, lots of support. You look at all the volunteers of the Invictus Games wearing the yellow jackets. A lot of support staff, a lot of families of different competitors are here cheering them on. You hear, I know Ollie mentioned before, you hear the Canadians with the cowbell going and everything like that. And, you know, it makes for a spectacular scene. A beautiful day, obviously, up in Whistler, and athletes are well represented by people that support them.
We hear it so often, don't we? The competitors who say that, you know, I would not have gotten through this, whatever the challenge is in their lives, without my family, my partner, my husband, my wife. They have absolutely been my rock. And so it's so brilliant that the families can come here and enjoy this too. So look at Team Estonia. From them we will see the likes of Jan Vok and others.
It's a look of a winter competitor, isn't it? Sunglasses on, got the hat with the pom-pom on top, and keeping warm here in these conditions in Whistler.
They do look like they have just embraced the winter sports kind of persona. The Whistler Blackcomb Ski Resort, known the world over as one of the hosts of the Vancouver 2010 Olympics. And actually, even today, looking around, walking around between different places, you see remnants of that Vancouver Olympics. There are some of the mascots, some of the iconic figures people love taking photos with, and those have endured. They are part of the legacy of the Games.
Yeah, and you know what? Where these events are taking place in Whistler, not too far from each other. The Sliding Center and the Alpine Park and wherever everything else is just about a 10-minute drive from each other, 15 minutes at most, and be able to take that gondola up to the mountain where these athletes will be competing in various different events throughout the course of the next couple of days. Biathlon, snowboarding, many of the competitors here, almost all of them, have some sort of winter adaptive sport that they will be in, whether it be skeleton, whether it be any one of the other ones up happening in Whistler.
It was a wonderfully novel concept when it was announced that these Invictus Games would have a winter sporting component. It made so many people happy. There had been clamorings for this And so far, it's been a brilliant event.
Whistler Sliding Center, not too far from where everything else will be taking place in Whistler over the course of the next couple of days here in the Vancouver and Whistler games. Whistler just a couple hour drive from Vancouver, up a beautiful highway. On a day like this, it would be an incredible drive, and as you can see right now, an incredible scene and backdrop to these Invictus games.
And you talk about the journey. Yes, it is one of the best 2.5 hours of driving that you will do from Vancouver to Whistler, perhaps in this province. They call it the Sea to Sky Highway. It was expanded before the 2010 Olympics, and it's quite accessible. But what is so beautiful is generally when you're going north, you have the sea, this brilliant blue sea on one side of you, and then on the other side you have the mountains. Everything that's magnificent about British Columbia, really all in one stretch of road.
See some of the equipment being used for skeleton. These athletes are going to go down the mountain and reach speeds of up to 70, 80, 90, maybe even close to 100 kilometers an hour, depending on how fast they're able to move their bodies and make their bodies go down the mountain. Winter Adaptive Sports taking place for the first time here at the Invictus Games.
Have you ever seen that before? No?
Plenty of encouragement. For, and you just mentioned the clamoring of winter sports, and Vancouver and Whistler being the perfect host cities for the games, with everything being so accessible and so easy to get to. Just short drives from each other, and once you're up in Whistler, just a couple hours or a couple moments down the road, you can get to the base of the Whistler Blackcomb Mountain, the base right in Whistler Village, to be able to go and explore. And for a lot of these competitors and athletes and their support staff and their family members, maybe even being here for the first time, you get to experience something new. Forget about the games, but just a new city, see a new culture, see completely different things, types of foods, and all sorts of different things.
The city of Whistler, which is located at the base of Whistler and Blackcomb Mountains. It is a city. It's actually the biggest ski town in North America. About 14,000 people live there year-round. And then there's a kind of rotating host of people who come from all over the world to work in the hospitality sector and ski during the winter season. And then in the summer, there's incredible mountain biking when the trails are devoid of snow, and you can come up here and enjoy one of the great summer activities in this beautiful setting.
There's a peak-to-peak gondola as well that takes you in between the two peaks of the mountains up in Whistler, and also in summertime and in winter as well, ziplining. There's that takes you all over the place. So Whistler is known as a city of adventure. It really is. Whether it's the summer, whether it's the winter, there's all sorts of things to do up in Whistler. If you're definitely into that, there's a lot for you. You can definitely do quite a few things to get the adrenaline going in this city.
And you mentioned the peak-to-peak gondola. It is absolutely brilliant. At its highest point, it's what it sounds like, the gondola between the Whistler Peak and the Blackcomb Peak, and at its highest point, it's 436 meters above the ground. That is a world record, and it takes about 10-12 minutes to travel nearly 2 miles between the peaks, and you're just suspended, and you see just the trees below you and the snow.
Whistler Sliding Center, the home of skeleton for the Invictus Games. The Olympic size track is about 12 to 1,300 meters in elevation from the top all the way down to the bottom. The competitors here for the Invictus Games only going about 842 meters, still will be able to reach speeds of up to 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. That's why you hear at the end when competitors are finished, that was great, it was a rush, that was so fun, I want to do it again. It's because of the speeds that you're able to get through while you're competing in this event.
It was Mac McLaurin of Team UK who put it so well when he finished his run. He just exclaimed, everybody has to do that at least once in their lives.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of other people will be echoing those same sentiments as Mac McLaurin did about this event. This is Thunderbird Corner, the final turn before the finish line. It is covered. You can see the white drapes over the top to bottom. That's to keep the ice from melting, because it is, as you can notice there, such a beautiful day up in Whistler, as we have been telling you about. And that's to keep the competitors safe, to keep the ice from melting, and to make sure that this event does run smoothly. Just updating the standings here for ISK2 in skeleton. Still Kim Hardy from Canada leading the way with a time of 32.93 seconds. Brittany Hendry in second place as well for the Canadians. ISK3, Dorian Ziemer of Germany, 32.83 seconds, followed by Elizabeth Daly of Australia, putting up a great time as well. Poland leading the way in ISK4, followed by the Republic of Korea. And in ISK5, it is Romania leading the way, followed by Frederik de Keyser of Belgium, who put up a time of 32.86 seconds in just in the very first run of the day. He was able to go up and put up that time.
We have yet to see any of the competitors from the ISK1 classification. And there are just 3 of them. We will see one of the 3 a bit later on today. That's Ashley Chrisman of the United States. And the other 2 competitors, Cindy Chawner of Australia and Trisha Reynolds, also of Australia.
The finish line there, coming right out of that Thunderbird corner. As competitors will try and get as much speed as they possibly can, entering and exiting that point. Many more competitors taking place throughout the day today in Whistler. 200 will find their way down this mountain at some point on a sled to be able to compete in skeleton. The first of a few winter adaptive sports that have been implemented into the Invictus Games in Vancouver and Whistler.
And there's much more still to come from Whistler. The alpine skiing, the biathlon, Nordic cross-country skiing, snowboarding as well, all on the winter sports program at these Invictus Games. All of that will be taking place here at Whistler. That's going to be very exciting.
Had an opportunity to go up to the mountain few days before these events started and watch some competitors take place and practice and sit skiing and snowboarding as well. So there's definitely a lot of excitement around these games, especially the winter portion, for it being the first at these Invictus Games.
The ski slope is going to be just under 200 meters or thereabouts in the novice category. There's also a category for intermediate/advanced skiers. And if you have tried skiing or are a skier yourself, you will know that it takes quite a lot to become proficient as a skier, particularly if you are learning it as an adult. Some people think that it is easier to pick up when one is a child. And so really, we have to applaud the competitors, particularly those who don't live in mountainous regions, who have strapped on skis for the first time in their lives in order to prepare for this event.
That's the beauty of it. I think that's the beauty of the games is, you know, getting people out of your comfort zone, being able to go and do that. I think this is more my style here, what we're seeing, a little bit of a snowball fight, jumping up and down in the mountain than the skeletons. Skeleton athletes that will be coming down here shortly. Just all fun and games.
Wonderful day in the mountains.
The families and friends of competitors being able to go out and support whoever they support is just a beautiful thing as well. We are getting started here for the next portion, Flight 4 of Skeleton. Andre Crocker leading the way. Competing in ISK4, followed by Chris McGowan of Canada. Jan Vok from Estonia will be there as well. So it should be a great, great event. Let's remind everybody the rules of skeleton. Shorter course than the Olympic size. 840, just under 850 meters of elevation down the mountain. Expected to be relaxed in your sled, shoulders down, head down. You'll hear the officials repeating those moments and those words to the competitors before they make their way down. A few turns as they make their way across and through the mountain. Starts at the point Shiver, then go through Hokies 50-50 in through the Gold Rush Trail, followed by the Speed Trap and into that Thunderbird corner where we've said before, we'll repeat it again, speeds can be reached up to 70, 80, and even some cases 100 kilometers an hour for these athletes. So it should be a very interesting scene. For those that are there watching live, it is quite the event to see, especially for us here to be able to talk about it as well. Later on today in Flight 5, seeing a lot more competitors from the UK, from Ukraine, Poland, Canada, Australia. We've said before, 200 competitors out here. So nearly half of the competitors at the Invictus Games, someone will be taking part here in skeleton. Archer Milan from Ukraine, number 62 there, won a bronze medal as a part of Team Unconquered in wheelchair basketball. His story is absolutely incredible. And Team Unconquered 3, they were the team that won the bronze medal. He was a part of that team and also will be competing for his country in a number of different winter adaptive sports. French have a large contingent here taking part in these games as well. Everyone anxious to get this thing going. Everyone is excited. I think the competitors have seen the joy of the event and when they finish of how exciting it is to be able to get that adrenaline rush, to go down the mountain and reach certain speeds and get to a point when, and maybe put your body through something a little bit different than it's not used to. Reaching G-force and feeling things that you have never felt before. So a very interesting event, a very different event, and something that a lot of the competitors that we've been seeing and finishing this race will definitely tell you about as well. All right, we are getting going here, back to the starting point, the top of the hill, 842 meters in elevation down. Adrian Crocker, representing Team Canada. Master Warrant Officer, Royal Canadian Air Force, competing in the ISK4 category, 81 to 90 kilograms in weight.
You were doing it? Yeah, and it was, oh my God, my phone blew up.
His career highlights include participating in the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge in 2017. Along with his team, he completed a 173-kilometer march over 4 days. So he says, only you know your limits and what you are able to do. Starting small and progressing in your goals will lead you to success. Well, this led him here to the Invictus Games in 2025 and about to compete in skeleton for the first time. You notice head down, shoulder down, very concentrated.
Let's go. Let's get it.
Alrighty, let's have some fun.
And away we go.
Master Warrant Officer Andre Crocker of the Royal Canadian Air Force, an air maintenance superintendent, very focused at the start. And here he goes down the Gold Rush Trail into the Thunderbird. Coming up.
It's got some good speed here.
Now he's through the Thunderbird and towards the finish. A nice run to start off this flight.
Pat kept his body low, kept his body tight, was able to go and peak through Thunderbird is what everyone is expected to do. Chris McGowan, another Canadian here, retired from the Navy, lives in Victoria, British Columbia. He was born in Ontario, motivated to apply for the Invictus Games because he's looking to get his life back with sports and be a part of a team. Well, he is representing Team Canada, getting ready to go down here in Skeleton.
The retired Navy cook through the first portion of the course. That 12th turn, the Holkeys 50-50. So named because many competitors think that it's about 50-50 whether you get through it. Showing some good technique here and picking up quite a lot of speed as he goes into the Thunderbird.
Yeah, that'll be a very good time.
That's a beautiful line coming through the finish as well for Chris McGowan of Canada.
Competitors just have one chance, one run to be able to go and do it and try and post their best time. Roman Grotzky of Germany says, I want to prove to myself that I can handle being in crowds again. I want to show myself what I'm capable of and thus be role models for others.
He's spoken about how doing sports and preparing for these Invictus Games has boosted his self-confidence. Says it's made him a lot happier and just more content with his daily life. And he credits sports for giving him structure and says, I have goals again, things that I can try to achieve together with others.
He's got some very good structure here coming down and through the mountain as we're about to enter the final turn, which is into Thunderbird. Rounding there, if he keeps his body straight, he should be able to put up a pretty good time here.
The time to beat has just been set by Andre Crocker of Canada, 32.96 seconds and a speed of 98 kilometers an hour. Take another look at the run of Roman Grotzky in the ISK4 category.
How was it?
Ole Eriksson of Denmark. He applied just a couple of days before for the Invictus Games here in Vancouver and Whistler, and now he's making his way down a mountain here in Skeleton for the first time.
And he said that being chosen for the games felt like a gift from heaven. Due to his injuries, he'd been lacking some motivation to take up sports again and really do anything good for himself. Could he have imagined this day? He is just whizzing down the course here.
That is a lot of speed he's coming down the mountain with. Good technique. He kept his head down low, shoulders low, body was relaxed. And you look at the ISK4 category. We mentioned the speeds of some of these competitors that will be coming down in. Adam Crocker, 98 kilometers an hour. Salvatore Tumina, 96 kilometers an hour.
Where do I hold like
Yeah,
this?
right here, perfect.
Hans
Yeah,
Christian
and then legs on
Eliasson
top.
from
Beautiful.
Denmark as well,
Nice and relaxed through here.
competing in
And then
indoor
keep really
rowing,
straight, okay?
Yep.
That's
Nordic,
perfect.
skeleton, swimming. He's excited to make his way down the mountain. Relaxed.
It's a nervy thing, staring down this course at the top of the Maple Leaf start, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting because you don't get to see down unless you're standing up looking at it. When you're laying in the sled, you're only seeing that first turn. You don't really know what's ahead of you, so it is a really nerving feeling. But he's working his way through this course really well. That's an excellent entrance point.
Oh, and a lovely finish there, too. Coming around the curve, just hitting the sides of the course right before crossing the finish line. See what that does for his time. He is competing in the ISK5 category. Let's have another look. The top time in this classification at the moment held by Viorel Amzarescu of Romania, 32.78 seconds, the time to beat.
Yeah, come up a little bit
Bjorn
forward.
Forsberg of Denmark.
Yeah, perfect, that's good.
He's been working on himself and his mental
Nice and
well-being for
relaxed
many
in here,
years.
okay?
Reached a crossroads in several big things regarding work and his personal life. He wanted to be a part of an Invictus community and see if like-minded people could help him push further or faster on this path. And he's been pushed to a point where he's being able to go and overcome certain fears and go down a mountain here in Skeleton representing his country.
It's just lovely to see. And anyone who has stood at the top of this course knows the kind of courage that it takes, even just to begin. He's going well.
Lived in Winnipeg for 4 years. He said he's looking forward to a reunion with Canada, loves the country. He may have lifted his head up there right at the end, kind of turned the body sideways, but nevertheless, great run. You see the eyes of the competitor when they're looking down at this course and how wide they get, the excitement, the interest, the intrigue of what they're about to experience. Robin Anderson,
Okay, so
Denmark.
yeah, come up a little bit this way. Yeah, yeah, forward, yeah. Okay, nice and straight, nice and relaxed. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
See the official making sure that everything is okay for Robin Anderson. Wearing the tinted visor. Maybe that helps a little bit here as well going down the mountain.
The competitors do have to wear gloves, and it is suggested that they have some kind of, yes, visual visor, goggles, or something else. And of course, they have to wear helmets.
Wanted to be a role model to his children. Show the world that in spite of PTSD, you can get back up and make something of your life. Again, all of these stories, every single one of them, from every competitor, truly, truly inspiring. Makes his way, Des Robin makes his way down through Thunderbird. Great finish, body straight, head straight. Looks very relaxed and poised through that finish line. Should be a good time.
Lovely. And we do have a new leader in the ISK5 category. It is Chris McGowan of Canada, 32.62 seconds, and one of the first people today to break the 100-kilometer-an-hour barrier.
He was the first person, first and only to be able to go and do that. So excellent stuff from the Canadian.
Fitting that it's a Canadian to be the first to do that, isn't it?
The Lillehammer is a lot easier for you. Yeah. But it's not something. Yeah, it's true.
Alan Hildebrandt.
Okay, let's get you on this bad boy.
Getting ready to go down. ISK4, as you can see.
An even better reason not to go. Okay.
Andre
Yeah,
Crocker
nice
in the
and
lead
relaxed
in the
here. I want your elbows straight.
ISK4.
Perfect. That's perfect. Okay, stay
Followed by
just
Poland
like
and then
that, you'll go
Germany.
fast.
And how much do I have to put off my head like this?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Keep it nice and
shoulders
low.
down?
Yeah, shoulders down because your chin guard's going to protect anything lower.
Yeah.
So just keep your just like that, looking forward, and shoulders down. Okay, this is
I can't
perfect.
see anything anyway.
That's okay. You don't need to see. You just need to keep this form. Okay.
Okay.
A couple of things there you're going to find very interesting is the official, explaining to the athlete what to do. Everything is going to be fine. He's going to be protected. The chin guard is going to protect him. The athlete obviously asking if he can see. Don't need to see. Just need to put your head down and kind of let your body do the work and go and be able to get down this course.
Safety, of course, is the paramount thing for each and every one of these competitors. And as we've said, really, we cannot say enough good things about the officials for making sure that they are stable and relaxed and feel good, but first and foremost, that they are safe coming through this course.
Nice ride there. Oh. Jan-Vok from Estonia. This is his Invictus Games debut, and Estonia has competed at the Invictus Games since the inaugural games in 2014. You can see he's excited, ready to get on this board.
Perfect. Okay, really relax in your shoulders. Yeah, yes, perfect. And then keep these straight. Perfect. Great job.
Once again, last-minute tutorial from the officials.
Go, Jan.
Alrighty, have fun.
Safety is paramount. He's got his head right down as he exits. I think the key is to try and pick up as much speed as you possibly can right on that first turn.
Jan-Vok going after the 32.62 second time, the standard set by Chris McGowan of Canada. He's picked up a lot of speed down through the Gold Rush Trail, and here he goes into the Thunderbird.
Into 16, no, that could cost him.
Perhaps just a little off to the side as he went into that all-important last turn. But we'll see what the timing is.
Lifted his head up there a little bit at the end. Probably felt that the race was coming to an end. Excited to be done. 8th place, 33.08 seconds.
Perfect.
Michelle
form.
Struik
Great job. Really
from the
relax.
Netherlands.
Go, Michael.
Michael Strauk competing in the ISK4 category. This is his first event of the Invictus Games. We will see him later in sitting volleyball as well as swimming. In this category, it is Andre Crocker of Canada who currently holds the lead. Nice form throughout. And look at the smoothness of the finish. Went down the course like a dart.
All right, got you here. You can kneel up on your sled. How was that?
Great.
Yeah.
Right on.
All right.
Can just get you over here. Careful, it's slick.
And when you think about Dutch prowess in ice sports, particularly speed skating, very interesting, this result.
Second place, 33.08 seconds.
Down, and then keep these straight. Perfect.
Koen Raymakers from Belgium shares a name with a noted Dutch half marathoner. Interesting fact there.
Alrighty.
contender going after the time set by Andre Crocker, just shy of 33 seconds. Belgians have been quite peripatetic in their preparations for these Invictus Games. They have had training camps in France, in Estonia for snowboarding. But this is the first time, perhaps, that he has been at Whistler and done this course.
Well, nothing's going to prepare you for skeleton, right? This is the one. This is the one event where I don't believe any athlete has been able to go down it until they have great run, great for third place, 33.04 seconds. It's Belgium now into third place.
You got it, man. Nice work.
Okay. Come with me. Do you want to wave to the camera?
I can toast that up.
Beautiful day in Whistler. It's a sliding center. Just we're getting set for Alicia van Biesen from Belgium. The only female competitor representing the country of Belgium. Just adjusting the sled to make sure that everything is okay.
Relax. Down. Yes, perfect.
Marine Sergeant Alicia van Biesen of Belgium underway. She is competing at her second Invictus Games. Picking up speed as she navigates down the Gold Rush Trail. There's a little speed trap right before the Thunderbird curve, and you can just see the acceleration. Lovely finish as well, maintaining the straight line. I mean, she just does not even touch the edge of the course. Well done to her.
Yeah, made the adjustment from the bigger board down to the smaller sled and able to fit her body accordingly. Listen to the instructions of the official. Head down, relaxed. Together a pretty solid run.
Yeah, perfect. Nice and relaxed. Perfect.
Darius Gavu from Poland. Wants to improve his physical and mental condition. He's a father of 2.
And he says that in doing this, I will have the opportunity to represent all of those veteran soldiers who cannot take part. This is for him, and this is for them.
Quick look at the leaderboard in ISK 5. Chris McGowan of Canada in the lead. Romania in second. And Germany in third place.
He's got a lot of speed going into the Thunderbird. Can he maintain it through the end? Well done.
Fifth place, time of 32.96 seconds. Next up, Adam Lewskowski,
Yep.
also from Poland.
Next set is number 15.
Number 41. Flight 5, I think.
Has a daughter named Julia.
I have an athlete on the sled right now. Can I call you back? Okay.
As he stares down
Okay, so
the first turn.
Power told us to roll through.
Was that the stop?
Go ahead. Here. Can we get up? Can we?
Get up?
Can you get up? Yeah. So grab from the control tower.
Number 15. Maybe a little bit of a delay. Back up. Make sure everything is happening accordingly. Safety
You guys go inside
of
and
the
do
competitors is
You can go
the
inside.
number one priority here.
Yeah, Brad.
You take a look at the finish line where all these competitors and going to be taking a look and being cheered on by many. The support has been outstanding in these Invictus games so far. We're in its very early stages, but you can definitely feel the spirit is very well in Vancouver and Whistler.
It's just been amazing so far. The opening ceremony at BC Place drew nearly 40,000 spectators to see the wonderful musical acts, the official welcomes of the athletes to the games. And Vancouver, downtown and in Whistler, has just been buzzing with excitement. We'll get back to Skeleton momentarily. Lots more to come here at Whistler and the Invictus Games as Skeleton makes its debut. The first day of winter sports competition at Vancouver Whistler 2025. Lots more to come here at Whistler and the Invictus Games as Skeleton makes its debut. The first day of winter sports competition at Vancouver Whistler 2025. Lots more to come. Makes its debut. Winter sports competition at Vancouver Whistler 2025.
The standings thus far. Plenty still to come, though, in the Skeleton at the Whistler Sliding Centre, even at Vancouver Whistler and the 2025 Invictus Games. What an absolutely fantastic competition it is. What a pleasure it is to have your company for all of the action. Blythe, it's been great entertainment, hasn't it, so far?
Oh, yes, we are just whistling along here through the flights, 10 flights of competitors competing today, and then several others competing tomorrow. About 100 competitors going down this course in the 2 days of the competition. So we won't have any medal standings confirmed at the end of the day today. That will be for the end of the day tomorrow. But oh my gosh, from what we have seen, just scenes of excitement, jubilation, exuberance as athletes take to this course It has been magnificent to watch.
Wonderful location for it as well, this Olympic Winter Games course, the 2010 Games. And such a joy to see so many competitors determined to take to the track, determined to be part of the Whistler experience and to be competing here in such an unfamiliar discipline. But it hasn't looked as though they're unfamiliar. That's the remarkable thing.
It really hasn't. We have seen lots of discipline, really quite a lot of ice in the veins, so to speak, as well. Competitors handling this course with composure and panache. Looking at it just from a public perspective, it's hard to know that many of them have just never even taken to a skeleton course before.
Absolute credit to them, to how well they prepared, and to the officials as well. I know that's something that you and Irf talked about at great length, quite rightly, during the last couple of flights, that the course officials have really superintended everything brilliantly.
They have. They have been wonderful in making sure that the competitors are not only secure and prepared to get down this course safely, but that they feel good about it. They feel a real sense of exhilaration and joy. And we've seen that as they've arrived at the finish line, and there've just been exclamations of how wonderful that was, how everyone should do this at least once in their lives. Feeling inspired?
Absolutely, yes. How can you not be watching this? I mean, it is a triumph of sport rehabilitation, and that's the core focus of the Invictus Games. It is natural that we'll focus on the times ourselves, so that we will try to make sure you know who's leading and who's in medal contention, but really the bigger picture of all of this is crystal clear without us needing to put it into words. It is the rehabilitative journey of these individuals.
And of course, when you think about something like skeleton, in which you've got a daunting task in front of you that might work quite psychologically on competitors, it's a real microcosm, isn't it? It alludes to the bigger themes around the Invictus Games: surpassing yourself, overcoming doubts, obstacles, fears, being part of something much bigger than yourself.
Psychologically on competitors. It's a real microcosm, isn't it? It alludes to the bigger themes around the Invictus Games: surpassing yourself, overcoming doubts, obstacles, fears, being part of something much bigger than yourself.
The sun is just beginning to set over the Whistler Resort. The sky has been brilliantly clear all day. Temperatures dropping just a little bit as we move towards the evening. But gosh, it's a landscape of poetry and evergreen trees and lushness. The beauty of Canada and British Columbia on full display here.
Temperatures dropping just a little bit as we move towards the evening. Oh gosh, it's a landscape of poetry and evergreen trees and lushness, the beauty.
The city of Whistler, 14,000 people who live here year-round, has all the amenities of a city just nestled at the base of Whistler and Blackcomb Mountains.
And now 5 minutes to start. 5 minutes to start.
The city of Whistler, 14,000 people who live here year-round, has all the amenities of a city just nestled at the base of Whistler and Blackcomb Mountains.
The start list for the upcoming flight. We will pick things up with Adam Lewkowski of Poland. And afterwards move to the competitor from Ukraine, Valerie Odenyuk. And Team UK's Ian Barham and Malgorzata Ainsworth.
We will pick things up with Adam Lewkowski.
And after that, we will be about halfway through the scheduled number of competitors on this first day of skeleton.
The competitor from Ukraine, Valerie Odenyuk, and Team UK's Ian Barham and Malgorzata Ainsworth. And after that, we will be about halfway through the scheduled number of competitors on this first day of skeleton.
For those of you uninitiated as yet to skeleton, the rules are quite simple. Be the quickest to get from start to finish on this course. This is what we call a single run straight final. The results are in seconds to 2 decimal places. And should there ever actually be a tie, what it will be broken by is the speed. The top speed the competitor reaches going down this 842-meter course. We have had one competitor break the 100-kilometer-an-hour barrier. That is Chris McGowan of Canada. And he is currently the leader in the ISK 5 category. There are 5 categories to this skeleton event, ISK 1 through 5, and it's based principally on the competitor's weight. And the reason, of course, is that because body mass is the most significant factor in determining speed.
Well, due to the change of the position of the sun, now we're going to get more of a glimpse of that area of the course that has been obscured for much of our coverage, the final and really exciting Thunderbird curve. So a chance really now to see the sort of line that the competitors have got as they come round going uphill to the finish line. It is a very demanding part of the course, Thunderbird, up to 5 Gs of pressure, so 5 times one's own body weight felt. That's really tricky. It's about 180-degree turnaround. You have got to avoid heading into the right-hand wall in order to keep the pace, because it's just the tiniest connection with the outer extremities of the course, and you're in trouble.
For much of the day, the sun hits directly on that Thunderbird curve, and so as a result they have put the shades up so that the ice doesn't melt. But now with the afternoon and the sun in a new direction, they are able to take those shades out. So we'll have a bit more visibility. And for the competitors still to come, it's a bit more interesting as well, because we talked earlier about how it was almost like going through a tunnel for them as they came into that curve. There were differences in light, differences in what they saw. This is going to be a bit different.
Bring these in. Yep, thank you.
Leading off this flight, representing Poland, Andrzej Kuczynski, competitor who we will see also in indoor rowing, Nordic skiing, and sitting volleyball. Apologies. Representing Poland, Adam Lewkowski, the man from Łódź who resides in Krakow.
Currently we have Dorian Zima in the ISK3 leading the way on 32.83 seconds. So that is the time that all will be trying to surpass now. But we've got many, many more competitors to come. And really good effort this, coming round into Thunderbird. We're seeing just a little more of Thunderbird, and how straight the path was there from Lewkowski. Will come in probably just shy of the top 5. But a good effort, that.
Adam Lewkowski, the veteran of multiple missions in Afghanistan. He says that the Invictus Games are a huge distinction for him, an opportunity to represent Poland on the international stage. 33.39 and 5th place right now for Lewkowski.
Did well there, just snuck into that top 5.
We will stay with Poland. Here is Andrzej Kuczynski.
Here.
competing in the ISK4 category.
Okay, nice
Currently
and tight
leading
through
in
here.
ISK4, Andre Crocker of Canada. He will need to do this in under 33 seconds in order to break the top 3.
Go, Andre!
Well, it's absolutely clear cut. We're going to have an Andre in first place, but which one's it going to be? Currently, Andre Crocker, 32.96, the fastest in the ISK4. Andre Kuczynski looking to surpass that.
Speed up very late into 16, gets very early high into 16.
Now, where are we going to be here? It's going to be, again, probably around about a sort of top 5 time from Andrzej Kuczynski of Poland. He'll also be competing in indoor rowing, sitting volleyball and the Nordic cross-country skiing. 10th place, just lost a little bit of pace coming out of 16.
Representing Poland now, here is Rafał Korzeniewski, a soldier of the Military Pharmaceutical and Medical Technology Center in Selesnyov.
Control, size out, Adam go to 2.
No doubt his wife and his children and even his grandchildren looking on with pride right now as he begins in skeleton.
Well, he said, hasn't he, that participation in the Invictus Games is his declaration that he can still fight for himself, for those loved ones that you mentioned, for those who need to be reminded that we should never give up. What a fantastic day of skeleton competition it's been here at the 2025 Vancouver Whistler Invictus Games. The first winter sports edition of the Games, and this has been every bit as exhilarating as we hoped. The standard has been high. He's done well to try and keep that line as low as possible, coming across, and that's a really good display from another of the Polish competitors. We've got one still to come.
The Army soldier Rafał Korzeniewski slides into 4th place, 32.86 seconds.
Right here. You want to take your helmet off, and they've got the camera.
We will remain with Poland for the moment. Here is Emil Uran,
Perfect.
a soldier of the 18th Airborne Battalion in the Polish Army, currently a non-commissioned officer at the Veteran Center for Operations Abroad and a veteran of an Afghanistan campaign. Emil Uran competing in the ISK3 division, currently led by Dorian Ziemer of Germany. Anything under 33 seconds would put him into the top 3 as well.
Yes, Dorian Ziemer's been top of the leaderboard for some time. A very fine display from the German competitor. Let's see what Emil Uran can produce. Has said that participating in the competition is an opportunity to show that despite life's obstacles, you can achieve great things which can inspire others. And it has been an utterly inspirational session of skeleton competition at these games. Good control here. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Just colliding with the periphery of the course, and it's what we were talking about, Blythe, that you can just lose all of your speed, and that sees Emil Uran in 3rd position, was quite possibly in line for the lead, because no one has taken Thunderbird better than that.
33.03, a very fast time on this course. Representing Ukraine now, a captain of the armed forces, this is Valery Odenyuk. He's competing in the ISK4 category. He lost both of his legs and several fingers in a mine explosion in January of 2023. He says that training has helped him regain control over both body and mind.
Саме головне завдання, щоб ти отримав задоволення від того, що ти катаєшся, отримуєш такий неоціненний досвід і робиш те, що ти ніколи не робив. Але це класно. Все, давай, Богом, слава Україні.
So here goes Captain Odainuk, captain of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Really good job being done by his team there just to make sure that he was ready to safely embark. It's Andre Crocker of Canada who still leads the way, the only sub 33 second time I should say, that we've seen so far in this ISK4 competition.
Into the finish curve. Going round
Looking good here. If he can just keep the control, this could be contending for, well, it certainly was contending for a place really high up the leaderboard. Whistled round that course. What a display.
He absolutely zipped along. He said he considers the Invictus Games to be one of the ways to show the world how strong and unconquered his country is. 10th place for Captain Valery Odainuk.
I just put a little really nice and relaxed through here, okay?
Over to Team UK and 50-year-old Ian Barham, who followed his father and his grandfather into the army. And he has had a magnificent career that spanned 33 years, culminating in him being a major at the Royal Army Physical Training Corps.
Okay, nice and relaxed.
Wife Sharon and son Arthur out here in Canada with Ian Barham. He said his wife was instrumental in him actually joining Team UK for the Invictus Games and contacting the Royal British Legion's hugely important battle back centre in Lilleshall. Absolutely from a consummate military family, Ian Barham.
United Kingdom team have been training lots. Really good aerodynamics.
This is very impressive from Barham. He's low, he's smooth, and he's produced a good display. Managed that course nicely.
Ian Barham chasing the 32.83 second mark set by leader Dorian Ziemer of Germany. And no one's been able to top it yet. Barham goes into 9th place, just about 0.7 of a second behind. Small margins. With Team UK now, here is Maggie Ainsworth, the 41-year-old, a veteran from the Princess Mary Royal Air Force Nursing Service, She has just recently left service, having been part of it since 2012. Large part of her job was looking after troops who were injured and being sent home from Afghanistan. She herself had a severely injured knee that has required multiple surgical interventions. Here she is.
Maggie or Małgorzata Ainsworth from Team UK, originally from Poland, and her daughter Martha will be watching this and thrilled to see Mum competing in the skeleton competition. Lots of nervous friends and family watching on, but thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere of the whole thing. This is ISK5. Lots of competitors in ISK5. It's Canada's Chris McGowan narrowly leading the way. Very fine effort this from Ainsworth. Just loses a little of the pace coming round to the finish. But this is good. This is very good from Maggie Ainsworth.
33.59 seconds and 15th place for the Team UK contender. Let's have another look at her run. You mentioned her daughter, Martha Ollie. She said that she's spoken quite frankly with her about mental health, about the things that she's been through. And she says, I want her to understand that it's not all doom and gloom and that people with injuries can do things like Invictus. It's important to me that she sees that it's not a limitation, just a different way of approaching things. Scenes of joy and jubilation here at Whistler. That is the end of this flight, and we will have a look at what has been going on over the course of the afternoon, and then we will take about a 20-minute break before resuming competition.
And there's a lot to take in, isn't there? It's been a wonderful session. Great having your company wherever you're watching from. And just to remind you that the skeleton event takes place over 2 days, so 5 medal events over 2 days of competition. So we'll only have a partial picture at the close of play today. But the picture that we've had has been captivating. The picture we've had has been inspirational. The picture we've had has been of joy, of jubilation, of celebration, of rehabilitation. It's everything that Invictus is.
Much more to come from the Whistler Sliding Center. It's Skeleton at the Invictus Games 2025. categories based on weight, because mass is so pivotal in determining how you accelerate. In the ISK4, it is Andre Crocker of Canada, just under 33 seconds in first place. And lastly, the ISK5, as you mentioned earlier, Ollie, Chris McGowan of Canada, the only competitor so far to have broken the 100-kilometer-an-hour speed barrier, 32.62 seconds his time. And that is the fastest of the day through all of the categories.
Really great.
Very important, obviously, to go through those standings. But before that, I was really enjoying that story you were telling about the creation of the sport of skeleton and its link to officers in the British Army in the 1880s. And I was wondering what they would make of the twists and turns of this course, of how the aerodynamicism of skeleton, of luge, of bobsleigh have evolved so much over the years, how the courses have become these forensically put together feats of engineering, how beautifully nestled it is, almost hidden by trees in the beautiful hillsides of Whistler, but probably quite different from what those gentlemen created back in 1882.
One can imagine that they would absolutely love it.
They'd have relished the challenge. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, in Davos and Cloisters, they were sledding in the streets, and it was actually the owner of a hotel, in the interests of public safety, really, who finally built an ice track because people were having to leap out of the way when they saw someone just come zooming down the road. Now, at first, people were doing it luge style, so they were supine on their backs, and actually the skeleton style, where people are going head first, really, it was pioneered by a certain Mr. Cornish. We don't know his first name, but he competed in the Grand National, one of the great sledding events in 1887, and he just did something revolutionary, putting himself on his stomach, going head first, and this is where we get skeleton. The start list for the 6th of 10 flights. We will see several Canadians, several Germans, Dennis Breuner of Denmark, and Quinton Monk of Australia. Quinton Monk of New Zealand, the Chief Petty Officer in the Navy, a bronze medalist from the 2023 Invictus Games, and the last contender in this 6th flight, an extraordinary man from New Zealand, Sonny Tavake, a man who has not gone near snow in 35 years. It's a pivotal moment in his life. And we will get more into that story as things progress.
It's another of those occasions where it just feels lovely that we're going to get the flight underway with some Canadian competitors, because this is very much their place, their games. They've hosted the games with such pride. We had 40,000 or so spectators attending the wonderful opening ceremony at BC Place, one of the great sporting and entertainment stadia in the world.
And leading the standings currently in 3 of the 4 categories are competitors from Canada.
Yes, I mean, they're having a pretty reasonable day, aren't they? The Canadians. Not doing badly at all.
They really are.
I think worth just taking a moment to acknowledge Frederick de Keyser of Belgium in the ISK5, who was the very first to go in the entire day and actually still sits in 3rd position in that ISK5. I mean, that is a mighty effort to set the standard and to actually remain in a medal position, a provisional medal position, when we're now about to get to competitor 48. Yes, okay, that's over 5 different classifications, but the ISK5 is the biggest of those.
And we can imagine that some of the competitors, as they've stood waiting to go, have potentially profited from being able to watch their teammates, their comrades, go down this course. Well, Frederik de Keyser didn't have that. He was just the first one of the day. Could not have known what was in front of him.
Could look at it all day, couldn't you?
The spectacular setting of Whistler. Mountains that just beckon, almost beg to be skied.
I was about to say, it's been all over the world, this wonderful event, the Invictus Games. It's been in the Southern Hemisphere. It's made its way back to this lovely country of Canada. Started in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We'll be heading back there in the 2027 edition. But this lovely setting of Whistler will rival any backdrop of any multi-sport games anywhere in the world, frankly.
We're ready. She's just waiting for the one in.
Can we hold them in there for a bit?
Stay there for 1 second.
Stay warm. Yeah.
Yes, the instruction there to stay warm. I was about to say it looks lovely and sunny, but it is cold.
Oh, it's very chilly. Yes. Always at Whistler, whether it's snowing or not, the temperatures are low.
It'll be worth the wait, I promise. Okay, yeah, nice and tight
The
grip.
calm
Let's get you
presence
nice and relaxed here.
of Colin Chabasol
Elbows nice
of
and
Canada,
straight for me.
the
That is
retired
perfect.
Army infantryman who lives in Nova Scotia.
Okay, have fun!
The first to go in this flight of skeleton is underway. Colin Chabasol of Canada.
He's spoken with great warmth about his family, about his 2 children, keeping him on his toes always, his wife who's been alongside him through all of the ups and downs, and now here he is doing them proud with this wonderful display and looking very in control of this run, the first in this flight.
He is chasing the 32.62 second time of his compatriot, Chris McGowan. Successful run for Colin Chabasol.
Yes, that was very good. Top 10. Just gives you a sense of how condensed things are, that there is less than half a second celebrating first and 10th.
To the second Canadian competitor in this flight, Melanie Dumas, Major Melanie Dumas, a dental officer in the Royal Canadian Dental Corps.
Nice and relaxed through here. Keep these in.
Competing in the ISK 3 category. Hoping to best the time set by Dorian Ziemer about an hour ago.
It's going to be a real challenge for anyone to do better than that. 32.83 seconds of Germany's Dorian Ziemer. Fabulous display, but Major Melanie Dumas is really going for it. The dental officer, appropriately enough, getting her teeth into this course.
Here she goes through the Thunderbird turn.
Low, controlled, strong display. That from Major Melanie Dumas.
That was a masterful run from the Canadian Major. And second place.
And we'll exit on the left.
Well, quite an impression left by Melanie Dumas of Canada.
Thank you. Perfect, nice and relaxed through here.
200ths of a second, the gap.
Perfect.
And now to Guillaume Durand of Canada, the retired sergeant in the Army, lives in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And there in Winnipeg, he volunteers for several organizations. He's the handyman on a stable with horses and has his own personal therapy horse named Millie.
So many competitors at the Invictus Games over many, many editions have talked about the importance of animal therapy, of companions like dogs that come with them to events, or larger animals in the case of Mr. Durand. Big part of their lives. Big effort this from Durand.
Lovely run, and he goes into the lead in the ISK 4 category, taking over from his countryman Andre Crocker.
Okay, that's perfect. Where should my head be? So look up
To Shan Mulford of Canada, retired Army logistics officer from New Brunswick.
And then that's exactly where you can be looking.
I joined from my shows
Nice and relaxed. You're so fast.
Yeah, let's go. Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Remarkable individual, Shan Mulford. Was responsible for the morale and welfare of members of a huge platoon and learned so much from it, and then was so inspired by that that she went on to do a Masters of Education in Counselling Psychology after her medical release from the Canadian Army.
She said she was motivated to apply for the Invictus Games by watching her wife compete at the Warrior Games in 2022.
Very well taken. That was a smooth move round Thunderbird into the finish. Look low, look controlled. How's the time going to be for Shan Mulford?
It's going to be good. Top 10 finish for the Canadian logistics officer. To another Canadian pharmacist officer, Jenna Provius, a naval officer from Alberta. She says her motto is no excuses.
Yeah, Bruce, could you send them in?
She presents as very focused, head down, shoulders relaxed. That's what they're being counseled to do. It might seem natural to want to tense up and think that that makes the body more aerodynamic, but it actually doesn't. The more relaxed the competitor is, the faster they're going to slide.
Yes, once again, excellent work done by the course officials in making sure that the competitors are absolutely set to begin their run. Just one opportunity at the Invictus Games. So many have entered the skeleton events, 5 medal events, 200 competitors, and the standard has been tremendous. Jenna Provius of Canada, pharmacist officer. Another compelling performance by another Canadian competitor.
With a dead straight shot out of Thunderbird.
Very good line coming out of Thunderbird.
And 4th place in the ISK2 division, 33.37 seconds. Well done to Jenna Provius. Representing Germany, here is Benjamin Wright. He says he is here at the Invictus Games because he wanted to reward himself for the difficult path that he has traveled.
Okay, let's go!
Looking absolutely ready for this great occasion. Benjamin Wright of Germany.
You have approached that start with such verve.
Well, he said, Benjamin Wright, that sport is what helped him through the depression, through the darkest times. Sport was what gave him a goal again, a goal to set for himself, to adapt to himself and to his condition. So no wonder he's thrilled to be here. Germany's Benjamin Wright.
second place now for Benjamin Wright. In the ISK4 division, G&m3S still the leader, the Canadian, but Wright just behind him.
I think we can confidently say right place, right time.
Representing Germany now, this is 1nViCtu. It's going to be a busy contender. We will also see him in biathlon and swimming, and he has already taken part in wheelchair basketball.
That's the fascinating thing about these games. Athletes competing in so many different events. Real challenge. The technical skill required in each of them, so different. Imagine one day you're doing wheelchair basketball, the next day you're doing this. Never the twain shall meet, technically.
And with the schedule of these Invictus Games, it's very interesting. It really is a different sport every day, something different to focus on and to challenge each of these competitors.
That looked pretty tasty from 1nViCtu.
1nViCtu going into the lead. He overtakes G&m3S of Canada. Well, at the moment we have Germans in first and third place, or I must correct myself, second and fourth place. Wehrmeister has timed 33 seconds flat. That moves him into the top 5.
Yes, we'll just wait for confirmation of that, because it did initially say, didn't it, that he'd gone into the lead, but it looks as though it's actually been given at 33 seconds, so more to come on that.
Those handles there, nice and relaxed here, okay? Here, and then I want these don't cross them, nice and together.
From
okay?
Germany, Kevin Rosner.
Oh yeah, no rush, no rush.
The Army soldier who credits sport with giving him a new attitude to life
Kevin, you good?
after a foreign
you look
deployment.
Perfect. Have fun. Feel shot.
Thanks. See ya.
That's the most cordial start we've had so far. Always remember to say hello, always remember to say cheerio. Kevin Rosner of Germany. He's credited that sports therapy group in Wendorf that's accompanied him on the path since the very beginning and showed him the many different phases of sport. I thought they were wonderful, the course officials there, in getting him set for that, and he responded in kind.
The aerial shot gives you a wonderful perspective of just how far the competitors are traveling and how fast.
This is very tight. That was an extremely strong performance from Rosner, and it's going to be interesting to look at how close he's managed to get to Durand.
Strong core throughout the race. Keeps his legs up, but not too high. And a very nice finish. To Denmark now, and Dennis Boyner, the captain of the Danish team.
What an honour it is for us now to see, as you said, Blythe, the captain of Team Denmark, Dennis Boyner. He's very indebted to a counsellor at the Veterans Centre who gave him the final push that he needed to actually come and apply for these games, and we're delighted that he's here. 3 years ago he set the goal that he would try to do this when he felt ready. Goodness me, does he look ready at the moment.
Yes, indeed.
And it's going to be very interesting to see the look of the leaderboard here. He could be in a decent position, Boyner. Kevin Rosner, by the way, we said we thought it was going to be close. Rosner looks as though he's come in 100th behind G&m3S. And Boyner has dropped into the top 10. So at the moment, Blythe, we've got G&m3S 32.85 seconds, Kevin Rosner 32.86.
Oh, it's incredibly close.
Super relaxed through here.
And we are far from done. Representing New Zealand, this is Quinton Monk, currently a Chief Petty Officer in the Navy. This is his second appearance at Invictus, but his first, like everyone else, in skeleton.
Great to see Quinton Monk the Games again after being such a memorable part of Team New Zealand in 2023. Quite a few of the New Zealand team actually have come back for a second Games, and very useful, I'm sure it is, for those who are new to the experience to have their more seasoned teammates alongside them. He's really embraced sports recovery, Chief Petty Officer Monk. Nice and aerodynamic there from Quinton Monk. Stayed quite low going round into that final curve. Just waiting to get a sense of the time. Again, really high standard that we're seeing. Oh, there we go.
First place, but we will wait for confirmation of that.
Position, Sunny, so stay nice and relaxed.
And now to a very, very special run. This is Sunny Tavake of New Zealand, and this is the first time since 1990 that he has seen snow. The reason is because that year he was one of 11 young servicemen and 2 instructors who climbed Mount Ruapehu for a training exercise. They ran into an unexpected storm, and 11 young servicemen died. He was one of 2 who went back down the mountain and for several hours tried to get help. He said that he's not been back to a snowy area because he didn't see a reason to do it. But his reason is to represent the men who didn't make it back down that mountain 35 years ago. That is why he is here now. That is why he is going down this course.
It is simple. It is clear. Sunny Tavake, you are Invictus. The time is an irrelevance. It is of no consequence. What that gentleman has accomplished is sensational. And he's done it for those who are no longer with him, no longer with us.
He said that this environment would be a challenge for him, but he looked forward to testing himself. And he crosses that line in memory of those 11 servicemen and 2 instructors who died on Mount Ruapehu.
Something pretty special. There we see Sunny Tavake again, a great performance from the Kiwi pair. Yeah, hitting that almost like that golfer tennis sweet spot when you're in that zone.
A lovely moment of camaraderie between him and Chief Petty Officer Quinton Monk. They will know, won't they, that entire New Zealand team, what that has meant to Sunny Tavake. Where to begin? Just so many fascinating stories, so many remarkable competitors, so many remarkable times as well. Just to bring it back almost crudely to the raw data of the leaderboard, we've got some very close contests going on. The ISK3 is really tight, 0.02 of a second between Dorian Zima and Melanie Dumas. The ISK4, Guillaume Durin, 0.01 of a second faster than Kevin Rosner. It really is the most spectacular sight to stare up into the skies around Whistler. Sun just starting to set now. Different dynamic to the course now that the blinds have changed a little. We've been able to bring some of them up, and we've had the chance to see a little more of Thunderbird Curve. It's been a treat for everyone to watch this skeleton competition, and we're grateful to have had your company throughout as much of the coverage as you've been able to watch, and there's more still to come, a lot more still to come.
Let me know if they go to you for the flyover, and I'll just walk right through. Beautiful. So pretty. Oh, you're up right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she was. How's the back doing?
Well, it's that lovely sense of
I'm just getting because I'm doing
the Invictus movement being so well represented by every single one of these competitors, regardless of their nationality, regardless of their time, regardless of their experience on the sliding track at the Whistler Sliding Centre. It's been a packed competition. It's been a skeleton event with anything but a skeleton crew. It's been something that all of the competitors here at the Games have well and truly embraced. And we've been overjoyed to witness the quality of their performances. And just in case we wanted even more of a spectacle, even more of a treat, how about a flyover? Just to add a touch of majesty to this whole event. The F-18s of the CAF. I think they might well return in just a moment or two. And returning is Irf Ghaffar to join me. Irf, it's a pleasure to have you back, and it's been a pleasure to watch the whole thing, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And just from watching these games, and you mentioned and watched, and we heard Blythe tell the incredible story of Sonny Tabake, and that, in an essence, is what these games are about. Nothing but that. What someone has overcome, what someone has been through, what someone has shared in their life story, to be able to be here and share and have a wonderful moment like he just did.
Let's have a look at the standings so far in the ISK2 competition. Well, Canada's not doing too badly at all. Kim Hardy is leading the way, but there are 4 Canadians in the top 5. Super effort from them. Canada is performing well across the board. Melanie Dumas second in the ISK3. Dorian Zimmer of Germany still leading, but only 0.02 of a second separating first and second, with Ola Eriksson of Denmark in 3rd position. Just to remind you that we still have many more competitors to come today and a full day of competition tomorrow, so we're some way away from knowing the destination of those medals. We'll get there in the end, and it'll be worth the wait. Now, this is a dramatic category so far. ISK4, Guillaume Durand, 32.85 seconds. Kevin Rösner, 32.86. So close, the German, to going into pole position. His own teammate, Benjamin Wright, just behind in 3rd place.
The ISK4, 63 competitors, 81 to 90 kilogram division.
And the ISK5 has lots of competitors in it, and it is Chris McGowan, the master of speed. 100 kilometers an hour from Chris McGowan, 32.62 seconds, leading over Viorel Amzarescu of Romania. And well done to Frederick de Keyser, who got the entire day started. The Belgian, who was the first to go, still in 3rd place. All of the classifications in skeleton determined by weight. Very simple to understand the classification process. Not simple to get there. Not simple to get to the finish. Not simple to navigate from the Maple Leaf start into curve 11 through the Gold Rush Trail, curves 12, 13, 14, 15, round Thunderbird, curve 16. Those 5 Gs of pressure avoiding that right-hand wall, going uphill to the finish, and potentially becoming the Invictus Games champion. Lovely that we begin at the maple leaf start, the maple leaf that started its life as a symbol of Canada in 1834 when it was first used. First military use in 1860 by the 100th Prince of Wales Royal Canadian Regiment of Foot. Used for the first time by the Olympic athletes of Canada in 1908 and being adopted in the design of the new national flag in 1965. The world over, Canada is known for that iconic maple leaf. And the world over knows the Whistler Sliding Centre, operating on the unceded shared territory of the Squamish Nation and the Lil'wat Nation.
And just an absolutely beautiful day, spectacular scene as the sun starts to set over the mountains in Whistler, and what a setting. What an event.
It's peaceful, it's quiet, the skies are clear, everything is perfectly set up for the conclusion of this day of skeleton competition at Vancouver Whistler 2025.
I'm up.
We're going home.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going. That's why he's there,
I didn't get it. You know, I thought he was
He's
just coming
not
down
trying to pick you up.
I thought he came down to
off.
say hi. I'm serious. What a dope, man. Oh, shit, dude.
Dude, no, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well,
I guess I'll see you tomorrow.
it is almost like a view of a landscape painting, isn't it? Just charmingly beautiful. Something that, frankly, one could leave on the screen for the entire day. Never grow tired of it. Whether you're a visitor to this part of the world or whether it's where you call home, whether you're seeing this lovely sight for the first time or whether you're well and truly accustomed to it, I doubt it will ever get old.
No, it really never does.
Jeremy's back on two. Jeremy's back on two.
Now, what was I saying about peace and quiet? In honour of the Invictus Games, two Royal Canadian Air Force CF-18 Hornet fighter jets conducting a flyby over Whistler. Gosh. Now that was a sight, Earth.
Can we say that's cool? Because that was cool.
I think we can say with no hyperbole whatsoever.
That was beautiful.
Perfect backdrop for Whistler sliding centre track, this track that hosted the championships of the world in luge very recently. The flag of Lithuania, its horizontal tricolour of yellow, green and red on display there, adopted in originally 1918 during the first period of Lithuanian independence, then readopted in 1988.
We're going to be seeing a few members of the Ukrainian team as well, probably including Artur Milan, who won a bronze medal with Team Unconquered 3 in the wheelchair basketball. So it's going to be it's already been an exciting Invictus Games for him, and this proves to continue that emotion.
Had some excellent displays from the Unconquered athletes, didn't we, in the wheelchair basketball?
Oh, yeah.
And the curling as well. Wheelchair curling was another great occasion for those Unconquered teams. And for those of you new to the Invictus Games, the Unconquered teams are mixed groups of athletes. Perhaps it's not possible for their nation to put an entire team forward for an event, or perhaps the reverse is the case. They've got so many athletes that there isn't space for everyone in the team, and the Unconquered teams allow, therefore, everyone to get the opportunity to participate in a team sport like wheelchair basketball, like wheelchair curling, like sitting volleyball.
Team Unconquered 3 in the wheelchair basketball, the bronze medalist was made up of 2 Ukrainians and Americans. That is what it was, and they ended up going and earning themselves a medal here at the Invictus Games.
Well, we've talked about the beautiful landscape of Whistler, and the flag of Ukraine is inspired by the landscape of that country. The idea of the sky above and the endless fields of wheat below. Lots of the flags in use at these games have their own fascinating history, their own sense of great symbolism. No reason to be vexed by vexillology.
It's going to be fascinating here, Ollie, in the next few hours and into the next day of competition, is how cold it gets here in Whistler and the conditions of the ice.
Okay, you can lay down for sure, yeah.
Let us begin. Flight number 7, Dorian Floare of Romania.
Scooch up a little bit, move up. Yeah, perfect. He's nice and straight, nice and straight. And then we can't have these twisted. We have to be like this. Okay, good to go anytime.
Great work again done by those course officials. Very reassuring, very precise. And with the instruction to have fun, away goes Dorian Floare of Romania. This is the ISK2, 32.93 by Kim Hardy of Canada, the best we've seen so far.
Also competing in biathlon and seated volleyball is Dorian. Head down, good speed. And here it is. See, you can see now that it is open, how fast some of these athletes are coming around that final corner, Thunderbird there, and right into the finish line.
That's a very good effort from Dorian Floare. It's going to be interesting to see the time produced by the Romanian.
I wonder if the competitors are talking to each other, giving each other tips. Well, actually, they're probably
Yeah, there we go. 4th position for the Romanian. About a third of a second outside of the medals. This is Alexander Adrienko of Ukraine.
Так, на максимальному позитиві, впевнено, розслабився. І як дав до фінішу, щоб аж лід розплавився під тобою.
Єсть.
Але красиво,
Тренери, є.
давай. Ти ж красунчик. Цю ногу поки поклади, не напрягай. Будеш їхати акуратно.
Important for him to be getting the instructions in his native tongue
Все, розслабся, все хорошо.
by the coaches,
Це ж кайф.
saying relax.
Все? Все, чуть-чуть піднімай ногу. Все, давай, с Богом. Не пішов, красунчик, давай.
Away and ready to go. Alexander Andrienko of Ukraine, police captain and serviceman from the Donetsk region, says that he wants to live actively. And adaptive sport's an enormous part of that. This is ISK4 in the skeleton at Vancouver Whistler 2025.
Yeah, and he's actively coming down this mountain with some really good speed. Into the final turn. Oh, just slowed up there a little bit at the end, I think. Nevertheless, a very good run.
No wonder he's thrilled about that performance. That was really strong from Alexander Andrienko. Oleg Omelchuk, also of Ukraine, captain of the armed forces, currently serving.
Красиво. Так дугою туди вглиб зайди. І контролюй весь процес контролюй. Це все вийде красиво. Чуть-чуть подимай. Давай.
He said coming into these games that one of the things that he's really needed, because he has the motivation, he has the desire, is the support. And we saw it there. That support was so clear at the start, and how vital it is for these Invictus competitors.
Well, I mean, support is the one thing that 100% of these competitors are receiving throughout these games, whether it's during the play, during the event, after the event, in the streets, people high-fiving each other, people cheering on everyone and from every different part of the world coming to represent their country. Solid run here from the Ukrainian.
10th place for Oleg Omelchuk. 33.14 seconds. It's still that 32.85 from Guillaume Durand that leads the way. This is Artur Mylin of Ukraine, soldier of the armed forces from Kyiv.
Had a good chat with him before the event started, and he talked about wanting to come here and wanting to do the adaptive sports, and there's a little bit of stuff for them to do in Ukraine, but it's not as big as it is here in Canada. So for him getting to these Invictus Games and be able to compete in things that he likes, such as skiing, such as seated snowboarding and volleyball and wheelchair basketball, it's an absolute thrill for him.
He said, didn't he, Artur Mylin, that a lot of this for him is not so much about his own individual performance, it's being an example for others and showing that after a serious accident, after a serious injury, whatever the circumstances are of you as an Invictus competitor, as he said, it doesn't end. You can cope with it, you can live a full life, you can travel, you can be a high performer in sport. Certainly making a good case here for a high position on the leaderboard is Artur Mylin. Just a little difficulty with stability right at the very
there
end.
Right at the end. Might have popped his head up a little bit early there.
To actually achieve 8th place despite that, I mean, that was a really fast performance.
Yeah, I think these speeds and these numbers and times are going to start to move up as it gets a little bit colder. I really do. I think that the mountain's going to get cold, the ice is going to start to freeze again.
That's too much. A little bit up forward again, and then I want your hands on this next one. Yeah, so your arms are
To
nice and straight.
Flight Lieutenant Mike Evans of the United
really
Kingdom.
sink in here.
He was part of the UK team in Dusseldorf
Beautiful. That's perfect.
in 2023. But he tore his calf muscle on day 2, and that really curtailed his involvement in the games. It is wonderful that he's back here. He said that Invictus is an unfinished chapter in his recovery journey. Well, here he goes, the gentleman who joined the RAF in 1999 as an aircraft engineer. He's had many roles since then.
Beautiful sentiment, though, isn't it? The Invictus Games, an unfinished chapter in his recovery journey. Now he's on a journey here to try and put a good time and finish this race, and it looks good. The body positioning was great there. to get into the final turn, and as he crosses the finish line, a little sideways, but able to finish the run strong.
Most of the contact there did come after he'd crossed over the line, so it might not have impacted his speed too much, and he was going very fast, so we could have a challenge laid down here.
Look up a little bit more.
Come back to that and find out where he's positioned. This is Lieutenant Commander Richard Galpin of the Royal Navy of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This is a gentleman who is very accomplished in sport. He competed before his accident in the British and World Championships of indoor rowing.
Richard, let's go.
He's been elite level as a sports person and has done a lot of sports as well. And after he made the team, he phoned his wife and she burst into tears and she said, "I've got my husband back," because she could tell from his voice how much this meant to him.
This man was told he wouldn't be able to run again. And here he is at the Invictus Games, competing in a number of different events. At his own pace, at his own will, coming down this mountain with speed.
The UK has got a great tradition in skeleton. It's been its top event at the Olympic Winter Games for quite some time. So let's see how Richard Galpin has done. I can tell you that Mike Evans, by the way, has gone into the lead in the ISK4 competition, displacing G&m3S. So we thought that Mike Evans had done well, and he has done very well. And it may be that Lieutenant Commander Galpin has also displaced a Canadian. We're just waiting for confirmation of that.
I think there might be something to the story of an advantage at competing a little bit later on in the day.
Oh, hello, cheers. Team UK. Sorry?
He's gone into the lead for them as well. Now to team captain of the United Kingdom, Stephen Hooper, who served in the RAF as a mechanical transport driver. This is his second Invictus Games. Well, the UK competitors.
Richard Galpin now, with another speed of 100, moves into the lead in the ISK 5 over Chris McGowan of Canada.
So whatever happens, we're going to have a UK leading in the ISK 5 because Stephen Hooper is also competing in this category. We just remind ourselves that it was English soldiers who constructed a toboggan track between Davos and Closters back in 1882. Just bringing the past into the present here, the UK team, with these performances. Great effort from Stephen Hooper. 6th place for him.
Some very good momentum for Team UK.
Yeah, how was that? That was good. Oh, amazing. Oh, that was amazing. Someone needs to do that more often. Get me back on that sled. Oh.
He wants just to go right back up the top and have another go, doesn't he?
Absolutely. And you know what? For an event where it's one run, you make the most of it, but a lot of these competitors have never done it. So it is something that they look at and they do enjoy very much.
Elbows in, perfect. Look up a little
This
bit
is the ISK3, where Dorian Ziemer of Germany is leading, but it's another competitor from the UK. This is 35-year-old Terry Jones. Was a Lance Corporal, and he won 2 bronze medals for the UK team at the last Invictus Games. So we keep a very close eye on Terry Jones. Knows what he's doing at the Invictus Games.
Wants to play a part of helping others who are new to the team. Kind of a veteran leader.
And looking good so far. All of the UK competitors in very good order. Smooth and controlled, coming round Thunderbird, coming across the line. That is Terry Jones of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Just waiting for confirmation of the time. 5th place for Jones.
These are very disciplined runs by Team UK.
Thank you.
Getting in the sled, keeping the body very, very tight, no movement whatsoever in the legs or the arms or the head while they're going down the hill there.
Well, you foreshadowed it, Irv. You said you thought times were going to change.
So the key is to go later. Refreezing of the surface maybe because it's getting colder out there.
This is a remarkable individual. Squadron leader Samantha May in the Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom. Only 30. Currently holds the military pole vault record. Fabulous sports person. A doctor. Spent a significant amount of time caring for civilians and military colleagues with severe COVID-19. Has accomplished so much, despite only just turning 30.
Says without Invictus, I'm not sure she'd be doing too much. Well, she's doing a lot here, making her way down a large mountain and putting up a great score for Team UK.
Now, how close is that going to get to Kim Hardy? 7th place, it's still the Canadian leading. That's where Canada's holding its lead in that ISK2 after the UK displaced a couple of Canadians. Great competition.
Yeah, and the ISK4 and 5, ISK3, Dorian Ziemer.
This is Marius Švedkauskas of Lithuania, a logistics expert. Serves as a reconnaissance signal operator in the Lithuanian Armed Forces. Marius Švedkauskas has said that physical activity helped him regain as much muscle strength, flexibility and mobility as possible, essential in returning to a normal routine. And that's something that is important to talk about in terms of adaptive sports. They are, for a lot of the Invictus competitors, part of aiming to return to active duty as effectively as possible.
Also added that sports have strengthened not only my body but my mental resilience, and that's a lot of the case for a lot of these competitors, Ollie, is they're out there, but it's the goal of sport that's bringing everybody together.
Marius Švedkauskas of Lithuania. Great to welcome Lithuania to the Invictus Games, one of 2 new nations along with Brazil joining the family in Vancouver Whistler. Where can Marius Švedkauskas find himself on the leaderboard? Maybe just a little high there,
but high there.
Got it back under control so well. That was a good alteration, a good correction.
It was a great start. Coming down with some great speed.
Twelfth position for Marius Švedkauskas.
Okay, now you can get laid down.
So it is the United Kingdom leading the way in the ISK4 with Michael Evans.
Here, straight elbows, perfect.
We now look at Egidius Bacenas of Lithuania. 30 years of service in the army. Wants to be part of the Invictus Games to meet, as he says, brothers and sisters in arms who've suffered trauma or injury during service or a mission. He says that when he does sports, he shows his children that even with an injury, you can still do sports and never give up.
And I think that that's one of the key things to remember about these Invictus Games is sport is uniting a lot of people. You know, they served their countries in so many different places, and they're now being united by sport.
Just working hard to keep that line, keep the pace up. Going into the finish there was Egidius Bacenas of Lithuania.
Normally, the competitors' normal reaction is to kind of lift themselves out, but that once again creates a lot of drag and lose some precious tenths, hundreds of seconds. Absolutely. In all the sliding sports, if you can keep...
Now this is James Cairns of the United Kingdom. It's been rather eventful Invictus Games for James Cairns. Joined in Canada by partner Hannah, and now no longer partner, fiancée Hannah. Proposed to her after the UK-Columbia wheelchair basketball match last night.
Beautiful moment. It really was. In front of the crowd of people and everyone that was there for James Cairns and his now fiancée.
We should just say that James Cairns' story is particularly special because he actually was in the room with the Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry, when he explained his plans for the Invictus Games for the first time to service personnel. He was one of 10 people, and ever since then he wanted to take part. Amazing to have been there at the genesis in that place in Headley Court.
Solid run. Okay. Solid run.
You can hear him keep saying, amazing. That was amazing.
I think yesterday was pretty amazing for him too.
Wow.
Congratulations, James and Hannah.
Did you want to take your helmet off or camera?
Did you need to adjust that at all, or?
What's that say? No, good.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I'll walk down with you.
Let's go, Team UK!
Well, they are going, Team UK. I mean, they're really going. I look back at James Cairns.
He must have all the thrill in the world right now, all the emotions running through his body, adrenaline of proposal and, you know, coming up to the Invictus Games in itself, and then also coming down a mountain at nearly 100 kilometers an hour.
I wonder which was scary, about that or the moment before the proposal. And overjoyed at the end of both.
100%. I'm going to say he thinks the proposal.
Yes.
You might.
The lovely sight of the skeleton competitions at the Whistler Sliding Centre and the 2025 Invictus Games. You're watching day 2 of the action from Canada, and it is a joy to have your company. Thank you so much for being part of the Invictus family, whether you're watching the games for the very first time or whether you've been watching them since they first took place in London all those years ago. They're returning to the United Kingdom in 2027. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We're barely underway here in Canada. Gafar alongside me, who knows all about the energy in Canada around these games. They've embraced this event.
They really have. You look at Vancouver and in the downtown area, you know, you see the signage and different things and posters all over the place of welcoming everyone to the Invictus Games. I believe when athletes arrived at the airport here in Vancouver, they were welcomed by different committees, different welcoming parties. And I think that that's one of the things that, you know, your first sight when you walk off a plane coming to compete in these games, you see people that are happy and willing to greet you and make it a everlasting event. I.am signs, 10 of them all over downtown Vancouver and Whistler for people to go and have their photographs taken with, and just a reminder of what these Invictus Games are. I am anything. You can be anything you want. You know, I am unconquered. I am resilient. And that's what I've learned, obviously, from being here and doing these games is the stories are absolutely incredible. The moments are bigger than everything. And the joy that these games, so simple these games are, but the joy it brings to these competitors are truly amazing.
Well, there has been so much to take stock of as we look at the beautiful conditions and the beautiful landscape of Whistler. But let's go from looking at that to looking back at what we've seen so far today. The highlights of the competition so far in the skeleton event at the 2025 Invictus Games.
You got the best run of the day. I think you got the best run of the day.
Can you see the sign?
The sun sets, but it rises again. The axiom, the message of the Invictus Games, it's not just about today, it's about tomorrow. This is just one part of the Invictus journey for all of these competitors. Yes, we focus on now, we focus on that, the beautiful Whistler Sliding Centre, we focus on the skeleton competition, but it's only a phase in the Invictus journey for everyone that's part of these games. And this is only the first day of 2 days of skeleton competition at the Whistler Sliding Centre. So a good opportunity perhaps to take stock of where we are and what is to come. The ISK2 skeleton competition, Kim Hardy of Canada leading the way over Brittany Hendry. Teammates from the host nation performing wonderfully with Alyssa Van Biesen of Belgium in third position. But as I say, many still to come today and lots to come tomorrow. ISK3 and its historian Zima of Germany, who is leading. Melanie Dumas of Canada in second place, and Ole Eriksson of the Danish squad in third position. Very close, first and second, 200ths. That's the gap.
Just 7 more competitors in the ISK3 today.
One of them competing recently, we saw James Cairns just a moment or two ago. The newly engaged James Cairns. The ISK4, and there have been changes that have come from this most recent flight. Courtesy of excellent performances from the UK team, and leading the way is Flight Lieutenant Mike Evans, displacing Guillaume Durand at the top of the leaderboard. It's taken a mighty effort to displace any Canadian at the top of the leaderboard in this skeleton competition. That's how well the UK team has done, because Canada has really been great ambassadors for this sport in their home games. And that leaves us just with one last event to wrap up as the sun is really beginning to set. And that is the ISK5, which has a huge number of competitors. And again, a great display from Team UK and Lieutenant Commander of the Royal Navy, Richard Galpin, who's gone into the lead over Chris McGowan. And Chris McGowan, we remind ourselves, was the first competitor to go at 100 kilometres an hour. And Galpin matching that and just being 0.04 of a second quicker. But as you have pointed out so articulately, Irv, it's not solely about these times. It's just one small part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have such a beautiful setting now with the sun going down in Whistler, and it's the event, it's the joy, it's the fulfillment, it's the bravery, it's everything and more for these competitors to go up here and be able to go and prove to themselves, their family members, their support staff, and who else helped them get here, that they're able to go and compete at a high level. And with this being the first Invictus Games with Winter Adaptive Sports, it's just another level of it.
Attends, j'ai dit à ma fille, j'envoie un petit cœur. Attends, moi j'ai un petit pour... Ah, c'est un truc de fragile.
French squad getting ready to go. Just saw there Nathan DeFranco holding up a little message. Alongside him was Brice Piard and Philippe Sanson. Next competitor set to go is from France. Real change now. said she's nervous for skeleton, but sees it as a really great adventure.
Yeah, this is okay. Let's keep these in, nice and relaxed.
Marie-Cécile Boeuf of France, from the lovely city of Strasbourg, and a silver medalist in recurve archery at the last games. Really interesting that roars of the French team as Marie-Cécile Boeuf closed her eyes and focused on her own performance there, because she actually has said that the French team is very young and very dynamic, and they've been working on being calm in sporting situations because, as she says, they're very fiery.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely showed that, and you can see as she closed her eyes, took that deep breath and got into her own moment of clarity before she came down here, is now putting up a pretty good speed as we enter the Thunderbird.
It is Kim Hardy of Canada leading on 32.93 seconds. Did well there, Marie-Cécile Boeuf, to get the skeleton back under control to get over the line. Super recovery, that. Now we're looking at Nathan DiFranco of France. Very motivated competitor, the 27-year-old. Says that the Invictus Games for him are a springboard to what he calls his after, the next phase of his life.
You can just see the excitement of everybody, and even himself, as soon as that horn went off for the starting gate to open.
This French team's a joy, isn't it? They've brought so much energy to the Whistler Sliding Centre.
He says, I think we're going to laugh a lot. And that's exactly what it is. You know, this French team is just having a great time being at these Invictus Games and being with one another and going out and competing.
Well, they were laughing when they saw the time of Marie-Cécile Boeuf coming in, because she's only 200s away from the lead. And they might be smiling further once their entire squad is done, because there's real quality here in this French skeleton squad. 8th place for Nathan DiFranco. Morgan Elof from the northeast of France, a 39-year-old who didn't have any expectations of being selected for the Invictus Games. Thought that he would try on something of a whim. Said he was very surprised and then absolutely thrilled. And he has also spoken about the team spirit. He said, with the team spirit and support we have, we'll get there. This is ISK 4.
Says he fell a lot on his skis in the beginning of training, but he feels like he's made some progress in that essence. Nervous for these games, but with the team spirit and support we have, we'll get there. And he will get to the finish line pretty quickly if he keeps up this speed.
Absolutely. Just working hard not to go too high there, coming round Thunderbird. Heading towards the finish. This is Morgan Elof of France. It is Mike Evans who leads in ISK 4 at the moment. 13th place for Morgan Elof, 33.22 seconds. Just to give you an idea of the condensed nature of the leaderboard, that's only about just over half a second slower than the leader. Julien Gabillot of France. Very skilled commander parachutist in the French army. Julien Gabillot lost the use of his foot after a difficult landing. Was injured in Mali in 2021.
This French team has a very good chance, and any one of these competitors, I mentioned before, because it is so cold up there in Whistler, the temperature is dropping and the course is getting faster and faster.
And they're not exactly a bad winter sports nation, the French. You know, they really have produced some incredible results at elite level and recreational level over the years. It's a proud winter sports nation. It's a bit of a shake of the head from Julien Gabillot. 18th position, 33.86 seconds. This is the ISK3. Dorian Zima still leading. It's been a long lead for Dorian Zima, the German.
And that's a fast time, 32.83 seconds.
On we go with Team France. Fabrice Grandin, a debutant at the Invictus Games. Describes himself as a big brother figure in the French team, always listening, always giving a shoulder to lean on. Well, now those shoulders need to be nice and relaxed as he gets underway in the skeleton competition.
You mentioned the French team having a lot of laughs and having a lot of fun. You said he's fallen a lot during ski training camps. He says he thinks the photographer has some great photos of him taking falls. Well, we'll see here what type of photo finish we're going to get.
Certainly moving with purpose.
Yeah.
Fabrice Grandin. ISK4 being led still, but we wait for confirmation after this time has come in by Flight Lieutenant Mike Evans. 13th place for Grandin. Here is the skipper, captain of the entire French team. Welcome to the games, Brice Piat. Reselected, one of only 4 French competitors to come back after Düsseldorf.
Does running and rowing on his own. This event a little different.
It's been so new, hasn't it, for so many of the competitors, and that if I keep having to remind myself of, because the standard's been so high.
Yeah, it really has. For an event that I think not a lot of people had any idea of how it was going to go, it has proven to be probably the most exciting, the most exhilarating at least, judging by all of the reactions from the competitors when they finish.
So that is the captain Brice Piat of Team France. And we should say here, congratulations and well done to all of the officials too, because they have done fantastically in readying the Invictus Games competitors.
Very important.
Oh, just confirmed he's gone into the lead by 100th of a second over Flight Lieutenant Mike Evans.
Through here, these straight.
Philippe Sanso of France.
Je le sens pas du tout, votre truc. Vidéo, je voudrais augmenter ma cotisation.
This is very different landscape for Philippe Sanso. He's not from a mountainous part of France at all. It's been very new winter sports life for him. Very good rower.
Says he's the life of the party. Also very determined.
Well, we saw that, didn't we, beforehand?
Yeah.
He was right up there alongside Nathan de Franco.
The French team already is having a mini party here with Bryce Poulard getting into first place.
Well, they've been exciting to watch, haven't they, the French team? Let's see where Philippe Sanso finds himself positioned. This is ISK5. ISK5 currently being led by Richard Galpin. Are we going to see another French competitor move ahead of someone from Team UK? 11th place for Sanso. So Galpin's lead holds. A look back here at Philippe Sanso.
He was excited to start. You know, you saw the other French competitor kind of take a moment and close her eyes before she went down the track, and you see here this competitor be able to let out some words of encouragement, kind of amping himself up before going down the mountain.
There's 7 in the French team. It sounds like there's about 50 of them. They're really supporting each other beautifully.
Okay.
This is Anne Watipan of France.
Yeah. Okay, can you tell her to move up a
She
little bit?
has said she's doing this for the team spirit and for her own self-confidence.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Relax. And this, keep it. And then here, can she wrap her fingers around this? Wrap her fingers. Yeah, perfect.
Ah ben, je fais rien de la main gauche.
Relax.
C'est bon comme ça ou pas?
And then these come in.
Là, il faut que tu serres tes bras le long du corps.
Ouais.
Et pense au crayon.
Et mes jambes, c'est bon?
Okay for you? C'est parfait.
I'm going to just check her grip.
On va juste vérifier que tu tiens bien.
Au niveau des pieds, c'est bon?
Les pieds, c'est bon.
Ok.
C'est bon?
Oui.
Et kiffe, hein? Relax et amuse-toi bien. Thank you.
Great relay system there, working across 2 languages to make sure that she was ready and prepared. She was on the ice yesterday in the wheelchair curling competition. Different sort of pace here for Anne Watipan of France.
Do it because no one will do it for you. That's her her Invictus Games motto.
Well, Marie-Cécile Boeuf got very close to Kim Hardy's lead in ISK2. What can Watipan do? Really good work this from Watipan.
It's a sharp turn.
They mean business, and they are delivering, the French team. And Watipan of France, waiting for the time to come in, 11th place.
Well, there is something to be said about the weather changing, affecting a lot of these times. It's now 8, 9 below, getting colder.
Yeah.
Course getting
Nice and
faster.
relaxed. Yes. These elbows in. This is perfect. Yeah.
3 to go in this flight. Engelina Denneman of the Netherlands will be competing in biathlon tomorrow. So essential that she be competing today in the first half of the skeleton competition, and will be doing indoor rowing on the last day of the games.
So many of these games and events have so many different types of skill level that you need to have, or at least be willing to try. And I think for the skeleton, everyone was willing to try it.
So that is the first of the 3 Dutch competitors.
Take your time if you need to.
Engelina Denneman in ISK2.
Turn around and there's a TV right behind you.
Petrus Halbrechts of the Netherlands. Very busy at these games, competing not just in the skeleton but in biathlon, in sitting volleyball as part of one of the unconquered teams, will be swimming and has already played wheelchair curling. It is a baffling skill set. So impressive.
The variety of events that a lot of these athletes are doing and taking full advantage of being a part of the Invictus Games is something special.
To go from wheelchair curling yesterday to this, to go from casting the stone to essentially being the stone that's cast in the skeleton, it is incredible to see athletes who we remind ourselves are not elite level competitors able to do that.
Fearless.
To be moving nice and low round through Thunderbird towards the finish. Let's see how that's reflected in the time for Petrus Halbrechts.
All right, got you here. Yay! How was that? Awesome. Yeah, man. All right, you can stand up. Really be careful on the ice here. We're gonna get you out over the left. Easy.
5th place. How was that? Awesome was the affirmative reply from
I'm here.
Mr. Halbrechts.
Awesome. Thank you.
We come to the last competitor in this flight, Andreas Meulemans of the Netherlands. Also will be participating in biathlon, sitting volleyball, and has already played wheelchair basketball. This is ISK4, being led by Brice Piard of France. Sun really starting to go down now.
Really is. See the ice glistening now. These competitors are trying to get down here as fast as they possibly can, and the advantage of going later in the day is a big one.
We have seen some changes to the top of the leaderboard across the 5 categories, or 4 of the 5 categories, because we haven't yet had ISK1 begin. That's the smallest in terms of number of competitors, just 3 of them. 18th place for Andreas Meulemans. And that brings to a close this particular flight, but there is one more still to come.
Well done, amazing. Nice work.
Again, just great work from those officials.
Taking care of, making sure that everybody's taken care of, everyone's safe, everyone feels safe before they go and compete in this event. And even after, you know, you see a lot of players getting up and a little bit dizzy because of how fast they're going in the G-force in the body, but obviously all the officials and the medical personnel that are there to make sure that everyone is okay.
It's a great stereotype of Canada, the friendliness, the warmth. It's a stereotype because it's true. And it's just very clear in the way that the officials are engaging with the competitors that, yes, they're safeguarding them. They're also being really nice, really friendly, really kind.
Yeah, it may be cold in Whistler, but not cold in Canada for some of the people that live here and everything that, you know, they want to do and welcome people to their country. -9 on the ice right now. So I think when we started this event early in the day, it was -5, -4. So significantly colder down there on the ice, which obviously is making for way faster speeds. Air temperature at -8, so definitely cooling up there as well.
Well, we have one flight to come, so important to get a sense of perspective and a sense of the lay of the land as we look at the lovely landscape of Whistler. In the ISK2, it is Engelina Denneman who is leading the way, the Dutch competitor, sneaking ahead of Kim Hardy with a wonderful performance. Really well done, Engelina Denneman. Marie-Cécile Boeuf of France, who started this whole flight, is in 3rd place. So we've seen 2 changes, the top 3 in ISK2 coming from this particular flight, and the French have been at the heart of it. Really exciting to watch them and their strong sense of team spirit. In the ISK3, Dorian Ziemer of Germany remains in the lead. 5th to go in the entire day. Dorian Ziemer still in 1st place, with Mélanie Dumas of Canada 2nd and Ola Eriksson still 3rd. There's really been no change for a while, actually, in ISK3 in those top 3 positions. We go to ISK4 and Brice Piard going ahead of Mike Evans, who led for a while. Guillaume Durand, who started the flight in 1st position, now in 3rd place. It really is compact. 100th separating 1st and 2nd, 100th separating 3rd and 4th in the ISK4.
It's going to be tight right until the end. And again, you know, you look at the competitors that have taken over the Canadians, they had the lead for so long, but it was the late in the day, right? The competitors that got to go as the temperatures dropped, that proved to have a little bit more of an advantage.
In ISK 5, it is Richard Galpin of Team UK who leads the way. Chris McGowan of Canada in second place, and the Romanian Viorel Amzarescu in third position. Frederick de Keyser, the first to go, the Belgian who got the entire day started, still in the top 5. That's a great accomplishment considering how many have gone afterwards. And a lot of competitors in the ISK 5 as well. It's a busy competition. So let's have a look back at the best of the action so far from the skeleton competition.
Just absolutely beautiful scenes up in Whistler of the 2025 Invictus Games happening here in Vancouver and Whistler. Skeleton, as you can see, that is the Thunderbird turn. The sun is now starting to set over the mountains. Beautiful sight, beautiful games, and a beautiful competition is really what it's been, Blythe, as we welcome you back to join me. And when you look at the skeleton as a whole, for a lot of these competitors who haven't really seen this, or this is their first chance of ever getting to do this, what have you made so far of the day that we have seen?
Well, we anticipated that it was going to be an exciting event, the debut of winter sports at the Invictus Games. But I don't know if we really envisaged something that has been as magnificent, both from a sporting spectacle standpoint as from a just personal standpoint. We have seen scenes of joy and jubilation at the arrival line, and, you know, some great emotions at the beginning as well. And between them, just masterful performances, really, from the competitors, almost none of whom have been initiated to skeleton before this. So, I mean, 2 thumbs way up, really, on the day. And there is still one last flight to go.
Absolutely. You can see the flags are getting a little windy there, so the temperature is starting to drop in Whistler, which has made it interesting, to say the least, for the conditions and the times that these competitors are able to come down and go about putting up better scores. And we've seen it with the change of who is in first place and now who is in second place for some of these events. So it's been very interesting. It's been fascinating to watch. And I'm excited to kind of see this last flight and see where it takes us. This is being held at the Whistler Sliding Center, not too far away, about 15 minutes away from where everything else in Whistler is going to be taking place on on the mountains as well. Whistler about 2.5 hours from Vancouver. The Whistler Sliding Center starts at 842 meters in elevation. That is what the competitors here at the Invictus Games will be starting at, the Maple Leaf starting point. Go down the mountain through a series of curves and twists to really test the agility, really test the boundaries and the physical limits of what you can put your body through. Last turn is Thunderbird, and you see there the finish line. You come out of that turn right at the end, and you know you're going to be reaching speeds of what we've seen today, 98, 99, 100 kilometers an hour. And these competitors are definitely hitting those points.
And you talk about being one with the ice here. They are so low to the ground, and they are sliding on something that is not that much bigger than a laptop. And it's about the width of one as well. And it's that helps them. keep their sleds moving in a straight direction. And of course, hitting the sides of the course, that can potentially slow them down, maybe cost them a few hundredths of a second. And so one thing we can really look for in this last flight is who comes out of that Thunderbird turn and is just going dead straight.
You don't want to be too high above the Whistler where it says Whistler, but you don't want to be too low. Somewhere right in the middle is where we've seen a lot of these competitors go. We've seen some great times. We've seen some fascinating results. We've seen some excellent speeds. And like you mentioned, coming out of the final turn, being able to keep the sled straight and your body straight. We've seen that a few times. So we see the start list for the final flight of the day. You're going to see competitors from a number of different nations: Ukraine, Colombia, Canada. Number of different categories as well. ISK 2, 4, 3, and 5 are represented.
It will be the first time that we've been able to have a real look at the Colombian team here at these Invictus Games. They were so impressive when they made their debut as a nation 2 years ago in Dusseldorf. They won over 50 medals. It was a fantastic result. And some of them are veterans of that Invictus Games. It will be very interesting to see how they approach this new edition and also the winter sports scene.
Beautiful shot of Whistler Village in Whistler. Not too far from where these games are being held. And let's give a round of applause and a cheer to the volunteers of these Invictus Games who've been cheering loudly, who've been there to offer support, help, guidance, anything that any of these competitors or the countries need. As we make our way back to the top of the mountain and see Alexei Vasiluk from Ukraine. Oh, sorry, no, that's Julian Coy from Colombia. He's working as a police assistant in 2008. This is his first ever sports competition, as his disability isn't usually categorized. And he says that he will win a gold medal for Colombia here in Canada.
Okay, relax, Julian. Relax, elbows in.
Alrighty, having fun. Yeah.
Final words of instruction to Julian Coy of Colombia, and he is off down the track, the first Colombian competitor that we will see in this skeleton competition.
Yeah, and as it gets darker, the speeds start to pick up a little bit as Julian comes around the turn here.
He is competing in the ISK 4 category, 5 categories, divvied up by the weight of the competitors because the mass affects speed more than anything else. The time to beat in this category posted just a few minutes ago by Brice Pilar of France. And 24th place for Julian Coy.
Here's Alexei Vasiluk of Ukraine.
Літр стопиш. Красунчик. Все, давай. По красоте, давай. Зроби красивенько. Гарненько. Задоволення отримай.
He's also competing in rowing, wheelchair rugby for Unconquered 2, and snowboarding.
Off to a smooth start as he heads down the Gold Rush Trail. Some mild curves that become more intense as he approaches the Thunderbird turn. There it is. Now, you see where his body was, just a little bit low compared to where the Whistler signage is. Optimally, he might be just a little higher, taking that turn. More upright way, but not bad at all. 11th place.
It's almost difficult for some of these competitors to try and get that speed. It depends where you position your body and how you're going to be able to go through and get around to that final turn so you can go up and try and maximize the amount of speed that you have.
Words of encouragement and affirmation from the trainer.
But I see. Oh.
Jorge Fajardo from Colombia. I wanted to be a part of the Invictus Games to prove to myself and others that no matter the challenges, we can rise above them and achieve greatness. Sports has helped me maintain a healthy lifestyle.
He is 31 years old from Bogota. He was involved in a traffic accident while serving with the National Army in 2012, necessitated a left leg below knee amputation.
He's coming down this mountain with some pretty good speed.
Oh my. Oh yes, indeed. A lovely run from Jorge Fajardo of Colombia.
Colombia had a debut in the Invictus Games in 2023, winning 54 medals. Incredible.
They were just terrific. And clearly one of the best debut nation performances at an Invictus Games.
Michael Drover of Canada. Says, take everything as it comes and enjoy every moment. Wants to love spending time with his says spend a lot of time with your family as he makes his way down. Had his head down, told to relax.
His career has spanned 4 decades. Much of it as a Marine engineer and retired clearance diver now in the Canadian Navy. And he has an interesting perspective. He says, we all have skeletons in our closet, but some closets are bigger than others. And he does feel that the wear and tear of 40 years of a military career on his body has taken a toll. He really wants to thank his wife for all of her support and encouragement. He says, if it was not for her, I don't know where I would be today.
17th place, had his head down, staring at the ice the entire time. Very good technique. Javier Pedromo Valderrama.
Perfect. Relax. Tranquilo.
Again, the instructions from the officials are so important. Getting the competitor to relax. Keep your head down.
If not, probably should be okay. Okay. Yeah. If not, we have to run it down. Yeah. Yeah. We'll check it. Yeah. No problem. No problem.
Oh, this is John Baez Zambrano.
It looks like there may have been a last
minute change, yeah.
John Baez Zambrano, 15 years ago, lost part of his left leg after an encounter with an explosive device. But he has become incredibly accomplished, especially in sitting volleyball. A 2-time Para-Pan American Games competitor in that sport. His team finished 4th in 2015 and in 2019.
Says sports have helped me overcome physical, psychological, and emotional challenges, improve my physical condition, and strengthen interpersonal relationships.
22nd place for John Baez Zambrano.
Able to make his way down the mountain.
High fives all around. Really is an occasion for celebration when you complete a course like this.
Especially in an event like this.
We'll meet you at the bottom. Okay? We'll send it down.
As you can see, that's number 88, Mauricio Peña Trujillo.
Gracias. You.
And really one of the stars of the Invictus Games 2 years ago in Dusseldorf. He won multiple medals in track and field and also at the 50-meter backstroke as a swimmer and medals in paracycling as well. An all-around athlete. This is a new challenge for him.
Sports have helped me change my life emotionally and physically, and I think a lot of the competitors here at the Invictus Games can echo a statement similar to that.
Yeah, you're good.
Whereas they served in arms in their countries
Okay.
all over the world, but here they are united by sport and trying something completely new that they've probably never done before.
Okay. So nice and relaxed through here. I'm just going to check your grip. Perfect. Nice and relaxed. Perfect.
Control of his next sled is sled number 20.
Alrighty, have fun.
Last minute of instruction and encouragement as he makes his way down.
He says it has meant so much to him being part of the global family of survivors and taking part in another Invictus Games. He's in the ISK2 category. That category currently led by Annalena Denneman of the Netherlands. She reached a speed of 99 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, he came out of that corner from Thunderbird very quickly. Good for 10th place, top 10.
Really a consummate sportsman, Mauricio Peña Trujillo.
Carlos Aguilera Osa.
Control his next sled is sled number 16.
A very accomplished swimmer is Carlos.
It's incredible what he has been able to do, considering that he has had 8 years of dialysis as he has dealt with kidney disease. He says, I am an example of resilience for people who have undergone transplants. Indeed, he is. Among his sporting accomplishments is that he has been on Colombia's underwater rugby team. Clearly, he is not someone who is afraid to try new and different sports.
No, absolutely not. And he's got a lot of speed coming through that final turn here. See if it's good enough.
Chasing the sub-33 set by Annalena Denneman. And 6th place, just over 33 seconds. Marvelous run from Carlos Aguilera Osa.
Hi. Turn around, baby.
Great run, 2 thumbs up. David Medina.
David Medina, who spent time in the Colombian Navy. He credits sport as having really turned his life around in many ways. He says it's helped him focus, reduce stress, regulate his emotions, identify problems. And on top of all that, he gets to do incredible things like this.
Oh, absolutely. And he's coming down this mountain with some pace. You know, we're seeing a lot more of these competitors. I don't know if the ones that go later in the day are now starting to watch the ones that have gone earlier, making adjustments as to the way that they are holding their sled, the way that they're going down.
Good. Invictus Games. Yeah. All right, so you can follow the lady there. She'll take
The
you down.
Invictus spirit beautifully on display.
Yeah, great turn. Aerodynamics were great. A lot of excitement happening. You see finish line there. Lots of volunteers up in Vancouver and in Whistler, helping whatever anyone needs, offering support and encouragement to competitors, their families, personnel of all the teams that are here at the Invictus Games in Vancouver and in Whistler. Now nightfall. It was cold up there. It's been a great day. An absolutely great day. Nearly 100 competitors, most of whom are trying skeleton for the first time. Being able to go down and represent your country, being able to have the courage to go and be able to put on an event like this. You see in ISK2 as we take a look at the standings, Angelina Denneman now in first place, Kim Hardy of Canada in the silver position. France in third with Marie-Cécile Bouffe.
That's too bad. That's too bad. I'm enjoying live.
The ISK3, Dorian Ziemer, 32.83. Look at how close that is between first place and second place there. Melanie Dumas of Canada in second place, and Denmark in third. Times have been increasingly faster as the day has moved on. Bryce Pillard, France. Michael Evans of Team UK. Guillaume Durand, Canada, 1, 2, and 3. France was the interesting one because that was very late in the day where Bryce Pillard came and had the run that he did. Lots of competitors in ISK4 as well. And in ISK5, Richard Gaplin, Chris McGowan, and Viorel Amorescu, 1, 2, and 3. Richard Gaplin and Chris McGowan, the only two competitors to reach 100 kilometers an hour on this track. Lots of 99s, lots of 98s, but those are the only two individuals that were able to get up to that 100 kilometer an hour speed. Nightfall now in Whistler. Beautiful, beautiful day. A great day on the mountain. Had a wonderful flyover as well in the Canadian Armed Forces. Lights are on. Track is cold. It's windy. Perfect conditions for skeleton.
You took the words out of my mouth. It could not be better sliding weather. You raised an interesting point earlier, Irv, when you talked about the earlier competitors not having had the opportunity to really witness people, their teammates, or their other contenders going down this slope. Well, this has changed somewhat, and you do have to wonder, with the times dropping along with the temperatures, perhaps some people have been able to take notes on what they've been seeing and adapt, even though everybody only gets one run on this course.
Well, I think from a competitor standpoint, your one run is you want to try and make it as perfect as you can. So if there is something you can take, whether it's the way you change the certain way you're laying or a certain move you have to make or how relaxed you need to be before you go and do this, you take every opportunity you can. And I think for these competitors, you know, going up and having the enjoyment of doing this is one thing, but, you know, for some of them and speaking to them, it's okay. Yeah, we do want to try and put up a good number here. So later in the day, as we now are here in the evening portion of this event, it's slick, it's fast. The Americans may have an advantage, as there are a few of them that are about to go down this mountain and try and put up a good score.
It's a test of many things, Skeleton. Adaptability, among other things, because you are thrown into a situation that you have never encountered before, and you don't really get much time. I mean, really milliseconds to get your bearings and to try to make the run as good as you possibly can.
Full moon, beautiful night, not a cloud in the sky. There hasn't been a cloud in the sky for a couple of days now for the Invictus Games here in Vancouver and in Whistler.
Even the sun has come out to watch.
It really has. And the competitors have taken notice. I mean, you look through the city of Vancouver and even up in Whistler and the pride that this event has. The opening ceremonies were fantastic. There were so many great things, so many performances, so many speeches that were inspiring. And in the end, what we're talking about is the most inspiring of all, and it's the athletes and the competitors in this event.
The word has really gotten out, and the city of Vancouver has just been extra welcoming to these competitors. There have been smiles and friendly exchanges and a lot of real sharing that has gone on. And we're just 2 days in. It's what so many of the competitors talk about when they talk about why they wanted to come to the Invictus Games and compete here. It's partly about sport, but more than that, it is about meeting fellow comrades from around the world, people who grew up in an entirely different place, but who have had some kind of shared experience of service, and talking and exchanging and learning from them. Everyone wants to do that.
Brothers and sisters in arms is what a lot of these athletes are saying, and kind of echoing those types of statements when they meet one another, when they compete against one another. Some will sit and share experiences, and no better than looking at a team like Team Unconquered, 1, 2, and 3, made up of athletes from countries who may not have a team in this, or may have too many competitors in one event that they can now come together and play under the Team Unconquered umbrella. And it proved in wheelchair basketball. Team Unconquered winning the bronze.
And what a fabulous moment that was for the Invictus spirit. It was an Invictus team that won, not necessarily a team from any particular nation, but the spirit of the games that triumphed.
I think in the loudest cheer that was given when the medals were handed out was for Team Unconquered 3, and the U.S. was very loud as well. Israel was loud, but that Team Unconquered, and you just mentioned it, the spirit of the games, being able to come together as one, no matter what types of differences you've had, where you've been, what you've done in your life that has gotten you here, you are here. And that is half of the work that you've put in to be able to come and perform at these events. So it's an exciting time. It's an exciting time for the athletes, for the families of the athletes, the representatives, the coaching staffs, the volunteers, the people that are working in offices, the people like you and I that are doing this, all the people behind the scenes as well. And it's going to be great as we're going to take a look at some of the images that we've seen from what a wonderful day it has been so far on the mountain at the Whistler Sliding Center.
Awesome. You can get out on the left whenever you're ready. So kneel up on the sled. Watch your step.
Première place. Ouais, première place. Number 1.
Beautiful images, beautiful day, beautiful event these Invictus Games are. As we have now reached nightfall in Whistler, about 2 hours away from Vancouver at the Whistler Sliding Center, as almost 100 competitors have gone up down the hill for skeleton in a long day, but a fun day if you've just watched those images, and a day that was filled with so many different types of emotions.
And we are down to the final 10 competitors in this first of 2 days of skeleton at the Invictus Games. 9 of the 10 that we are about to see come from the United States, and then there's also Kyle Burgess of the United Kingdom. As standpoint, they're making sure they're all right before they go to.
I think when you look at it, the competitors have so much excitement. You look at the French team before they went down. They were singing and dancing and having such a great time before they went down the mountain. And, you know, the officials were there to make sure that everything was okay before they began their runs. As we get set here for
Blanca, sorry, it's just too dark here right now. Blanca.
our first competitor coming down in the final flight, Blanca Vaquero Cruz from the United States.
Michaela here? Where's Y'all tell me when to lay down, right? Somebody tells.
She is a retired master sergeant in the U.S. Air Force.
I'm ready.
Began her career in 1999 and specialized in cryptologic language analysis.
Head down. I'm ready.
And she has come to these Invictus Games through the Air Force Wounded Warrior program, which she's been a part of for the last 7 years.
Get her down if we can. Let's get laid down. Yeah, absolutely.
Here we are. She gets ready to go. Going to have some instructions from the official here.
Copy. Okay, let's shimmy forward a little bit. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. I just want your arms a little bit straighter. Let's relax our shoulders here. Okay, elbows in. Perfect. Stay right like that.
There goes Blanca Vaquero Cruz.
And the final flight of competitors of this first day of skeleton is off. She is in the ISK 4 division, currently led by Brice Pilat of France.
Took a little bit of a turn near the end.
Just a bit of difficulty coming across the line. But overall, a strong run for Blanca Vaquero Cruz. This is not her first games. She competed at the Warrior Games in 2019, and she says that adaptive sports has been such an integral part of her long-term recovery.
Sink into that sled.
Michael Gilbeda with a wink and a kiss for the camera.
Rope you a little.
There's some connotation up. There's some hidden meaning behind that, yes. Get the light in your head.
U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Gilbeda, the man who authored the first ever deployment strategy for the Indo-Pacific Theater.
Got a little bit of speed here.
Just a bit of ping-ponging after coming across the arrivals line. A clean run throughout for Lieutenant Colonel Michael Gilbeda.
And I think one of the things that the officials try and tell the competitors before they go down and on their run is you try and keep your body as straight as you possibly can and as aerodynamic as you can.
A real test of core strength, this.
James Phelps.
Hey, my kids are watching. I love you.
Yeah, maybe just send them back up in case they need some for somebody tomorrow.
She didn't have gloves, so I just gave her these, but she can send them back.
We're ready.
James Phelps is a retired technical sergeant in the U.S. Air Force. He was deployed multiple times. He's received a diagnosis of PTSD. He says that He has been hospitalized twice for it, but he's proud of it because he got help before it was too late. I'm still here, he says, and I am stronger for my family and my friends.
You heard him say, my kids are watching. Definitely making them proud. That was a pretty good run. But very straight, kept it clean.
James Phelps concluding a run dedicated to family and friends. And a 5th place finish, most impressive from the retired technical sergeant.
Amazing.
Leandra Moring about to make her way down the skeleton track.
Let's go.
Skeleton is a departure for U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Leandra Moring. She's really a swimming specialist. She's represented Team Army at the Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge last year in San Diego, and she won 4 gold medals in swimming. She broke records in her classification. But when it comes to skeleton, she said, I am ready for this. She did do it at one of the recent training camps in Lake Placid in New York, and says that that has helped her in her preparation for this.
Says that the greatest support comes from her husband and her 2 sons. Kind of got away from her a little bit at the end there, but all in all, a good run, a good way to finish this run of hers.
Just that one bump against the edge of the course, and a top 25 finish nonetheless.
Ashley Christman, the first of the ISK1 category.
Underway now is U.S. Marine Corps Major Ashley Christman, a lifelong athlete. In recent years, she's really embraced surfing, and she's used the Warrior Athlete Recovery Program to help her maintain her fitness as she battles cancer. And she too competed in the Warrior Games last year. She medaled in 5 of 11 events that she participated in. We are looking at a consummate sportswoman.
Says she enjoys new hobbies like golf and wood turning. Her and her wife have a son, Archer.
And that is first place, but she is the first to compete in the ISK1 category. We have seen 95 competitors, and she's the first in ISK1 for contenders weighing less than 60 kilograms.
Carnell Martin.
When he joined the U.S. Marine Corps 37 years ago, he had a desire to be part of something bigger than himself and to build a legacy, he says, that his children and his grandchildren could admire. And he's taking a big step forward in that today.
Won a silver medal in wheelchair basketball. Was able to make it down. A reasonably decent time for Carnell Martin.
.57 seconds, the time for the retired Master Gunnery Sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps.
Kyle Burgess of Team UK, 30-year-old.
aircraft technician from Bedfordshire. Has been in the Army for 13 years now.
Kyle's got some speed here.
A tremendously aerodynamic presence. Oh, that's a beautiful finish as well. Kyle Burgess competing in ISK 3, where the top speed has been 99 kilometers an hour. Dorian Zimmer of Germany is the leader. It's been impossible to dislodge until now. That is the new leader in ISK 3, Kyle Burgess of Team UK. Brilliant run.
Excellent, excellent run from Kyle Burgess. Here's Ivan Moreira, Team USA.
Go, Ivan!
Along with retired Colonel Jacqueline Marty, Ivan Moreira is the co-captain of Team US, an Army Green Beret. Also a speedy looking run.
Yep.
The time to beat, 32.67 seconds. That's set by Brice Pilar of France.
Nicely done. How was that?
Holy crap! Freaking awesome!
We could not have put it better.
No, absolutely not. And I think that that's the sentiment that a lot of the competitors feel when they make their way down.
Yeah. Do you question yourself? Yeah.
Do it all the time.
Number 99, Adam Fouts.
The final competitor in this first day of skeleton competition, in the first time that it has been held at the Invictus Games. Representing Team US, here is retired Staff Sergeant Adam Fouts. And it is incredibly fitting, because following his retirement from the military, he was offered a role as a consultant for the Office of Warrior Care Policy, and he oversees a recovery care program for wounded, ill, and injured service members. He started adaptive sports to aid in his own recovery and has the goal of educating others about its benefits.
And here he is competing in the first ever Winter Adaptive Sports at the Invictus Games.
And no doubt, inspiring people around the world. 16th place, provisionally, for Adam Fouts of Team US.
We did it, last one. Where we go, this way?
You're not going to get very far.
And an experience none of them will ever forget.
Cold. You're 7.
Cheers from everyone involved. The Whistler Sliding Center. As we take a look at the standings, ISK 1, Ashley Christman, one of 3 that will be competing in this event. Now ISK 2 as Angelina Denneman, Kim Hardy, and Marie Seal-Bouffe, 1, 2, and 3. Speeds of 99, 99, and 99 for the top 3 in the ISK 2. And as we just witnessed, Kyle Burgess takes over Dorian Zimmer for the gold medal position in the ISK3. Melanie Dumas of Canada in third place there. And in the ISK4, it was an interesting one with things changing late, because late in the day the conditions changed on the track, which caused a little bit of a change in the placement. Bryce Pillard of France, Michael Evans, Team UK, Guillaume Durand of Canada. 1, 2, and 3. So we currently sit. 99, 99, and 99 kilometers an hour were those three top speeds. And the final category was ISK 5. An interesting one as well. With Richard Gaplin, Chris McGowan, Viorel Amorescu going 1, 2, and 3. Richard Gaplin and Chris McGowan, the only two competitors to reach speeds of 100 kilometers an hour. Yes, you heard that right, 100 kilometers an hour. And as we take a look at the rest of the day, what a beautiful event it was at Whistler Sliding Center. A day that started at the top of a mountain at the Whistler Sliding Center in Whistler, British Columbia, had competitors competing and proving to be absolutely brilliant in this event. It was the first ever installment of the winter game at the Invictus Games in 2025. Nordic is on day 3.
Hey, Vancouver, I'm counting on you to have your phones in hand. Welcome, it's very simple. Be ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your full lights on, let's meet the players for the bronze medal game in wheelchair basketball. Starting with Team Unconquered, number 1, Harley Neely. Number 4, Justin Chase. Number 5, Carlos Fayero. Number 9, Luis Cervantes. Number 10, Robert Dominguez. Number 11, Justin Beasley. Number 12, Ilya Hajduk. Number 16, Arthur Ryan. Team Unconquered.
Mesdames, Messieurs, l'équipe invaincue.
Let's meet the team from New Zealand. Number 1, Connor McClellan. Number 2, Daphne Pringle. Number 3, Quinton Monk. Number 4, Buffy Little. Number 7, Ed Wright. Number 8, Chris Lowesto. Number 10, Kelly Summit. Number 12, Lance Blackman. Number 13, Don Adshed. lineups for tonight's game. For Team Unconquered, number 1, Neagley. Number 4, Chase. Number 5, Valero. Number 10, Dominguez. Number 16, Milan. Starting lineup for Team New Zealand. Number 1, McClellan. Number 2, Ringo. Number 3, Monk. Number 7, Door Wright. Number 13, Adshev. It's time for the bronze medal game in wheelchair basketball at Vancouver Whistler Invictus Games. Let's play ball!
Bon match, mesdames et messieurs, pour ce match pour la médaille de bronze.
start for Team Unconquered. Timeout call New Zealand.
Match intéressant avec l'équipe invaincue qui prend rapidement les devants par le 6-0.
What's up, Carlos?
Nouvelle-Zélande qui n'a pas encore de points, mais qui travaille très très fort. La longue passe.
Good chase from Kelly Simmons.
Nouvelle-Zélande toujours en tête, le premier point de ce match.
taking in this bronze medal match between New Zealand and Unconquered 3. Had some great words to say in his opening remarks at the opening ceremonies. So will be inbounded. As Blackman tried to pass it down low. Elena Blackman, number 12 for New Zealand. It's off an Unconquered hand, and it will be still New Zealand ball. Lennox with it, trying to look for an option. She finds one, and it's good. Up and in. A little whistle for New Zealand, who's competing in quite a few disciplines, including indoor rowing, skeleton, wheelchair rugby, and skiing, in addition to wheelchair basketball. Gets New Zealand on the board at 8-2. And now they get that rebound. It's the captain, McClellan, who's been everywhere on the floor so far in this one. Unfortunately for New Zealand, Unconquered 3 gets it back. Chase will give it a go, and that will rim out. Another rebound for McClellan. And he is fouled. A couple of hands in there, and again, it'll be New Zealand ball on the inbound. Elena Blackman will start this possession, her first games. After serving in the Army, is wide open is McClellan. Will guide in and can't quite get it to go. He was set up wonderfully there. Unconquered 3 coming back down the floor. Swung across. Valero, and not quite. Another opportunity, offensive rebound. A second, and it's swatted away. Quick hands from McClellan. And then from just outside the free throw line, that one, no doubt, is good. Pilipenko gets it to double digits. You can see Dominguez there saying, yeah, give it a go, why don't you? And Pilipenko makes no mistake. 10-2 for Unconquered 3 as we're under 5 minutes to go in this first period. First of 2. And I would dare say it's a bit of a comfortable lead for Unconquered 3. New Zealand trying to cut into that lead at the moment. McClellan, and it's good to go. Off the backboard. He has been the heart of this team. And he gets a huge basket for them to keep this one within reach at 10-4 now. He said in 2014 he wanted to relive the experience and share it with others. At the time, he said he was at the start of his journey. He's grown a lot, and he wants to help those who may be at the start of their journey now. Connor McClellan, after heading to the first inaugural Invictus Games in 2014. It's aggressive pressure there from Unconquered 3 way up the floor. They're going to get called for a foul, Luis Cervantes. And so New Zealand will maintain possession. I believe we might have some substitutes right now entering on the floor. 3:42, timeout called. 3:42 to go. Unconquered is... They're trying to pull away, but New Zealand is staying right there. Don't want this one to get quite out of hand, and we thought it might be certainly closer than those semifinal matches, and it has certainly been the case so far. New Zealand doing a good job to stick with it, being led by their captain, Connor McClellan. Buffy Little with the inbound. And it's passed up ahead. Trying to get a hold of that is Kelly Sunix. Now the pass a little bit behind the intended target, Gurney, but Right there is Little. Nice feed and tight. Monk, can he get it to go? Oh, not quite. Almost. As it will just go out of bounds. I believe it'll be New Zealand ball. It will be. Trying his best was Valero there. Couldn't hold it in. Now it's picked off, though, by Meagley. Oh, fine Valero. Served in the U.S. Navy. Competed in the Warrior Games in 2017, then again in 2018 and 2019 as a veteran. And a long shot, not quite enough on that one. Letting it go, Cervantes. A little short. New Zealand again still hanging around. Here's Monk with some speed. He'll move in, and it's good. New Zealand won't go away. It's 10-6. Quinton Monk, his second Invictus Games after attending in Germany in 2023, and that's good. Great look there. He's looking forward to challenging himself with new sporting opportunities. Oh, Unconquered 3 comes right back with a basket of their own. 12-6 now. Dominguez right under the hoop. Almost rolled out, but it's good. And he's thankful for that, no doubt. Let's see if New Zealand has a response now. It's a great tight game. Almost one period through. It's just missing the pass is Valero off the tip of his finger, and that will be New Zealand ball. They have a minute and a half to work with. Trying to cut into that lead that right now it's a 6-point advantage for Unconquered 3. And what a shot! Little Whistle. Oh, that is a great look. Oh no, it's not gonna count. It was nothing but net. And Unconquered 3 will, New Zealand, sorry, will get the ball. So can they do what they just thought they had done? We'll see here. The pass didn't quite work. Couldn't connect. Quickly up the floor they come. Can Unconquered 3 make it an 8-point lead? No, not enough on that one. We're down to the final 30 seconds. Final possession. If New Zealand can not give it up here, perhaps they can make it a 4-point game by the end of this period. Nice pass in for Monk, gliding in. Oh, not quite. In and out. Looked like it was good. 8 seconds to go. Can Unconquered 3 get one more? It will bounce out of bounds, and it will be New Zealand ball in the final seconds of this first period. We have been thoroughly entertained. That will do it for the first period. As there's Prince Harry alongside Megan, as always, and they're enjoying it, and how can you not? That was a thoroughly entertaining first period of this bronze medal match. Right now, Unconquered 3 is up ahead, leading New Zealand, but not by much.
Over your head. Look at the screen. You're there. You're on TV.
Both teams obviously making sure they stay hydrated. You have to, because again, there's been quite a few games. For some teams, their third of the day. 12-6 is the lead after one for Team Unconquered 3. The score is 12-6 as we begin this final period. And it's the final opportunity for these athletes in this discipline. Wheelchair basketball bronze medal match.
That was fun. Here we go, second half.
Second period about to get underway. And it is anybody's game. It truly, truly is. New Zealand won't go away. And they will start with the ball. Donald Adset with it. Trying to pass in tight to door right, and it will land right there in the lap of Pilipenko. And he'll move it up floor. Just out of the reach. Can Chase get to it? Not quite. New Zealand, a lively crowd here cheering them on. Can they feed off that energy and continue to cut into this lead? Very manageable with the time left. Good steal, though, from Valero. In all alone. Chase, can he make it work? Oh, it rims out. Almost. But it doesn't go. It was Valero causing that turnover. And Chase tried his best. You can see here the underhand, and it rims out. He was recently diagnosed with multiple traumatic brain injuries. And he said once he began adaptive sports, he found a new sense of purpose. Valero there getting one right into the basket. 14-6 now. Making that one look easy. Valero was with Team US for the 2018 Invictus Games in Australia. So these are not his first games, and you can see by the confidence, the way that he's making plays, that's not too surprising that he's been at and competed in an Invictus Games before. New Zealand moving up ahead to Little. Quick ball movement and very effective. Right underneath. Will it go? Oh, it rims out. Door right. Almost had it. That was 4 consecutive quick passes. And it was almost as intended. Very effective. Not quite. New Zealand will get the ball back, I believe, off the hand there of Valero. So they'll have still an opportunity. Again, not going away. Door right will have another go. Oh, it's swatted out of the air. Good quick reflexes there from Valero. But it will again. New Zealand gets to inbound here. Monk moving in off the rim. I believe he was fouled. Yes, he'll go to the free throw line for 2. Monk has been certainly in these games, and in this game in particular, a standout player for New Zealand. Got 2 of the 6 points for them. Can he add another 2? Almost. First one, not quite. And now he'll take his second free throw here. Oh, it rims out. Almost. As quickly up the floor is Valero. Cervantes, tried to pass in tight. It's off a New Zealand hand, and it will stay unconquered. 3 will have the ball. You have to wonder soon whether New Zealand might be looking at the clock here. As a long shot try from Dominguez. Couldn't get it to work. Unconquered 3 still has the ball. And again, rimming out. That was Archer Millen. Number 16 for Unconquered with that latest try. Monk. Nice pass to Little. She's got some room ahead of her. Oh, great block. Or is it going to be a foul? It will be. He thought it was. Should have been allowed, said Cervantes, but it will be a foul as Buffy Little to the free throw line for 2. She was the co-captain. It's her second games, was the co-captain for New Zealand in Germany in 2023. He was a nursing officer. And in fact, number 4, Buffy Little, is married to number 12 for Team New Zealand, Alana Blackman. Kind of a funny story. It wasn't love at first sight. They had an argument midway through a football match, despite being on the same team. The ref had to calm them both down, and 18 months later, they met again and fell in love. Great, great story. Number 4, Buffy Little, and number 12, Alana Blackman for Team New Zealand. Game is still within reach, but now under 11 minutes to go. Unconquered 3, trying to pull away. Valero, a little too much on that release. And Monk will have it now. He's looking way up court. And instead, we'll find Adset. Monk now. Dishes, and it's good. Door right. Gets it to go. Just like in the first period, New Zealand not going away. Door right, using that backboard effectively. He's a New Zealand Army warrant officer, Class 1. He had points in every preliminary game and the semifinal game. And now he adds one here in the bronze medal match. Off the rim and out from Valero. New Zealand right there. Down by 6. Still 10 minutes to go, just under, as New Zealand works their way up the floor. And a shot from Adset. Oh, doesn't quite go. They're trying to grab the rebound. Here's McClellan trying to get free. He gets his own rebound again. Oh, he was fouled. It doesn't go, but he will head to the free throw line. Can he cut that lead to 4? He'll get 2 tries here. He had to take a bit of a breather. He was out for most of that first half and was very effective at it. First free throw doesn't go. A little too much juice on that. And he lets the second one go. Oh, hits the rim a couple times and doesn't quite land, allowing Unconquered 3 to come back. It's Chase back out there. He's had a quick rest. And a long try, rims out. And that'll bounce out of bounds. It will be Unconquered 3 remaining with the possession. Chase moving it up ahead. Gives it a try and not quite. Monk on the rebound, and he'll find McClellan. Quickly down 4. Good pass down low for Door right. One bounce pass, and he'll connect there with Blackman. Blackman defended aggressively, but she finds McClellan, and not quite enough on that overhead try. He'll bounce out of bounds, and Unconquered 3 will come back the other way. We're gonna have a quick timeout here. 8:25 remaining in this bronze medal match. Unconquered 3 has been out in front the entire game, but New Zealand continuously keeping it close. It is still within reach, but time now certainly becoming a factor with 8:25 remaining in this match. It was 12-6 after one period, so just 2-2 so far in this second half. Both teams stepping up their defensive play. Unconquered 3, Justin Chase with the inbound. Cervantes will move up. He's also going to be taking part in the sitting volleyball and snowboarding at the Invictus Games. And he moves into a pretty good position, but can't get it to go. Chase will. He gets the basket and a 16-8 lead now for Unconquered 3. That is huge for them. Massive basket. It's a long stretch pass up ahead, loose ball, and it's collected. Good speed there from Cervantes to get back, although now New Zealand gets it back themselves. McClellan for Sunix, and not quite enough. It's under the rim. Good try there, though, to get that ball back. She had a couple key baskets in that win over Canada. 12-8 win in preliminary round play for New Zealand, and Sunix had 4 points in that one, including 2 baskets to clinch that win, to give New Zealand their 10th and 12th points of the game. Unconquered 3, down low, and off the backboard, not quite getting that one to go was Archer Millen. Quickly, New Zealand up the floor, and their pass was blocked there. Incredible defense from Valero. Valero almost lost it to McClellan. Although, a good try from Cervantes. Will that be a foul? Yes, surely it will be. As that was a little bit of mayhem for a little bit. Ball changing hands a couple of times. And Cervantes almost extended that lead to 10. And you got to feel if they get it to 10, that's pretty comfortable for Unconquered 3. Can't get the first free throw to go. Cervantes, a retired aviation. Both twins made second class in the U.S. Navy, served for 8 years in the Navy, and he gets that second free throw to go. And now a 9-point advantage for Unconquered 3. Continues to be a great atmosphere here. And it will only continue to build for the gold medal match. Filipenko carrying the ball up floor. Was a sailor of the armed forces of Ukraine in the Odessa region. And almost got it to go, not quite, it rims out. McClellan on yet another rebound. He's pressured, and that surely should be a foul there on Valero. Trying to take away all his space for sure, but a little over-aggressive, shall we say. And the ball, I believe a foul was not called. It'll be Unconquered 3 to inbound. Really, McClellan had nowhere to go. And Valero now with it. Filipenko. Oh, just rims out. That perhaps could have been the dagger now with 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this final period. A 17-8 lead for Unconquered 3, and they're looking for more. A long try, having a go was Valero. Not quite. Rebounded by Gurney and swatted away. That will remain New Zealand ball. New Zealand works their way up the floor. Good quick ball movement. Wide open under is Gurney off her hand. And it will be Unconquered 3 possession. Perhaps getting away with one there. Lost coverage. Unconquered 3 now. Moving their way, the ball up to Chase. Nice pass in tight, and that's good. Dominguez with perhaps the basket to put this one out of reach. It's 19-8 now. Have another look at that pass from Chase to Dominguez. And it's good. The retired Staff Sergeant of the Marine Corps. Now an 11-point lead for Unconquered 3. New Zealand trying to get back into it. And Sunixo not quite. Rebound collected by Chase. And that's off New Zealand, so Chase will have an opportunity to keep the ball in his team's possession. Part of the U.S. Coast Guard was number 4, Justin Chase. Right now with it is Cervantes. And a behind-the-back try. Dominguez went, tried to get fancy, and it almost worked. McClellan now. As Pringle open, can she get it to go? Not quite. Almost. They still get it back though. McClellan with it again. And rims out the try from Kelly Sunix. And it will be Unconquered 3's ball. Under 3 to go. Cervantes is able to get in tight, and that's good. Quick high five from Dominguez. He liked that one. And now surely they might just be out of time. A 13-point lead on Unconquered 3, well on their way to that bronze medal, and they know it. Cervantes with a great-looking basket, served for 8 years in the Navy. Actually gave him the opportunity to live abroad in Japan for several years. He competed on behalf of Team Navy in the 2022 and 23 Warrior Games. As a shot, not enough on that from McClellan. We'll have another opportunity. And that one is good. It rims in, and he was fouled. An opportunity for a 3-point play for McClellan. He gets it to go despite that contact, rim and in. He's probably been their most valuable player. And the free throw doesn't quite go. Picks up his own rebound, and it rims out again. A third try. And that's good. And he's fouled again. I think he might go back to the line. No, it's... Have another look at that. Oh, not a lot of room to get that off. And he does. And he will go to the line. That is heart and hustle and not being denied from Connor McClellan. All on display at once. The 36-year-old will take part in the skeleton, skiing, and wheelchair rugby. As mentioned, he is the captain of the wheelchair rugby. We're down to a minute and a half to go. Unconquered 3 up by 9 in this bronze medal match. Chase for Cervantes. Back to Chase. Looking to return it off. Handed back to him. Now here is Pilipenko. Just playing it around. And rims out a good try there from Beasley, not quite. New Zealand knows time is not on their side. And we're in the final minute now. This one is all but done. Get another look at that foul there on Unconquered 3. The hand just a little bit in the way. McClellan gets one good to go for good measure. Why not? Boy, he's going right down to the finish. Just willing this New Zealand team. Never giving up. He has had an outstanding match. But time has run out on New Zealand. Final 10 seconds. And Team Unconquered 3. They may come from different places, different backgrounds, but they banded together here to win a bronze medal in wheelchair basketball at the 2025 Invictus Games. Team Unconquered 3 winning over Team New Zealand. What a performance from both sides. In the end, though, Unconquered 3 did lead the entire time. New Zealand kept it close, and their fans appreciate that. But it was going to be Team Unconquered 3 really right from the start. Led by Valero, Chase, Cervantes, Dominguez, amongst others. And there is Dominguez, a retired Staff Sergeant of the Marine Corps. Competed in the Warrior Games and the 22 Invictus Games. And yes, well-deserved celebration from Unconquered 3. They are bronze medal winners in wheelchair basketball. And the crowd loves it too. Look at that celebration. Luis Cervantes. All the athletes. Tremendous competition here in the wheelchair basketball. All the way through from the 16 preliminary matches, the semifinals, and now here the bronze medal match. Every competitor giving it their all. Varying circumstances and never giving up. The celebrations do continue for Team Unconquered. Final score, Team Unconquered 321, Team New Zealand 14, as Team Unconquered 3 wins the bronze medal in wheelchair basketball at the 2025 Invictus Games. There has been some incredible competition so far in the wheelchair basketball discipline at the 2025 Invictus Games, but we've got perhaps the best to come next. It's the United States and it's Israel in the wheelchair basketball gold medal match here in Vancouver at the 2025 Invictus Games. Welcome to downtown Vancouver, British Columbia. We're live from the Vancouver Convention Center for the final matchup of the day, day one of competition. Wheelchair basketball, there have been a lot of matchups, but perhaps none as anticipated as this one. The spirits are high inside the venue, and one would expect that to continue with these two teams facing off. They both eased their way through the round robin, and they had no problem whatsoever in their semifinal games. Israel, as you see there, and Team US.
Yeah, the Americans, you can see there, the fan base is ecstatic for this one. A large contingent of friends and family for many of the competitors, as they have also traveled them from afar to come and watch these games. But it should be an exciting one, as both of these teams absolutely rolled through their preliminary competitions to get here in the gold medal game.
You had to win the group to get through to a semifinal, and obviously there were 4 groups, so 4 teams did so, but I mean, it was perhaps some easy passage. Israel winning 49-6 over France, 49-6 over France, 39-6 over the Netherlands. The U.S. as well, 11-4 over Australia and 24-0 over Nigeria. But perhaps it was the semis where there were even more lopsided scores. Again, it was meant to be, it seems, the U.S. and Israel in this final matchup.
Yeah, Israel outscored its opponents in this tournament by 117 points. The strategy, as you were about to see, is interesting for Team Israel, the way they go about playing this game. But it's a team game, and for the Americans, I mean, they are doing it by committee. They are getting contributions from absolutely everyone, and this should make for an absolutely great final.
I expect nothing less than a close, tight battle between these two teams, and I think that is certainly what we'll see here out on the floor shortly. Of course, we will get to the introductions for both these teams, and I'm sure, again, the inside the venue, you can feel it. You really can. A bit of anticipation for what is to come here. It's a discipline, it's a sport where you have to really push your boundaries, because you don't just go, in some of the individual sports, it might be, a quick run here and there, but you play multiple games, there's multiple periods, and you do it in a short amount of time.
I had the opportunity to watch Team USA practice, or Team US practice, before the start of the tournament, and talk to a couple of the players. We'll get more into that a little bit later on, but as you can hear in the background there, Team US, and they're chanting for their country, obviously, but very team atmosphere, very hard-working group, a group that's come prepared for these games, and a group that expects itself to win.
And again, as we said, this is how they got there. We talked about the round robin, but how about the semifinal scores? US 32-4 over New Zealand. Israel 55-14 over Unconquered 3. It was a really good bronze medal game, but this is the two of the cream of the crop, shall we say.
Yeah, especially in this, and the way that they've gone about the basketball and the way that they've played these games. It's been through teamwork, it's been through leadership, it's been through getting contributions from everyone, not only on the court but off the court as well. And yeah, I mean, you look at Israel, I mean, outscoring their opponents by 117 points.
Now, USA is the 2-time defending champs. So they know, they've been here, they've done that. And I think, again, we saw it's a good contingent. I think you also expect they probably have maybe a little more fan support. I don't know if that would necessarily help, but it's a team, we should mention, that has won gold before, most recently.
They know what it takes to win at this level. The 2-time defending Invictus champions in wheelchair basketball. It's not something that they take lightly. I mean, you come to these games and you want to go out and perform and you want to do your best and be at your best. But according to some of these athletes that we've gone and spoken to, winning is an expectation.
Absolutely, and I think also an expectation for Israel as they make their way onto the floor. There was number 7, Ziv Eliyahu, who has had points in every game and quite a few. Abu Zaglo, number 10, who has led the team in scoring. Should mention, we did in the bronze medal game, right, there is, it's not just one gender, it is both, of course, and we saw the only female on Team Israel as well, just there earlier, Noam Cohen. So most of them are male competitors on this Israeli team. And I'm sure the final one, you just hear announced number 56 to finish off the intros for Israel, Barak Hazor. There 26 is Omar Fargan, who is 10 points so far in the tournament, including 6 in the semifinal win. There's the entirety of Team Israel. As mentioned, the lone female, number 11, Noam Cohen, 25 years old. But this is a team that, yes, they've put up a lot of points, and I also think at the same time it's going to be their biggest defensive test on the other side from these guys right here, Team US. Led by James Phelps. Michael Haley, 35 years old. Stephen Fleming. Michael Villagran.
Number 12,
Adam Fouts.
Number 13, Jonathan Guerin.
13's Jonathan Guerin. We're going to keep an eye on him because he's had quite a tournament as well. He'll be a focal point. Number 15, Mark Coltrane. 16, Carnell Martin, a retired Master Gunnery Sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps. 17, Moses Nebraska. 18 is Josh Shannon.
Number
23, the lone female on this Team U.S., Giselle Rama. And she's one of their biggest stars on this team. And to close it out, Lucio Gayton. There's Team U.S. So each of them with just the lone female in terms of the male-female splits. There's no, minimum requirements, but I think both, especially for Team U.S., I think Giselle Rama will play a factor in this game.
Well, she's been playing a factor for this team since before the tournament even started. I mean, 16 points already. She's a former, almost professional rugby player, represented her country in Guam. I mean, she knows what it takes to win, and then she's also competing in wheelchair rugby as well as this. But, yeah, you're going to want to keep an eye on Giselle Rama, number 23 for sure.
30-year-old, served in the Navy. Kind of interesting in the technical branch, the cryptologic petty officer, second class, was injured in an explosion in 2020. And great to see her excel in this discipline of wheelchair basketball as the teams are getting set here. Gold medal match. There's a lot on the line here at the Vancouver Convention Center. As mentioned, both teams want to win. USA, two-time defending champions, and Israel with that stunning round-robin record and the scores that they won by. I'm sure the U.S. is, you would think they're aware of what they need to do. And here we go. Nothing better than Freddie Mercury to get the crowd ready for this one. Israel does indeed look ready to go. I mean, number 10, just seeing, leaving to the right of your screen, Abu Zaglo, 30 or 40. 40. I was going to say 39. Got to fix my math there. 40 points in 2 preliminary and a semifinal game. He had 13 in the win in the semis over Unconquered 3. How many can he get here?
Time will tell. I think this is going to be a fast pace, up and down the court. A lot of offense and a lot of points. I think that's what we're going to see here.
And how do you not like that? As we are underway and quickly it's lobbed ahead. Israel needed 5 seconds to go up, and it's none other than David Abuzaglo.
41.
Wow. 42. He had 40.
Oh, sorry.
Give
Yes,
him
42.
Right off the tip-off. Of course, the U.S., they're no slouches either, although the pass a little too far there. And yeah, quickly up the floor. Talk about quick ball movement. That is Israel's game. And just like that, it's 4-0.
Yeah, they always have, one player well up the court and ready to outlet pass every single time. It's been something that's obviously worked for them this far in the tournament, and we'll see how the Americans have to adjust here.
I wonder if they almost want to try and do the same thing themselves at the other end of the floor. They have it now in tight. Will it go? Oh, it rims out almost, but they do get the rebound. Oh, and it doesn't go either. Almost for Moses Nebraska, but not quite. And we have a foul on the play. And I believe it's going to go against the U.S. And you can see here how quickly Israel moves, trying to cut off the path right there. But as you said, it's about quick ball movement when they have it.
And that's exactly what they do.
Salzman has it now, number 15. And a good look, but it does rim out. Another opportunity, and that goes. Hazor. At just 1 point in the first 3 games, but probably the most important here in the gold medal match. Give them 2 more and a quick 6-0 lead for Israel.
Yeah, they get on the teams that they play against early and they don't look back. That's been the style of the way that this team has played, and you can see again already up the court.
Perhaps another one, and it will be Abuzaglo, and I figure you might need a timeout here. 2 minutes and 4 seconds is all it took for Israel to take an 8-0 lead. And it's called fast break points. That is the reason why they are up so early, so big.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, the game plan is to get from point A to point B very, very quickly, and they do it better than anyone so far in this tournament. 8-0, the timeout that was called by the Americans, I think just to settle the nerves a little bit. It's a long game. There's a lot of time left. We're in this position for a reason. He's there, he's drawing on the board, he's getting his team ready, he's trying to figure out a way to maybe stop them or counter, have one guy or female play a little bit back to break up the outlet pass there, and to not let them have that opening lane to go down every single time that Israel has the ball.
We're looking now for the response from the U.S. They're going to need to get back into this one somehow as they're going tumbling over. They need some help. Villagran, I believe, is the one down. He's going to be able to get up. He's trying on his own. Oh, there we go. Wonderful. The retired specialist of the U.S. Army was on deployment in 2012 on a rooftop in Afghanistan when a bomb went off, and he competed in the 2022 Warrior Games.
Great story about him. I had the opportunity to talk to him before this tournament started. He said that he got into the Invictus Games because his girlfriend made him. His girlfriend competed, and she told him that it would be a good way to, get him back on track and back to doing things where, he thought his life didn't have any purpose before. And now he's come to these games and he's starting to train and play at a high level. And here he is in the gold medal match.
And he has the inbound. Unfortunately, it's off Israel. I thought it was going to be U.S. ball.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the referee pointed the wrong way. It will be Israel. Eliyahu with the inbound. They work it into the paint, and it's good. It drops. It's Eliyahu to get to double digits. We're still early stages, not even 4 minutes in, and it is 10-0 for Israel. It seems like they don't miss much, do they?
Especially from in the paint, in that gray area, right in the key there, in the circular area, right underneath the basket. Israel is great, and they don't miss much from in there.
Foul on the play, so they'll go against Guerin of the U.S. So Israel with it, and again, they get it in tight, but they can't get it to go. So Guerin with the rebound, number 13 for the United States.
See, look at the way that Israel just blocks everything. It's a full court press here.
Yeah. And a foul on the U.S. is not quite getting it to go with Salzman, although he had a great opportunity, but he will nonetheless go to the line to shoot 2 free throws.
I mean, and that's all from playing defense right away, right? USA inbounds the ball, or they get a rebound, and there's nothing. They can't move the ball up the court, and unfortunately, they turned it over, and Israel comes down the floor and, earns himself 2 at the free throw line.
And I'm sure that's probably partly what was talked about a little bit in that timeout, is not only how to defend their quick ups, but what they do. They're closing time and space pretty effectively, and they're going to look to do it again. So you got to move the ball quickly yourselves, as Villagran has it for the U.S. But the pass is picked off. Hazor, and open and free. It's good. It's Eliyahu again.
This has got to be frustrating for the Americans. Not even 10 minutes into the game, and you're down. You find yourself down a large number, not being able to move the ball up. There's got to be a change of game plan here a little bit to maybe see if you can, counter what Israel's trying to do defensively.
They're aggressive at both ends of the floor. Aggressively with the ball one way, but then aggressively forcing the U.S. They're forcing them to move the ball. And then they're picking it off. It's Prince Harry, of course, not surprising to see him in the house.
I think once the U.S. goes down and gets its first bucket and sees them be able to go and get those 2 points, I think things will start to open up a bit. But it's tough. I mean, you got to figure out a way to break down this defense of Israel.
Right now, Israel, for the moment, will have a chance to increase their lead that is already 13-0. Good quick reaction there.
That's a start.
Yeah,
that's a positive. Long arms.
Shannon there will take part in indoor rowing, snowboarding, swimming, and sitting volleyball. Oh, they get it in tight again, and it's a good one. It's Levy. 15-0. Good up from Rama. Continued good ball movement here from the U.S. It seems by the time they get the ball up the floor, there's not a lot of time left on the shot clock. And there's that quick transition. Not good enough to go, though. They get the ball back. And it rims out. Eliyahu under the hoop. And that will go.
It's the rebounding, right? Getting right under the basket, missed shots, missed opportunities. Israel's just all over it right now.
But you see the second it goes in, right away. I'm going to get in your way, says Eliyahu, who has his third basket already of this contest. The pass just misfired, just out of the reach, out of the fingertips of Eliyahu. At 10 points in that semifinal win, at 10 points in the opening win over France. U.S. will inbound. It's Shannon. Quickly up ahead. Nebraska. Although the pass not quite collected there. Loose ball. And the U.S. will go out of bounds. Haley did his best to try to turn, but he ran out of real estate. Haley there, 35 years old, Master Sergeant in the U.S. Army, serves as an infantry senior sergeant. You hear the USA chants, crowd trying to get them back into this game. As mentioned, this no matter the score, the spirit is always here at the Invictus Games, out in full force. Israel trying to quiet those USA chants. It's Gome with his first basket.
I don't think they're going to quiet the chants, but Team USA's got to try and figure out a way to quiet Israel a little bit here. Just move the ball down the court and try and, you know, negotiate 3 or 4 passes in a row before even taking a shot. They unfortunately haven't been able to do that.
Shannon has a man in tight and not quite, almost for Villagrán. And there again, long stretch pass, and it's good. Abu Zaglo, I wonder how many of his points are off that fast break.
Well, almost all of them. That is the game plan of Israel. You know, they get the ball, it's an offensive rebound or a turnover on their own side of the court, and a long pass like a quarterback in football, being able to throw it all the way and the receivers all the way up the court, and you know, they're able to get really easy buckets that way. Well, there we go.
And the U.S. now doing that themselves. Can they get on the board? Oh, not quite. Another try. Oh, how about a third? Oh, they'll pass off. They do draw a foul. I don't think the basket will count as much as the crowd would like it to. Haley got it to go, but there was previously a foul called, so they'll go to the free throw line instead.
But that's a positive sign, is it not? Being able to show getting the ball up the court, getting the ball into an offensive position right underneath the basket. Unfortunately missed the layup there, but you know, now you're at the free throw line for a couple.
The 29-year-old Moses Nebraska gets it to go. And the U.S. is indeed on the board. Retired senior airman with the U.S. Air Force. Joined the Air Force in 2013, and he hits both. Still a lot of time left. Obviously, you're going to need to really, really push back, but still 6 minutes to go in the first. There will be 2 15-minute periods. They are running time, but there's still quite a bit of time left.
Yeah, we talk about Moses Nebraska, and something that he says, you know, wellness, or the act of being well, is a goal, a state of being and way of living. So obviously some inspiring words there from Moses, and kind of the way that he goes about his life and being in these games and being able to compete and represent his country at a high level.
Israel currently coming up the floor with the ball, and a long-range try. Abu Zaglo almost got it to work. They get the rebound, and that one's good. Gal Gome. 23-2. Israel well in control in this gold medal game. Taking down, or trying to right now, the 2-time defending gold medal winners in wheelchair basketball. A little bit of confusion there. It'll be Israel ball.
I think you saw a substitution there for the Americans. Mark Coltrane coming in, retired mineman first class U.S. Navy. So maybe trying to get a bigger body down there low to be able to get some rebounds and be able to, you know, get in the way of Israel down low.
Yeah, trying to defend. He was trying his best, but Eliyahu was able to get it over him. You saw 15 there, Coltrane defending, and Eliyahu a little quicker there. You can see here, just unfortunately Coltrane was just looking the wrong way at the wrong time, and Eliyahu took advantage. The 33-year-old. As the U.S. now. Coltrane trying to hold it in play, and it just goes out of bounds.
Yeah, Coltrane was selected for the 2021 Warrior Games, but was canceled due to the pandemic. He attended instead in 2022, participated in field archery, wheelchair basketball, and sitting volleyball.
Yeah, this is the first games where they're combining winter sports and some summer sports. So you have both the swimming, but for the first time, you have those Nordic sports, the alpine skiing and snowboarding and skeleton. Israel still in control here big time as they get another offensive rebound. They work it in tight, and not going to miss from there is David Abuzaglo. Oh my, 29-2. Still time remaining in this first period.
Yep, in control is one way to put it, as the way the Israeli team is able just to operate at such a high level offensively and just frustrating the U.S. on the other side of the ball.
For those new to the sport, should mention there is traveling, so you're allowed to carry the ball in your lap, but after 2 strides, you have to dribble. You do have to dribble, and so Israel is moving that ball very quickly, whether it's by the pass or whether it's on their own. Obviously, they're making sure that every couple of pushes with the wheelchair that you do get a dribble in there. It's not easy to do, I'll tell you that.
They're just getting in the lanes of everything, whether it's, the hands in lanes of shooting spaces and things like that, and just frustrating the Americans. And they called that timeout early. The coach was drawing something up on the board, but they get the 2 free throws. But other than that, they haven't been able to move this ball up the court at all.
Israel surely seems determined in this gold medal match, as again open and free is Abuzaglo. If he had another basket, he had 23 points in the first game in the win over France, and he's got yet another one here. He could easily surpass 20 again in this contest.
Well, I mean, the way that the game plan for Israel is to get David Abuzaglo the ball in an easy scoring position, and the easy scoring position is where he finds himself almost every single time they're up the court.
The ball tipped in tight though. Israel collects off the rim and out. Ferrari couldn't get that one to go. U.S. with the rebound, but the pass didn't hit who they wanted it to. As a hard collision down right in that paint area. And 2 thumbs up. Love it from Coltrane. A couple of blue Israel jerseys in there, but Coltrane getting, oh, that's not Coltrane, apologies, that's Gayton being helped up. A lot of traffic in that area.
Yeah, he's participated in a number of numerous adaptive sports: tennis, football, hand cycling, sled hockey. Resides in Florida. He's got a wife of 11 years and 2 children.
U.S. with the ball. Quickly moved up floor, but I think that's off Israel. It should be a U.S. ball. The time will expire in this first period. That'll do it. Maybe one last go. Oh, it's short. And that is quite the first period performance, to say the least, from Israel, as their lead is quite large. It's a big one at the moment, 35-2 after 1 quarter. And so you might look at that score. Yes, it's 35-2 for Israel, but the spirit never wavers. Because a lot of these times, right, the competitors are also, in a way, all in it together. Like, you are competing, you do want to win 100%, but there is something special about the camaraderie at the Invictus Games.
No, 100%. Michael Villagran, when I did that interview with him, he said that, you know, he went up to someone and said, I'm at these games because you inspired me to be here. And that person said, no, you inspired me to be here, and that's why I'm here. So it's all about camaraderie and, you know, being able to come here and just getting to these games is obviously a win for a lot of these competitors.
You saw the Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry, earlier, and he said, as part of in his opening speech, you know, to the athletes, show the world how you behave under completely impossible circumstances. Show the world your fearlessness. Show the world the grandeur in your attempt at victory. And we're seeing that in each and every competition.
Oh, absolutely.
Some of the stories behind these athletes are simply incredible. We do encourage you to read up about them, because the stories just unbelievable. Another fast break opportunity here for Israel. Gliding in is Salzman, and he gets it to go. 37-2. And that's pretty well as easy as they'll come. Trying to hustle back. We saw 17 Nebraska, but Salzman a little too much speed.
Yeah.
Here is Nebraska from the baseline and rims out. Salzman with a rebound.
Yeah, this Israel team is quick. They move the ball with purpose. Now, hasn't been a bad start for the Americans to start the second half just yet. That's another bucket goes into there, but got to put it with a little more purpose. And I think at this point now, you know, you look at the score and things are getting away from you a little bit, but it's try and finish this one out, you know, get some points, and obviously be able to be here and be happy that you are at these games.
There's the youngest member of Israel, number 26, Fargon, with the basket. It's a great pass from Azor, who's currently got the ball after a defensive rebound. Quickly moves it up the floor. Gets it to Cohen, the only female on this Israeli team, and she hit the rim. U.S. trying to quick transition themselves. Good pass across the floor. Haley ran into some traffic and spun back. Still has the ball. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Will pass, and it rims out. Maybe that was Coltrane, couldn't quite get it to go. Maybe that was Guerin, number 13. As Cohen is open, she glides in and hits it. It's a good basket. It's 41-2. Uncontested.
It's too easy. I mean, you know, if the Team USA maybe take a little bit of page about Israel's book and just kind of get in the way, you know, making shooting lanes difficult and things like that, it could prove a little bit better.
Nice pass down low. For a second, I was wondering if Salzman was going to go for a long three, but instead he hit a great pass right underneath the bucket. It did eventually go out of bounds. You can see a good contingent of Israeli supporters right below that baseline in the corner, and that basket will count. And there's a foul on top of it.
Chance to go to the free throw line for an and one. Like we said off the top, the spirit of these games are definitely here. and throughout the city, both in Vancouver and in Whistler. I've had the privilege to be in Whistler as well, just seeing how excited people are for these games, no matter win or lose. Everyone here is obviously a winner.
Salzman does not miss the free throw. He makes good, and it's a 42-point lead. Villagrán for the U.S. And off the rim. Salzman has had a really good second half. He just missed there. He gets the ball back from Cohen. And it hits.
They just don't miss.
Another one. So coming in, we obviously circle number 10, Abu Zaglo, but how about Salzman? 12 points against France, then 8, all in the second period against Netherlands, and then 7 in the semifinal against unconquered 3. And he's hitting some baskets here in the second half, that's for sure.
Yeah, it seems like every time Israel gets the ball, it's going through the hoop at the other end.
Yeah. U.S. with a couple of free throws now. And that one's good. Shannon hits the first. Second doesn't go, but they get the rebound. Oh, Fouts couldn't quite get enough elevation on that opportunity. Salzman back quickly with the ball. Addition tight, and fouled is Ben Lulu. Still got 9:59 to go in this final period.
Yeah, Joshua Shannon, a Marine with nearly 19 years of service.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shot from Ben Lulu. Rims out. And second one. Oh, we have another foul on the play. The U.S. ball. As Phelps is on the floor with the ball. Getting some floor time here in this second period. Gets to a decent position. In tight, nice pass. Oh, not quite. Shannon nearly. Gotta love that pass, James Phelps.
James Phelps, retired technical sergeant for the U.S. Air Force. Joined the National Guard in 2001. He said he's been deployed multiple times. He was with the rescue squadron that was credited of saving 500 lives.
Wow. To the free throw line right now, it's Shannon. And couldn't get that. Couldn't get either free throw to go. Right back out there is Abu Zaglo, who had the first 4 baskets of this game all in a row. And he gets it back. Cohen finds him. Returning it to Cohen. She had a basket earlier in this second half. Abu Zaglo couldn't get it to go. It will be Israel ball, they say, off the hand of the U.S. For pretty much the baseline, that will rim out and exit the floor, so now it'll be USA possession.
You look at some of these competitors and athletes that are here, and just the number of events that a lot of these players are competing in.
And I mean that in an incredible way. There's the variety. It's interesting because a lot of them are really excited to do skeleton, which kudos, because that's certainly a heck of an event.
Yes, I mean the first Invictus Games with winter adaptive sports. So there's skeleton, there's the biathlon, skiing, snowboarding,
and swimming.
Yes,
the same game.
Yeah, from the mountain to the pool.
And isn't that something about the city of Vancouver, where you got the mountains in the winter, you got Whistler, but the summers here are unbelievably beautiful with the beaches. It really is the perfect place to debut both. Nowhere better than Vancouver.
Well, and even just speaking with some of the competitors who have never been here before, and saying that how much they enjoyed, how much they're looking forward to getting to be able to go to all the different events and be able to compete in all the different sports that are happening here.
Another basket for Israel. Harari on the board. A little bit of traffic there, but he got it to go. And surely they'll hit 50 again, which not the first time in this competition that Israel has hit that benchmark. But it's just the margin in this one that is quite something. As they do get a basket, USA does. Lucio Gaten.
Great shot.
Yeah, I think it's the first time there. Might be the first time he's on the board. Israel trying to come right back. They'll get the ball back after it goes out of bounds. Reminder, of course, this is running time unless there's a foul or an injury would also stop the clock. But other than that, it does continue to tick down as Israel on the scoreboard continues to tick up. They hit 50, and it's Harari again. And he's right underneath the hoop. Banks it to go.
Yeah, they don't miss much.
Nope.
I mean, we've watched it from the very first game of the preliminaries. It's actually quite incredible to watch.
As is the speed here that you're seeing right now. It's very impressive to watch. And it's another easy layup on a break for Abu Zaglo. 14 first period points in this gold medal match. And he adds to that total. 6 minutes remaining in the gold medal match. Nebraska for the U.S. And just not quite enough on it. It hit the front rim and then went over. In behind the defense, they're wide open, and it's another good look, and it's another good finish.
And another timeout for Team U.S. to, maybe settle things down a little bit.
Look at that pass. Gal Gome. That's some spin on that too, not just using the backboard, which of course you're taught. I'm no basketball player myself, but I remember how to do a layup, something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the way that Israel plays the game, right? It's transition basketball, get up the court as fast as you can and be able to get there for those easy buckets. And that's exactly what they're going about and doing right now, and you can tell that they feel pretty good about themselves.
They feel pretty good.
Just over 5 minutes left.
They have been very, very, very impressive. And I don't think we expect them to let up because they haven't at any points in this competition.
I think you just heard Michael Villagran, tell his teammates, play hard to the end. I think that is a sentiment obviously used a lot by every single member and or player that is here in these Invictus games, that play to the end, represent your country to the best of your abilities no matter what the score. It's like we said before, half the winning was just being able to be here today.
Haley almost got that to go, but not quite. He competed in the Adaptive Sports Camp in 2023 and then went on to represent Team Army at the Warrior Games Challenge later that year. And that is one of the cool things, though, about these games, is that for these athletes, because they do multiple disciplines, it's not the last. If you go to an Olympics and you do your event, now, of course, things like swimming, there are still multiple events, but it's not always the case. And here they'll get another opportunity on both sides to. It's not far from over. This is just the beginning for them here on day one.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these athletes and competitors are so excited about trying the
Oh, they hit a buzzer beater right before the shot clock expired. You could hear the countdown, and it's good from Jonathan Guerin. And a little help from the rim. Twice. Oh, that's gorgeous. What a look on that shot.
Soft touch, right there is what you call it.
Rim and out. Another try for Israel, and Shaloni gets it to go. He needed 2 tries, but second one, nothing but net.
Yeah, most of the time Israel only needs 1 try.
And just not enough on that for Michael Haley for the U.S. Israel 2 quick passes, another wide open layup, and it's Harari adding to the lead.
Just solid, fundamental, being able to move the ball very well by Israel right there.
Look at that. Eliyahu with the pass, Harari with the layup, and an easy one at that. Been a lot of those in this gold medal game. Shot not enough on it from nearly the 3-point line, the U.S., but Israel loses the handle on that pass. Guerin will inbound. He was a big part of their dominance. Sorry, Guerin has it now. It's a big part of their really strong preliminary play. There's a shot just missing there from Rama. Israel using every part of the floor. Every part. And then they're right there under the basket. And Eliyahu with the latest basket. 60-7.
Rama's got a very fascinating story, and you know she's often seen with her dog Hugo by her side, and you know Hugo helps with obviously some of the things that she's gone through, and you know her being 23 years old is when she stopped playing professionally, when she was representing Guam, and chose to come to the Invictus Games to be on a team again, and knew that she could do it, but really excited to compete. Obviously, she played almost professional rugby, to compete in wheelchair rugby later.
Yeah, she almost got that basket to go, but just over the hoop. Going now for Israel. Eliyahu at the free throw line will pass to his right. And another layup try from inside. First doesn't go, second doesn't either, but Cohen gets the rebound. Israel here getting all the rebounds, and eventually one's going to go in just like that. Far gone. We're approaching the final minutes here of playing the competition in the wheelchair basketball gold medal game. Israel is very comfortably ahead on Team US. It is a 62-7 score. We talked about the start and them not looking back, and that has been the story of this game as they continue to add to their lead, or try to. A little too much on that one. Maybe a fast break opportunity for the U.S. Guerin, and he's pushed a little bit out of bounds. No, they'll say he wasn't. They'll say it's Israel ball. And Guerin, like myself, is thinking perhaps it would be a U.S. possession, but it'll be Israel to close this one out. Just a 2-second difference between the game clock and the shot clock, although they'll take one. So I am incorrect. The U.S. for the final 10 seconds. Guerin for 3. Oh, it rims out, and that will do it. You hear the final buzzer. And that means Team Israel has won the gold medal over the U.S. The Israeli fans were into this game from start to finish, supporting their team. And they have to be pleased with this performance. 62-7 the final. Israel wins the gold medal.
Yeah, Israel started this tournament strong, and you know, it never looked back. 49-6 opening game against France. Just very good basketball there. 39-6 against the Netherlands, beating Team Unconquered 3, 55-14 here, obviously defeating the United States by a score of 62-7.
Of course, talk about that camaraderie. Now amongst themselves, Team USA as well, but previous to that, of course, shaking everyone's hand. And then thanking the fans in attendance here at the Vancouver Convention Center. Team Israel certainly appreciates the support. And nonetheless, a great tournament for the U.S.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, getting to the final, being able to win a medal, you know, in wheelchair basketball. Now, it's not the three-peat that they were probably hoping for, but, you know, still being able to go with the medal is definitely a win in itself.
Yes. Israel 62, Team United States 7 in the gold medal match at the 2025 Invictus Games in wheelchair basketball. Dominant from start to finish is Team Israel. And they really, in the end, everyone on that team contributed. There's no doubt. They had some superb performances from the players we mentioned off the top, but in the end, they really used their bench. Got some points from Cohen, amongst others.
It is beautiful to see here.
And it's medal ceremony time. Team USA heading out for their medals. Fabulous tournament. And of course, they're not the only ones. Team Unconquered 3 winning a bronze. As they're making their way onto the floor. Big smile there. That was Luis Cervantes, number 9, and yeah, they earned this medal for sure. All of them. Fabulous tournaments. Team Unconquered 3 winning the bronze medal with a win over New Zealand. On the right, Team USA on the left, winning silver. And in the middle, the gold medal winners, the 2025 Invictus Games in wheelchair basketball, Team Israel.
Les médailles seront remises par.
The medals will be presented by Dean Nelson, Chief Little One Nation.
Another thing very special about this games, you can just hear the PA announcer, is the First Nations integration with all the different local First Nations being heavily involved in this process, and they will also be involved in the medal ceremony presentation here.
We have 4 host First Nations here, inviting the world to come here and see Vancouver Whistler.
Bronze first.
Bronze medalists representing Unconquered.
Team Unconquered 3. You see the Ukrainian flag there on the left. 2 members of this Unconquered 3. Ilya Pilipenko, number 12, the one on the right, holding the flag, and then Archer Millen, number 16, who it looks like will be the first one to get his medal. Both incredible stories from these gentlemen. Millen, the first one, soldier of the armed forces of Ukraine. Big smile on his face. Pilipenko as well. Sailor of the armed forces of Ukraine. So well deserved. The rest of this Team Unconquered from the United States. Justin Beasley, Senior Master Sergeant in the U.S. Air Force, will also be partaking in sitting volleyball, swimming, and ski, and indoor rowing. Robert Dominguez, retired Staff Sergeant, Marine Corps. Will also partake in indoor rowing, snowboarding, and swimming. Says he enjoys lifting weights, playing with his dogs, listening to music, and most importantly, spending time with his son. Number 9, Luis Cervantes, retired aviation boatswain's mate, 2nd class U.S. Navy, served for 8 years in the Navy. Gave him the opportunity to live abroad in Japan for several years, competed in the 22 and 23 Warrior Games. Carlos Valero, and you just heard my captain. Yes, he was. What an incredible performance, especially in that bronze medal game for him.
Absolutely outstanding.
As well, Justin Chase, number 4.
Justin Chase,
Lieutenant in the U.S. Coast Guard. First enlisted in Coast Guard as aviation maintenance technician. He served there for 12 years. Was an officer for the past 7.
Harley Meagley.
And a Harley Meagley, the final one, wears number 1. He gets his bronze medal as well. A petty officer, 2nd class, U.S. Special Operations Command. There is Team Unconquered 3, your bronze medal winners in wheelchair basketball. Just 8 members of that Team Unconquered. I think it makes things a little difficult. Again, you're playing multiple games, and yet they're able to band together, of course, and come away with that bronze medal. USA will get their silver medals next.
Silver medalists represent
Silver medalists, the United States, 12 members of this team. And I presume we will go numerically again. I guess reverse numerically. That's what we did for Unconquered. I think it is from low to high here. There's James Phelps.
James Phelps.
Retired Technical Sergeant, U.S. Air Force. Also will take part in the biathlon, skeleton, and perhaps my favorite, wheelchair rugby. Next up, Michael Haley, you see right there with the U.S. flag draped over his back. Master Sergeant, U.S. Army. Served as infantry senior sergeant. Actually had a parachute accident, led to a spinal cord injury, but it's great to see him and what these games have meant to him. And says he hopes to get back to the sky one day.
Still helps in sky jumping schools.
Stephen Fleming, right there. Master Chief Hospital Corpsman, U.S. Navy, 18 years in the Navy. Majority of his time with the Marine Corps Operating Forces. He served as in instructor duty, combat operations, civil military operations center, and other operational capacities. There's Michael Villagrant, retired specialist, U.S. Army. He's actually really excited, Villagrant, to take part in the skeleton specifically. He's been doing it for 5 years. And here, Adam Fouts. Take part in biathlon, indoor rowing, skeleton, and swimming. Next up is number 13, Jonathan Guerin, retired Senior Master Sergeant, U.S. Air Force, a Security Forces Defender. This is John's first outing with you, Air Force Wounded Warrior Program as a Wounded Warrior. Next up, Mark Coltrane, with the big beard and the big U.S. flag, which he passes off to our next silver medalist, Carnell Martin. Retired Master Gunnery Sergeant, U.S. Marine Corps. He joined the military in 1987. And he said, his competitive spirit as a Marine never wavered, despite an accident with an IED while serving in Iraq. Moses Nebraska, the 29-year-old retired senior airman, U.S. Air Force. Joined the Air Force in 2013 as a security forces defender at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. He uses adaptive sports as part of his recovery, seeing it as a way of connecting with others. Josh Shannon right there. Or number 18 will also take part in indoor rowing, snowboarding, swimming, and volleyball. There's Giselle Rama, the 30-year-old, the only female on this Team U.S. An incredible tournament. Served in the Navy, cryptologic technical branch petty officer, second class. Was injured in an explosion in 2020. And last but all, how do you beat that picture? Right in front of you there, with his daughter on his lap, his son to his left, Lucio Gayton. And she gets the medal. You can't beat that.
Just a beautiful moment. His two children, Lucius and Lyanna, there with their father. That's what these games are about right there.
Your silver medalists in wheelchair basketball. Team United States. And the gold medalists in wheelchair basketball at the 2025 Invictus Games, Team Israel. 11 members. And all 11 of them, of course, will receive gold medals. Starting with Liran Levy.
Liran Levy.
Or number 4 for the Israelis, the 40-year-old. Number 7, Ziv Eliyahu, 33 years old. And there's perhaps their MVP, David Abu-Zaglo.
All MVPs in their own right, but
yes,
he played an outstanding tournament.
Noam Cohen, the only female on Team Israel. Next up, Shahar Shaloni. And look at that smile. Number 13, Gal Gomez. Next step to his right will be Moti Harari. And if not Abu Zaglo, but how about Peleg Salzman right here? Schultzman was also one of their best players. Shahar Ben Lulu. 26-year-old, almost the youngest, but not quite. Because Omar Fargon is, in fact, at 24 years of age, the youngest gold medalist on this wheelchair basketball team. And Barak Hazor, the final member. The gold medal winners in wheelchair basketball is Team Israel at the 2025 Invictus Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Invictus Games medalists.
There they are, all 11 members of Team Israel with their gold medals and their flags draped around them. What a tournament in wheelchair basketball. What a showing from all teams, and especially these three. Gold medal to Israel, silver to Team United States, and bronze to Team Unconquered 3. Looks like it's photo time. Smiles everywhere. And how could you not?
Well, of course, a lot of these athletes here are winning their first medal in the Invictus Games.
So proud. And examining the medals too. Why not? Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? Final score in the gold medal game. Israel 62, United States 7. And of course, they all win a medal though. All here, Israel gold, U.S. silver, and Team Unconquered 3 taking home the bronze. That's how we got here USA winning their semifinal. Israel doing the same to meet the gold medal game. And in that bronze medal game, Unconquered 3 taking down New Zealand 21-14. Israel, well, they had an impressive tournament. You see that final score there, 62-7. They were the best from start to finish.
Frederick de Keyser of Belgium. Great to start this competition, the first ever skeleton competition at the Invictus Games, with an Invictus Games medalist, a discus medalist at The Hague in 2022. Well, from the discus, we now have much to discuss as we begin at the skeleton, and we congratulate Mr. de Keyser, who, the year after he won his Invictus Games medal, welcomed his daughter Mia into the world. He says that he is proud to be a part of these games and ready for an awesome adventure. Well, the awesome adventure begins. The skeleton competition is about to start for the first time ever at the 2025 Invictus Games. It is the maple leaf start that the competitors will begin at. That will take them around into Shiva to curve 11, large right hand turn. They'll then make their way through curve 12, 13, 14 and 15. Then curve 16, that's when they've got this really tight bend coming around towards the finish line where they must avoid heading into the right hand wall, and in doing so get a really strong finish.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. He's going to finish right now in about just around 40 seconds. A great opening run for Mr. de Keyser. But the thing about the last turn, that Thunderbird corner, is you can get enough speed to be getting at about 100 kilometers an hour. You can't see it there because it is so nice and sunny outside, so they do have what a run.
So that's ISK 5. Frederick de Keyser. We're now going to move to his teammate and stay with ISK 5. Johan Dessa of Belgium is next to go. He says that the Invictus Games has helped him accept his disability. He said, even if we are disabled, we can continue doing sport and feel well and regain the top of our form. Well, here he goes, competing in the skeleton at the Invictus Games. looking very controlled thus far.
Very controlled. So here, as you can see, that Thunderbird where it's covered, as you can see, the sun was there, so they did cover the track, but here as you come to the finish line, a really good time.
That's the challenge coming out of Thunderbird, isn't it? That you have to try to avoid going right into that right-hand wall, which will take away your speed. But very well done. We'll give you an update on times as soon as we can. Lots of competitors to get through.
Speed was obviously something really good from Johan Hart.
Colin Boudreau of the host nation, Canada, a retired finance clerk from the Navy, from New Brunswick, but based in Prince Edward Island.
I'm at the end of my line.
His lifelong lesson, he said, is mindfulness and living in the present. Good luck to him as he now begins his run in the skeleton competition.
You know, for some of these competitors being able to go down here, it will be their first time going down this track. They'll have seen it, they can look it up on the internet, and they can talk to fellow competitors, but you're only going to get a sense of doing it once, and, you know, for some of them, it's all about strategy, it's all about trying to keep that body nice and tight so you don't get too high in those corners, and it seems like the Canadian is doing a pretty good job here.
This is an extraordinary standard that we're watching, and he's really taken that last curve nicely, hasn't he, Colin Boudreau? Excellent. The first three really delivering high quality work on the track at the Whistler Sliding Centre.
Bobsleigh and skeleton, and they just had the 2025 Luge World Championship this past week here before the Invictus Games.
Representing Canada is laboratory technician Kim Hardy, serving in the Army from Sherbrooke. She said that after some difficulties in service, she isolated herself, lost interest in the things that she once enjoyed, lost the team spirit, the cohesion that her wonderful time in hockey taught her. And it's participating in the Invictus Games that is, for her, the rediscovery of the spirit of camaraderie and the unity that brought her to the Army in the first place. Well, the whole of the Invictus Games is with her, the support is with her now as she embarks.
So many wonderful team events in this, but for competitors that wanted to come and you know, show to themselves of what they can do and what they are capable of doing, this is an event for that, right? It takes fear, it takes courage, it takes a lot of practice, it takes a lot of skill, and it's, you know, the bravery of these competitors to be able to go down, and he is moving through the turns here.
Another very positive time. Now this was the first competitor in the ISK2 category.
The 60 to 70 kilogram category. 26 competitors going in that category there, Ollie.
Of course, we're dealing with one of the most famous venues for sliding in the world. Dorian Zima of Germany, ISK3 competitor. So they want to become part of this community, to experience the spirit, to give something back to their children, especially their wives. Tired of always hearing what they couldn't do. Sports has shown them what they can do and what they can achieve.
Yeah, and this isn't a traditional skeleton push to sprint start for the event, Ollie. All the starts are controlled by the officials who make sure the sled is secure at the top, gives a little bit of instruction to the competitors before they give them a little push to start it.
Skeleton's all about getting the right line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maximizing your efficiency of travel on that course.
Yeah, especially coming through the last turn into Thunderbird. It's almost as if you want to stay low and to the right so you don't go too high up, but you see some competitors going to the left and they're able to come down and try and squeeze your way through that final uphill climb to the finish line.
Without the cowbells.
Or an outdoor event. Actually, you know what? For the most part, a lot of these events, you're going to see it in here, especially good Canadian colleges have those cowbells going.
Salvatore Tumiglia of Italy, ISK4 competitor, says that participating in competitions helps him face everyday life. He's trying with his daily commitment to make his family and sports group proud. Well, they'll be proud as anything now as he gets underway. Just one run for all of these competitors.
Yeah, I wonder, it's going to be interesting to see as we go on if the competitors are able to watch the person in front of them going, whether they have different techniques of how they hold their bodies, right? And obviously the end of the goal is try and go as fast as you can down this 842-meter elevation hill that they're going down, and he's flying through that corner there at Thunderbird. He should be able to make a pretty good time here.
Yes, that was a fine effort, wasn't it, from Salvatore Triminia? It's interesting what you say, Earth, about being aware or not aware of the competitor that's going before you, because some people like to actually see what is coming, and others like to really shut themselves away and only think about their job. It really varies, doesn't it?
It does, and self ready to go and do it right after.
Just in case you were uncertain as to which nation Mr. Gentleman is representing with pride. It is Antonio Pellino, who decided to get back into the world of sport through rowing and swimming first and foremost. So many of the competitors at these games started their rehabilitation journey with indoor rowing, and that will be taking place on the last day of the games. We'll also have swimming late on in the games. Fascinating individual, Antonio Pellino. Very skilled Caribbean dancer. Loves to travel.
We'll see if he can move here on the track, Ollie. Well, I think the one thing that is very important, and as we watch this, we need to know is the officials giving the instruction, taking the time to do this, making sure the competitors feel at ease and at comfortable for doing this event.
Final checks and preparations in progress. With passion and verve, Antonio Pellino in the IFK 5 begins.
He's making sure everyone knows he's coming down this hill.
And actually controlling it really nicely, smooth, clean display.
He's going to try to use flying through this final corner. He went up a little bit, as you can see there, and he's going to come around here a little blind spot as you won't be able to see it. Oh, he's straight down the middle. Great run.
It's another very impressive performance. I think it's safe to say the quality of what we're actually seeing here from these competitors is quite something.
Well, that, and again, I'm going to go back to what we talked about and what we will talk about. This is the first Invictus Games with winter adaptive sports. So a lot of these competitors have never seen this event, have never seen this hill, have never seen this venue. And now they're going down it with ease, with courage, with bravery, and putting up, really good times.
But it's not the most important thing.
No.
Salvatore Peroni, the final competitor from Italy in this cluster of athletes. Practiced sports since childhood, a special interest in horse riding, very accomplished equestrian, and then began competitive athletics after joining the Italian Armed Forces. This is an IFK2 run.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this, Ollie, is you don't get your own speed coming out of the gate, right? You're kind of having to generate that yourselves now. It takes a little bit of strategy. It's going to take some thinking before you go down there to try and get that fast time. But all the competitors have to have the exact same way that they're able to start these games. It's about once you get on the course, how fast you're able to take yourself to finish.
Salvatore Peroni about to conclude, and actually perhaps a better line than we've seen from a lot of the competitors there from Peroni coming around to finish. Didn't seem to be too destabilized from that Thunderbird curve.
Yeah, you come out of it, and if your body is kind of tilted, your head goes towards the left, and that's not what you want if you're doing this. You're going to try and, it's very hard, easy for us to say, but very hard to do when you're out there, but try and straighten your body out and not get too high on that final turn.
It's important to state that this is only part of the Olympic Winter Games course. So they're starting around about the curve number 11 mark. Arkadiusz Studzinski of Poland serves in the army, based in the lovely city of Łódź, a soldier of the military centre for medical education in that esteemed city. And he's been attending officer training at the Military Academy of Land Forces in Wrocław since mid-January. This has been his big dream for years, participation in the Invictus Games. Well, here we go.
Yeah, it's easy to get through the first turn there, and then now is when you start to pick up your speed, right? Come down to the second turn, and right into the corner. Looked like it was a great angle they had going in. Let's see how it comes out. Oh yeah, perfect. That was a great run.
Very nicely delivered by Studzinski in the ISK4 classification. Lovely support for all of these competitors, and wonderful conditions, clear blue skies for the spectators. It must be a joy to actually get this close to the track.
Yeah, the host country and the two host cities, Vancouver and Whistler, have been showing off this week with, you know, the way that the weather's been and then how it's looked, and it's made for, you know, the vibe of this event to be even higher. I mean, look how happy he is with that.
Okay, so move up a little bit for me.
Danuț Nicola of Romania, Major Danuț Nicola, 27-year army career. This is his second Invictus Games. He won a silver medal in the team archery competition at Sydney in 2018. This is one of the unique and wonderful things about the Games, the mixture of summer and winter sports. Great work from the officials, just making sure that all is correct.
Right, I mean, it's the equipment they use, right? It's a small, the sled's thinner, heavier than a luge sled, so the rider gets more control. And you're able to have that, and as they get their body, you know, right in the middle of the sled there, hands underneath tucked in, you're able to control yourself using just your body.
There's some speculation, isn't there, that actually the sports skeleton may have been named for the rather bony appearance of the apparatus itself. Very distinct design. And we're looking here at Major Danuț Nicola, from a military family. His grandfather served. His father had a 30-year career.
Yeah, name of the game is speed, and he did pick up some through that Thunderbird hole.
We're seeing actually some very consistent times around the 32, 33, 34 mark from the vast majority of the competitors. And I just remind all of you that we're a long way away from knowing the destination of the medals, because there still is a second day of skeleton competition to take place. So the ISK1 event, for example, will only begin with around competitor number 95 on the start list. So that's 95 of 200. So we are in the embryonic stages of this odyssey.
Yeah, and again, it's not exactly about winning in this event. It's about getting the competitors to go and have a feel for this event. Winter Adaptive Sports for the first time in the Invictus Games, just going out, being able to get to the top of that hill, being able to go, and really, for this event, skeleton, like I said before, and like we've talked about, not a lot of people have seen it, not a lot of people know what it's about. So until you go down and do it and experience it, it's one of these things that a lot of these competitors said that they wanted to go and have that experience doing.
Representing Australia, Major Elizabeth Daly, who said that her aim is to rock the Ned Flanders style lycra suit.
1 minute to start.
From Newcastle in New South Wales. And has done extraordinarily important work for the Australian Army Medical Corps. Wrote the COVID-19 training packages for the entire Australian Armed Forces. has been officer commanding at the Health Specialist Wing at the ADF School of Health. Supremely important work at one of the most supremely difficult times the world has seen. Sports has always been Major Daly's way of feeling good about herself. Very fine rugby union player, downhill ski racer, gymnast as a child.
2 torn ACLs. Come back from that as well.
Yes, she's been working hard, hasn't she, Major Daly, to regain strength and movement after those injuries. Her two best friends, Lisa and Ellen, here to support. Good luck to Major Elizabeth Daly of the Australian Army.
And away she goes. Head down there through the first turn.
Doing really well.
Yeah, doing really well. Keeping the body tight, straight. And this is it. This is where you want to be at your absolute fastest right here.
Going round through Thunderbird and heading towards the finish. Major Elizabeth Daly said there were two aims here: to not fall off the skeleton and to rock the Ned Flanders style lycra suit. Kick, job done, Major Daly.
Yeah, absolutely, and in style. And in style with the goggles and the gloves and everything. That was a great run, great way to come down that through the final turn was the most important, like we talked about. And be able to get all the speed.
Competition. This is Sean Grimmond of Australia, 36, from Sydney originally, but now based in lovely Adelaide. Was an airborne electronics analyst in the Royal Australian Air Force, served for the best part of 20 years. Partner Helena is here in Vancouver. Brother Tom, still serving, will be watching from home. This is a very fine sportsman. Sean Grimmond was a rugby union, soccer and cricket player as a child, a qualified referee who made it to national level as well.
He's an ISK 5, the 91 to 100 kilogram category.
32.86 seconds the fastest that we've seen so far in ISK 5. We'll bring you an update on the times at the end of this second flight.
So here it is, right? You mentioned the final turn, going through that gold rush to get in here into Thunderbird, so we'll see how he comes out of this turn. Oh yeah, very straight.
Yeah, minimal contact with the side of the course there. The Australians have finished their runs, but Major Elizabeth Daly and Sean Grimmond. Stu Osborne of Australia, 49, from Shell Harbour in New South Wales, but lives now in Queensland. Was part of a parachute surgical team working as a medic in places like East Timor and the Solomon Islands. Was deployed twice to Afghanistan. Sport had only recently come back into Stu Osborne's life after joining the Adaptive Sports Programme.
Right, we're making our way down with some pretty good speed here. Yeah, into that final turn, Thunderbird, here we go. He turns around.
That is one of the best clean passages through the finish that we've actually seen from anyone. Doreen Zima, 32.83 seconds, the fastest currently in the ISK3, and that's Stu Osborne's category. We'll bring you an update on Stu Osborne's time as soon as we have it.
So much fun, that was so cool. I think that's the echo of everyone, especially when doing this event.
Luke Manhire from Australia. This is ISK 5, 44-year-old from Adelaide. Joined the army as a rifleman in 2011, deployed to Afghanistan in 2012. The sport has played a huge role in improving his mental health. He was over the moon with joy, in his words, to be given the opportunity to compete here. He has 4 lads between the age of 3 and 23. Wants to show them no matter what life throws your way, you can pick yourself up and keep moving forward. Well, he's moving forward now.
Yeah, Manny Manhire being able to go down here, and you notice the officials saying keep your shoulders relaxed. You know, it helps with your whole body, and it helps with just making sure that you're able to control yourself when you do. You don't want to tense up, especially when going through these turns, and you want to keep yourself as safe as possible.
Bit of a clunky exit from 15, but it turns it into a bang.
This is ISK5. So coming in around about the 35-second mark, it is Frederick de Keyser on 32.86 is leading ISK5. That was the first competitor.
You mentioned that, and we've seen there's all these competitors are putting up some very, very good time finishes.
There's a camera on me.
Brittany Hendry of Canada, retired resource management support clerk in the Royal Canadian Air Force.
I don't know if the world can hear me talking.
Yes, they can. ISK2 competitor.
Well, the world can hear you, Brittany. Now the world's about to see you try and go down this run and see if you can, get as much speed as you can possible, making your way down the mountain here.
Including her son Winston. And she says that is what she's most grateful for in her life. He attracts and reflects light even on the cloudiest days. No clouds in the sky today.
Beautiful sediment there as she comes down through Thunderbird here. Yeah. Very safe entrance there. Turning around and clear exit point as well.
That's probably going to go into second place in ISK2 behind her teammate Kim Hardy.
That's awesome. Ready to the left. Ready.
Brilliant from Brittany Hendry.
Ping pong means going back and forth between the ice, like as a ping pong table would, back and forth there.
Marie-Ève Pelletier of Canada, 14 years of service as a military police officer, now retired. Actually cited the axiom of the games ahead of this. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Affects the special meaning here for the Canadians being on this iconic track.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure a lot of them know exactly where this is and what it's about, and Whistler, and Vancouver, and the Olympics and the history of this sport in this country. Well, that's a beautiful entrance through there into Thunderbird and around the corner here to the finish. Oh, wow. Great stuff there.
It's around about the 34.5 mark by the looks of things. We'll wait for confirmation of that. Likely to still be Kim Hardy in the lead in the ISK.
Just mentioned a lot of rush being able to go down there, and those 30 seconds is definitely an adrenaline rush.
Relax.
Gabriel Hanganu of Romania, Senior Sergeant Gabriel Hanganu, 22-year-old Army veteran.
Relax, okay? Okay.
Both of Gabriel Hanganu's parents had long and distinguished careers in the military, what inspired him to join.
And again, got to give the officials a lot of credit here. They're making the competitors feel at ease, right? Relax, head down. And I think the officials' job is also making safety is the #1 priority for these athletes to be able to come down and go and reach their maximum potential in these events. So as long as you're relaxed, keeping your head down, shoulders straight, you'll be able to go through this run with ease.
You're watching here ISK5, one of 5 medal events in the skeleton at these games.
The end there, I know it's obviously tough and very unnatural if you've never done this before, but the important thing for a lot of these athletes to do is to remember to
relax.
Fiorel Amzarescu of Romania, platoon leader and corporal serving in the armed forces. The desire to be there for his young son has given him determination.
Yeah, relax and melt in. Those are the two words that you hear the officials saying a lot before the competitors are off down the mountain here.
It is Frederick de Keyser who still leads over Antonio Pellino. Gabriel Anganu of Romania has just gone into third place. What will his teammate G&m3S do?
He's making it through Thunderbird there. It looks like he was a little wobbly coming out. Yeah. So you keep your head down and you keep relaxed and keeping your shoulders down, you won't get the ping-ponging as we've heard here too much. "100%. There's Hwang Eun-jae from the Republic of Korea. He's going to be able to go up there and make his way down the mountain. He experienced the 2024 Disabled Veteran Sports Competition, said it allowed him to sweat alongside a few other veterans. It was also then that he learned about the Invictus Games and a strong desire arose to demonstrate that Korean soldiers are as resilient as any in the world, competing in the ISK 4 category, 81 to 90 kilograms.
You will do it.
Eun-jae Hwang. And again, it's important that, these athletes and competitors pay attention to the officials. I know that everyone's excited and they want to get going and they have obviously a lot of adrenaline going, but safety is the number one concern, and you can tell that he's absolutely eager to get down the mountain.
He looks pumped. I'm from Korea. And yesterday we have win in curling. Good work. Gold medal. One for the mother. It's me.
Maybe 3 times.
Yes, maybe.
Maybe 3 times.
What position you play? I'm just watching. Oh, okay. The Korean. The Korean. Yeah.
So happy as an observer to his fellow country men and women going and competing and winning the gold medal in curling.
It was an absolutely brilliant start for the Republic of Korea to these Invictus Games. They were spectacular all throughout the pool play in wheelchair curling and in the final as well. They won, they eked out the victory, really hung on in a match that will be remembered for years to come.
We're trying to add to that medal list to see if he can put up a very good score here competing in the ISK 4 category. Eun-jae Hwang, Republic of Korea.
He said yesterday it was my teammates, today maybe it will be me. Of course, the medal won't be given out until tomorrow. There are 100 or so competitors competing today in skeleton and another 100 tomorrow. So all of the results are provisional, but they do give us a sense of where things stand and will at the end of the day. Goes cleanly into and through the Thunderbird turn, and that's a very nice line at the finish.
It's an absolutely nice line, probably right around 34 seconds, maybe a little bit under that, but great run. Be able to go and... Next up, we have Hang-Gi Kim.
Okay, let's go.
He's someone who credits the National Disabled Veterans Sports Competition, just like his teammate Hwang Eun-jae, for giving him confidence in every sport. And he says that here he is committed to giving his best effort for both the Republic of Korea and the National Disabled Sports Veterans Commission.
He's doing a very good job coming down through these turns. And here's where you want to pick up your most speed. So you put his legs down a little bit there to be able to get through Thunderbird, go in and come around. Let's see how he comes out of that turn. Yeah, great. Another very, very solid run. I think my favorite part now is to see the competitors at the finish and how happy they are to be able to, one, be done, but two, just show how exciting it is for some of them to be able to go and do this. Being able to go down now, he lost a leg and several fingers due to a landmine explosion on a mission in 2021. So overcoming was largely thanks to his family. He had a lot of unwavering support, encouragement, strength from, he says, from his wife and children were his greatest source of courage. A lot of courage to be able to go up and make his way down the mountain here as well.
He follows two of his teammates, and he has the distinction of being the first active duty service member selected to represent the Republic of Korea at the Invictus Games. Congratulations to him.
Just competing in this event as an athlete gives me confidence I can do this, and I'm excited to show my children a proud side of their father. While he's definitely making them proud on this one, he is flying down this mountain, putting up some great speed as he's coming through that final turn. That is Thunderbird Corner, and here across the finish line with the great straight. Oh, little turning at the end, may have lifted his head just a little bit, kind of changed the trajectory of where his body was going, but in the end, an absolutely great run and be able to get up and down that mountain. Natalie Lewis from the UK, competing in the ISK3 category, 71 to 80 kilograms. Says lives with ADHD because I want people to know it's okay to be different. I want people to know it's okay to struggle, and her family is here supporting her at these games in Canada.
Note the body position. One of the things that competitors have to do in scouting is they really have to lift their lower legs and keep them above the ice. It really tests the abdominal muscle.
There's a lot of core. Definitely a lot of core, right? Putting up some pretty good speed there. And a lot of this event is making sure that your whole body is relaxed, right? The sleds, the equipment that you use, there isn't much of it. To be able to direct your body and control your body to go down a mountain, reach speeds of nearly 80 to 100 kilometers.
Fitting for a flight sergeant in the Royal Air Force.
Mac McLaren, also representing the United Kingdom. He's the wheelchair rugby captain. Joined the Army in 1998, served in Bosnia, Iraq.
Oh, who's that? Vero. Sort of like curling, but it's human curling, so you just understand that.
You hear the officials saying, like, keep yourself relaxed, chest down, shoulders down, head down.
And there's a duality to it, isn't there? Because while you want the shoulders and the neck and the head relaxed at the same time, you are working your core, pressing through those abdominal muscles.
Absolutely.
You got this, man. You ready? Come on.
And off Mac goes down the mountain.
He's competing in the ISK5 category. The current time to beat 32.78 seconds. That's set by 1nViCtu of Romania, the last competitor in Flight 2. It's another very smooth-looking run.
It really is.
Well paced. And into the Thunderbird turn, and down through the finish, and straight as an arrow.
Yeah. And he had that great entrance into Thunderbird Corner. So I think what the competitors are trying to do now is you come at it from above and work your way down through the turn so you can get your most speed if you're happy to do it.
On the left side is where you want to be.
Forgive the lapse into the vernacular there, but can you blame him, really?
No, you can't. He's excited. He's happy to be here. You heard him say, "Can I do it again?"
An experience truly unlike any other. This is the exhilaration of sport, the exhilaration of the Invictus Games.
All right. We are getting going here, back to the starting point, the top of the hill, 842 meters in elevation down. Adrian Crocker, representing Team Canada. Master Warrant Officer, Royal Canadian Air Force, competing in the ISK4 category, 81 to 90 kilograms in weight. His career highlights include participating in the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge in 2017. Along with his team, completed a 176-kilometer march over 4 days. So he says, only you know your limits and what you are able to do. Starting small and progressing in your goals will lead you to success. Well, this led him here to the Invictus Games in 2025 and about to compete in skeleton for the first time. You notice head down, shoulder down, very concentrated. And away we go.
Master Warrant Officer Andre Crocker of the Royal Canadian Air Force and Air Maintenance Superintendent, very focused at the start. And here he goes down the Gold Rush Trail into the Thunderbird. Coming up.
Got some good speed here.
Now he's through the Thunderbird and towards the finish. A nice run to start off this flight.
Chris McGowan, another Canadian here. Retired from the Navy, lives in Victoria, British Columbia. Is born in Ontario. Motivated to apply for the Invictus Games because he's looking to get his life back to sport and be a part of a team. Well, he is representing Team Canada and getting ready to go down here in skeleton.
The retired Navy cook through the first portion of the course. That 12th turn, the whole is 50-50. Their name because many competitors think that it's about 50-50 whether you get through it. Showing some good technique here and picking up quite a lot of speed as he goes into the Thunderbird.
Yeah, it'll be a very good time.
That's a beautiful line coming through the finish as well for Chris McGowan of Canada.
And Roman Brodsky of Germany says, I want to prove to myself that I can handle being in crowds again. I want to show myself what I'm capable of and thus be role models for others.
Spoken about how doing sports and preparing for these Invictus Games has boosted his self-confidence. Says it's made him a lot happier and he's more content with his daily life. And he credits sports for giving him structure. He says, I have goals again, things that I can try to achieve together with others.
We've got some very good structure here coming down and through the mountain as we go out to enter the final turn, which is into Thunderbird. Rounding there, if he keeps his body straight, he should be able to put up a pretty good time here.
The time to beat has just been set by Andre Crocker of Canada, 32.96 seconds, and a speed of 98 kilometers an hour.
Ole Eriksson of Denmark. He applied just a couple of days before for the Invictus Games here in Vancouver and Whistler, and now he's making his way down a mountain here in skeleton for the first time.
And he said the being chosen for the games felt like a gift from heaven. Due to his injuries. He'd been lacking some motivation to take up sports again and really do anything good for himself. Could he have imagined this day? Just whiz it down the course here.
That is a lot of speed he's coming down the mountain with. Good technique. He kept his head down low, shoulders low, body was relaxed. And you look at the ISK4 category. We mentioned the speeds of some of these competitors that will be coming down in. Adam Crocker, 98 kilometers an hour.
Right here, perfect.
And Christian Eliasson from Denmark as well,
Nice and relaxed through here.
competing in indoor rowing,
Okay?
yeah, Nordic, skeleton, swimming. He's excited to make his way down the mountain. Relax.
It's a nervy thing, staring down this course at the top of the Maple Leaf side, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting because you don't get to see down unless you're standing up looking at it. Or when you're laying in the sled, you're only seeing that first turn. You don't really know what's ahead of you, so it is a really nervous feeling. But he's working his way through this course really well. There's an excellent entrance point.
Oh, and a lovely finish there, too. Coming around the curve, just seeing the size of the course right before crossing the finish line. See what that does for his time. He is competing in the ISK5 category.
Bjorn Forsberg of Denmark has been working on himself and his mental well-being for many years. He reached a crossroads in several big things regarding work and his personal life. He wanted to be a part of an Invictus community and see if like-minded people could help him push further or faster on this path. And he's been pushed to a point where he's been able to go and overcome certain fears and go down a mountain here in skeleton representing his country.
Just lovely to see. Anyone who has stood at the top of this course knows the kind of courage that it takes, even just to begin. He's doing well.
He lived in Winnipeg for 4 years. He said he's looking forward to a reunion with Canada, loves the country. He may have lifted his head up there right at the end, kind of turned the body sideways, but nevertheless, great run. Robin Anderson, Denmark.
Come up a little bit this way. Yep, forward, yep. Okay, nice and straight, nice and relaxed. Okay, ready? Yep. Okay, let's go.
The official making sure that everything is okay for Robin Anderson. What a safety advisor. Maybe that helps a little bit here as well going down the mountain.
Competitors do have to wear gloves, and it is suggested that they have some kind of, visual visor, goggles, or something else. And of course, they have to wear helmets.
Wanted to be a role model for the children. Show the world that in spite of PTSD, you can get back up and make something of your life. Again, all of these stories, every single one of them, every competitor, truly, truly inspiring. Makes his way down, Robin makes his way down through Thunderbird. Great finish, body straight, head straight. Looks very relaxed and poised through that finish line. Should be a good time.
Fitting that it's a Canadian to be the first to do that, isn't it?
Lillehammer is a lot easier for you. Yeah. I just have something. Yeah, it's true.
Alan Hildebrand.
Okay, let's just go on this other one.
Getting ready to go down. ISK4, as you can see.
Even better reason not to go. Okay.
Andre Crocker in the lead in the ISK4.
Perfect. That's perfect. Okay,
Followed by Poland and then Germany.
And how much do I have to put off my head like this?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Keep it nice and low.
Shoulders down?
Yeah, keep the shoulders down because your shin guard's going to protect anything lower.
Yeah.
So just keep you just like that, looking forward, and shoulders down, okay? This
I
is
can't
perfect.
see anything anyway.
That's okay. You don't need to see. You just need to keep this form, okay?
Okay.
A couple of things that a couple of things that you're going to find very interesting is the official, explaining to the athlete what to do. Everything is going to be fine. He's going to be protected. The shin guard is going to protect him. The athlete obviously asking if you can see. Don't need to see. Just need to put your head down and kind of let your body do the work and go and be able to get down this course.
Safety, of course, is the paramount thing for each and every one of these competitors. And as we said, really, we cannot say enough good things about the officials for making sure that they are stable and relaxed and feel good, but first and foremost, that they are safe coming through this course.
Nice ride there. Oh, John Vaught, Estonia. This is Invictus Games debut, and Estonia has competed at the Invictus Games since the inaugural games in 2014. You can see he's excited, ready to get on this board.
Really relaxing your shoulders. Yes, perfect. And then keep these straight. Perfect. Great job.
Once again, last minute tutorial from the officials.
Safety is paramount. He's got his head right down at the exit. The key is to try and pick up as much speed as you possibly can right on that first turn.
Now the boat going after the 32.62 second time, the standard set by Chris McGowan of Canada. Picks up a lot of speed down through the Gold Rush Trail. Here goes into the Thunderbird. Perhaps just a little off to the side as he went into that all-important last turn. But we'll see what the timing is.
Lifted his head up there a little bit at the end. Probably felt that the race was coming to an end. Excited to be done. Stage place 33.08 seconds.
Perfect.
Still start
Great job.
from the Netherlands.
Go, Michael.
Michael Charles competing in the IS34 category. This is his first event of the Invictus Games. We will see him later in sitting volleyball as well as swimming. In this category, it is Andre Crocker of Canada who currently holds the lead. Nice form throughout. And look at the smoothness of the finish. Went down the course like a dart.
All right, got the air to kneel up on your sled. How was that? Good. Yeah. All right.
Keep these straight. Perfect.
Koen Raymakers from Belgium. Here's a name with a noted Dutch half marathoner. Interesting fact there.
Another contender going after the time set by Andre Crocker. Just shy of 33 seconds. Belgians have been quite slow to cut it in their preparation for these Invictus Games. They have had Saint-Jean in France, in Estonia for snowboarding. But this is the first time, perhaps, that he has been at Whistler and done this course.
Well, nothing's going to prepare you for skeleton, right? This is the one event where I don't believe any athlete has been able to go down there until they have great run, great for third place, 33.04 seconds. Belgium now into third place. Getting set for Lisa van Buysen from Belgium. The only female competitor representing the country of Belgium. Just adjusting the sled, make sure that everything is okay.
Relax. Down, yeah, perfect.
Marine Sergeant Alicia Van Diesen of Belgium underway. She's competing at her second Invictus Games. Picking up speed as she navigates down the Gold Rush Trail. There's a little speed trap right before the Thunderbird curve, and you can just see the acceleration. Lovely finish as well, maintaining the straight line. And she just does not even touch the edge of the course. Well done to her.
Kat made the adjustment from the bigger board down to the smaller sled and able to fit her body accordingly. Listen to the instructions of the official, Dariusz Gawu from Poland. Wants to improve his physical and mental condition. He's a father of two.
And he says that in doing this, I will have the opportunity to represent all of those veteran soldiers who cannot take part. This is for him, and this is for them.
Quick look at the leaderboard in ISK 5. Chris McGowan of Canada in the lead. Romania in second. And Germany in third place.
Got a lot of speed going into the Thunderbird. Can he maintain it through the end? Well done.
Fifth place, a time of 32.96 seconds.
So we talked about the beautiful landscape of Whistler, and the flag of Ukraine is inspired by the landscape of that country, the idea of the sky above and the endless fields of wheat below. Lots of the flags in use at these games have their own fascinating history, their own sense of great symbolism. No reason to be vexed by vexillology.
It's going to be fascinating here, Ollie, in the next few hours and into the next day of competition is how cold it gets here in Whistler and the conditions of the ice.
Okay, you can lay down for sure, yeah.
Let us begin. Flight number 7, Dorian Floare of Romania.
Push up a little bit, move up. Yeah, perfect. He's nice and straight, nice and straight. And then we can't have these twisted. We have to be like this. Okay, good to go anytime.
Great work again done by those course officials. Very reassuring, very precise. And with the instruction to have fun, away goes Dorian Floare of Romania. This is the ISK2, 32.93 by Tim Hardy of Canada, the best we've seen so far.
Also competing in biathlon and seated volleyball is Dorian. Head down, good speed. And here it is. So you can see now that it is open how fast some of these athletes are coming around that final corner of Thunderbird there and right into the finish line.
That's a very good effort from Dorian Floare. It's going to be interesting to see the time produced by the Romanian. Yeah, there we go. Fourth position for the Romanian. About a third of a second outside of the medal. This is Alexander Adrienko of Ukraine.
Так, на максимальному позитиві, впевнено, розслабився. І як дав до фінішу, то вас віт розслабився під собою. Є. Але красиво, давай. Ти ж красунчик. Ти ногу поки поклади, не напрягай. От десь вітати, акуратно.
Important for him to be getting the instructions in his native tongue by the coaches, saying relax.
Away and ready to go. Alexander Andrienko of Ukraine, police captain and serviceman from the Donetsk region. Says that he wants to live actively. And adaptive sports an enormous part of that. This is ISK4 in the skeleton at Vancouver Whistler 2025.
Yeah, and he's actively coming down this mountain with some really good speed. Into the final turn. Oh, just slowed up there a little bit at the end, I think. Nevertheless, a very good run.
No wonder he's thrilled about that performance. That was really strong from Alexander Andrienko. Oleg Omelchuk, also of Ukraine, captain of the armed forces, currently serving.
Так дугою туди вглиб лежить. Центр лежить. Весь процес центр. Все получится красиво.
He said, coming into these games, that one of the things that he's really needed, because he has the motivation, he has the desire, is the support. And we saw it there. That support was so clear at the start, and how vital it is for these Invictus competitors.
Well, I mean, support is the one thing that 100% of these competitors are receiving throughout these games, whether it's during the play, during the event, after the event, in the street, people high-fiving each other, people cheering on everyone and from every different part of the world coming to represent their country. Solid run here from the Ukrainians.
10th place for Oleg Omelchuk. 33.14 seconds. It's still that 32.85 from G&m3S that leads the way. It's Arthur Malin of Ukraine, soldier of the armed forces from Kyiv.
Had a good chat with him before the event started, and he talked about wanting to come here and wanting to do the adaptive sports, and there's a little bit of stuff for them to do in Ukraine, but it's not as big as it is here in Canada. So for him getting to these Invictus Games and be able to compete in things that he likes, such as skiing, such as seated snowboarding and volleyball and wheelchair basketball, it's an absolute thrill for him.
He said, didn't he, after Milan, that a lot of this for him is not so much about his own individual performance, it's being an example for others and showing that after a serious accident, after a serious injury, whatever the circumstances are, you as an Invictus competitor, as he said, it doesn't end. You can cope with it, you can live a full life, you can travel, you can be a high performer in sport. Certainly making a good case here for a high position on the leaderboard is Arthur Milan. Just a little difficulty with stability right at the very end.
At the end. Might have popped his head up a little bit early there.
To actually achieve 8th place despite that, I mean, that was a really fast performance.
Yeah, I think these speeds and these numbers and times are going to start to move up as it gets a little bit colder. I really do. I think that the mountains are going to get cold, the ice is going to start to freeze again.
To Flight Lieutenant Mike Evans of the United Kingdom. He was part of the UK team in Düsseldorf in 2023. But he tore his calf muscle on day 2, and that really curtailed his involvement in the game. It is wonderful that he's back here. He said that Invictus is an unfinished chapter in his recovery journey. Well, here he goes, the gentleman who joined the RAF in 1999 as an aircraft engineer. Had many roles since then.
Beautiful sentiment, though, isn't it? The Invictus Games, an unfinished chapter in his recovery journey. How he's on a journey here to try and put a good time and finish this race, and it looks good. The body positioning was great there to get into the final turn, and as he crosses the finish line, a little sideways, but able to finish the run strong.
Most of the contact there did come after he crossed over the line, so it might not have impacted his speed too much, and he was going very fast. So we could have a challenge laid down here. Come back to that and find out where he's positioned. This is Lieutenant Commander Richard Galpin of the Royal Navy of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This is a gentleman who is very accomplished in sport. He competed before his accident in the British and World Championships of indoor rowing. He's been elite level as a sports person and has done a lot of sports as well. And after he made the team, he phoned his wife and she burst into tears and she said, "I've got my husband back," because she could tell from his voice how much this meant to him.
This man was told he wouldn't be able to run again. And here he is at the Invictus Games, competing in a number of different events. At his own pace, at his own will, coming down this mountain with speed.
The UK has got a great tradition in skeleton. It's been its top event at the Olympic Winter Games for quite some time. So let's see how Richard Galpin has done. I can tell you that Mike Evans, by the way, has gone into the lead in the ISK4 competition, displacing G&m3S. So we thought that Mike Evans had done well, and he's done very well. And it may be that Lieutenant Commander Galpin has also displaced a Canadian. We're just waiting for confirmation of that.
I think there might be something to the story of an advantage that's competing a little bit later on in the day.
Oh, hello, good.
Team UK.
Sorry? He's gone into the lead for them as well. Now to team captain of the United Kingdom, Stephen Hooper, who served in the RAF as a mechanical transport driver. This is his second Invictus game. Well, the UK competitors.
Richard Galpin now. He's another speed of 100, moves into the lead in the ISK 5 over Chris McGowan of Canada.
So whatever happens, we're going to have a UK leading in the ISK 5 because Stephen Hooper is also competing in this category. We just remind ourselves that it was the English soldiers who constructed the toboggan track between Daventry and Crofton back in 1882. Just bringing the past into the present here, the UK team, with these performances. Great effort from Stephen Hooper. Sixth place for him.
Some very good momentum for Team UK.
That was good. Oh, amazing. Oh, that was amazing. Someone needs to do that more often. Get me back on that flag. Oh.
He wants just to go right back up to the top and have another go, doesn't he?
Absolutely. And you know what? For an event where it's one run, you make the most of it, but a lot of these competitors have never done it. So it is something that they look at and they do enjoy very much.
Elbows in, perfect. Look up a little
This is the ISK3, where Dorian Zima of Germany is leading, but it's another competitor from the UK. This is 35-year-old Terry Jones. He's a Lance Corporal, and he won 2 bronze medals for the UK team at the last Invictus Games. So we keep a very close eye on Terry Jones. He knows what he's doing at the Invictus Games.
Wants to play a part of helping others who are new to the team. Kind of a veteran leader.
And looking good so far. All of the UK competitors in very good order. Smooth and controlled, coming round Thunderbird, coming across the line. That is Terry Jones of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Just waiting for confirmation of the time. 5th place for Jones.
These are very disciplined runs by Team UK. Getting in the sled, keeping the body very, very tight. No movement whatsoever in the legs or the arms or the head while they're going down the hill there.
Well, you foreshadowed it, Earth. You said you thought times were going to change.
So the key is to go later. Refreezing of the surface maybe because it's getting colder out there.
This is a remarkable individual. Squadron leader Samantha May in the Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom. Only 30. Currently holds the military pole vault record. Fabulous sportsperson. A doctor. Spent a significant amount of time caring for civilians and military colleagues with severe COVID-19. Has accomplished so much despite only just turning 30.
Says without Invictus, not sure she'd be doing too much. Well, she's doing a lot here, making her way down to Barge Mountain and putting up a great score for Team UK.
Now, how close is that going to get to Kim Hardy? 7th place, still the Canadian leading. That's where Canada's holding its lead in the ISK2 after the UK displaced a couple of Canadians. Great competition.
Yeah, and the ISK 4 and 5, ISK 3, Dorian Zimmer.
This is Marius Svetkauskas of Lithuania, a logistics expert. Serves as a reconnaissance signal operator in the Lithuanian Armed Forces. Marius Svetkauskas has said that physical activity helps him regain as much muscle strength, flexibility and mobility as possible, essential in returning to a normal routine. And that's something that is important to talk about in terms of adaptive sports. They are for a lot of the Invictus competitors, part of aiming to return to active duty as effectively as possible.
Also added that sports has strengthened not only my body but my mental resilience, and that's a lot of the case for a lot of these competitors. Obviously, they're out there, but it's the goal of sport that's bringing everybody together.
Marius Petelskov of Lithuania. Great to welcome Lithuania to the Invictus Games, one of two new nations along with Brazil joining the family in Vancouver, Whistler. Where can Marius Petelskov find himself on the leaderboard? Maybe just a little high there.
A little high there.
Got it back under control so well. That was a good alteration, a good correction.
It was a great start. Coming down with some great speed.
Well position for Marius Petelskov. So it is the United Kingdom leading the way in the ISK4 with Michael Evans.
Straight elbows, perfect.
We now look at Egidius Bakėnas of Lithuania. 30 years of service in the army. Wants to be part of the Invictus Games to meet, as he says, brothers and sisters in arms who suffered trauma or injury during service or a mission. He says that when he does sports, he shows his children that even with an injury, you can still do sports and never give up.
And I think that that's one of the key things to remember about these Invictus Games is sport is uniting a lot of people. You know, they serve their countries in so many different places, and they're now being united by sport.
Working hard to keep that line, keep the pace up. Going into the finish there was Egidius Bakėnas of Lithuania.
Normal reaction is to kind of lift themselves in, but that once again creates a lot of drag and release compressors. 10 of seconds. Absolutely. And all the sliding forces you can.
Now this is James Cairns of